Chapter 41, The Daughter of the King of Soldiers. At Fang Ming's request, Meng Jining revealed her background. Her father was a genuine Chinese and a top-notch secret agent. While on a mission abroad, he met Meng Jining's mother, and because of the needs of the mission, her father took the initiative to pursue her and successfully won her heart. But when the mission was completed, her mother was pregnant. As a result, her father brought her mother back to China. Because this violated the relevant regulations, her father was suspended from work and simply went into business. But top talent can thrive in any field, and her father quickly made his business bigger and stronger, with a market value of around 1 billion yuan. Meng Jining has inherited the best of both her parents, her mother's looks and figure, and her father's intelligence and talent. She was extremely intelligent at a young age, skipped grades, and was investigated by the security department at the age of 14. At the age of 18, she joined the security department and worked in the 7th Division. Of course, this did not affect her going to university. Meng Jining is good at data analysis, such as extracting useful information from seemingly chaotic data through extensive monitoring. She has only been working for 3 years, but she is already the ace analyst of the 7th Division. However, she doesn't actually work in the field. This time, she was invited by Su Chang, and her father's ancestral home is in Su Chang, so she was willing to make the trip. Otherwise, she would have asked Su Chang to send the surveillance to her. My mother is a royal of Venice and has special purple eyes, which I inherited, Meng Jining said with a hint of pride. Fang Ming nodded. Her face had the softness and grace of an Oriental woman, as well as the three-dimensionality and sensuality of a Western woman. Her figure was completely Western, with large breasts, a thin waist, and a round butt, but her skin was Oriental, delicate and smooth, with no large pores. Therefore, she is simply the most perfect work of art in heaven. Fang Ming looked at her. She was the daughter of a king of soldiers and a descendant of Western royalty. But why hadn't I heard of her in my previous life? Such a beautiful and moving superhuman, and she discovered the effect of the evolution liquid so early. She should have been famous in her previous life. Actually, I should thank you, Meng Jining suddenly said. When I was in the capital, I often hid in the underground space to watch dramas. This flood came so suddenly. If I hadn't been on duty, I would have probably drowned in it, or starved to death. That's right. In her previous life, she might have been trapped and died in the base of the 7th Division, so such a smart, beautiful, and sexy woman was completely unknown. In this life, she has plundered so many supermarkets and stores, and because her methods are so bizarre, she has even alerted Division 7, which has brought her to Suzhou, which is tantamount to changing her fate. The butterfly effect. She survived because of herself. Unfortunately, Fang Ming could never tell her that he was the one who had come back to life. This secret would follow him to the grave. Fang Ming deliberately placed his hand on her body, but Meng Jining gave him a charming and seductive smile. Do you want me now? Her muscles did not react at all, indicating that she was not repulsed by Fang Ming's closeness. Otherwise, no matter how well she acted, the muscle reflexes of a stranger's collision could not be isolated. Unless she has completely accepted Fang Ming. This is because the fear of the different space completely disintegrated the woman's resistance. The enemy from the previous life only went crazy after being locked up 4 times, so you can imagine how terrifying the other world is. Fang Ming laughed. We just met today, and you already want my body? Don't be so eager. Meng Jining giggled. So when will I get what I want? It depends on how you behave, Fang Ming said. Both of them were speaking in a double sense, talking about the body, talking about trust, and talking about the evolution fluid. Everything has to be demonstrated through practical actions. What's the point of just talking about it? Fang Ming escorted Meng Jining away. This woman did not have his trust, so of course Fang Ming was not willing to let her go. What if she never came back and spread the news that he possessed a different space? Although this possibility is very small. But even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, Fang Ming doesn't want to take the risk. The two went to the remaining few places, but only exchanged for 2 evolution fluids. In Meng Jining's eager eyes, Fang Ming put the evolution fluid away. Since this woman already knows that he has a different space, he doesn't mind using it in front of her. This is how you emptied a hypermarket overnight. Meng Jining was shocked. You have emptied 19 supermarkets in total. The amount of supplies you have is simply amazing. You are definitely the richest person in the world. Her profession is data analysis, and she took over Fong Ming's case, so she calculated the value of the goods in the first place. Fong Ming smiled and pinched her plump cheeks. So, follow me obediently, and I can fatten you up, and you'll also have a chance to get evolution fluid. You're just giving people empty promises. Meng Jining gave him a look and then looked at her waist. Where is she fat? She looked at her chest again and suddenly realized what he meant. How do you understand the meaning of fattening up? Although Fong Ming had no evidence, he was sure that Meng Jining was seducing him. A female writer once said that the best and fastest way to get a woman's heart is through her vagina. Meng Jining giggled and said, I really am submissive to you, so please sleep with me quickly. I have to prove to you how submissive I am to you. The more anxious you are, the less anxious I am. Fong Ming pinched her face again. Trust is not built in a day, so take your time. Humph. Meng Jining stamped her foot. She really wanted the evolution fluid, and in order to get it, she had to gain Fong Ming's trust, but Fong Ming just wouldn't trust her, which made her crazy. The two returned to the community. Fong Ming, you're back. Lu Yuqi had just opened the door to welcome them, but suddenly saw Meng Jining, and couldn't help but show a look of surprise. This woman's appearance was completely not inferior to her own, and because of her exotic charm, she was even more charming. I told you to find a concubine, not such a beautiful and charming demon. This is Sister Lu, right? Meng Jining smiled like a flower. Hello, my name is Meng Jining. I will be Fong Ming's concubine in the future. Please take care of me, sister. Hey, don't give yourself a title. Lu Yuqi was a little overwhelmed. She had never expected to encounter such a situation, and the key point was that Meng Jining was too beautiful and her body was too good, which made her feel too much pressure. Fong Ming just smiled. Let's eat. Chapter 42, Cruise. Fong Ming still took out a few more dishes as a welcome dinner for Meng Jining. Looking at the delicious dishes, Meng Jining was so happy like a little girl, wildly extending her chopsticks while praising it over and over again. Who can still eat such delicious food these days? Even in the inland areas, it's hard to find. Is there a cold chain? So it's completely impossible to eat seafood. After dinner, the three of them began to exercise. However, since Fong Ming and Meng Jining are both power-type superheroes, why waste it? The two went to the roof and began to spar. Fong Ming's combat skills were developed through trial and error in battle, and he lacked systematic practice and guidance. Meng Jining was different. Department 7 taught combat skills, as well as the technique of kneading and pressing for quick recovery, which was said to have been passed down from ancient times and could only be learned by military doctors. Meng Jining can fight with all her might without holding back, and Fong Ming can also systematically learn combat skills to further enhance his combat effectiveness, especially the 3-satin technique, which is the kind of recovery method mastered by ancient military doctors. You didn't give them evolution fluid, and as a result, they've been stripped bare. Meng Jining protested. You're such a hussy. Fong Ming ignored her. This woman was just trying to get the evolution liquid from him by any means. It's not that easy. Even if she really won Fong Ming's trust, Fong Ming would still prioritize his own evolution. After all, true strength is in one's own hands. After the workout, the three of them went to take a shower, and Meng Jining couldn't help but sigh again. After washing, she was assigned to sleep in the guest room, and Fong Ming locked the door as usual. Even though this could not hold back a power-type superpower, if she broke out forcibly, the noise would be enough to wake Fong Ming up. Are you really not going to sleep? Meng Jining was still trying to make a last-ditch effort. Seeing that Fong Ming had no expression on his face, she looked at Lu Yuqi and said, Sister, please persuade your husband. There is no reason to take a concubine and not eat her. Lu Yuqi was also speechless. This woman is too bold and unrestrained. However, she also admired Fong Ming a little. If she were a man, she would definitely not be able to resist Meng Jining's charm. The point is, she invited you to eat, and you still didn't take the plunge? It's definitely not easy. Is Fong Ming taking her feelings into consideration? Thinking about this, she couldn't help but feel tender, and whispered in Fong Ming's ear, Dad, let's go to bed. Fong Ming couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart, and he picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. What follows is what Meng Jining said, I'm a little short on data, you can't show me the content. The End of the World, Day 18. Today, Fong Ming and Meng Jining acted together. Fong Ming dared not leave Meng Jining behind. What if she killed Lu Yuqi and ran away? That would be a huge loss. Fang Ming didn't even try to hide it, and directly took out the motorboat and threw it into the water. There are almost no living people in the entire neighborhood now. Who would see it? The two set off, but Fang Ming's neighborhood was a microcosm of the entire city of Suzhou. The city was dead silent, and everyone who could leave had already left. Those who couldn't leave naturally couldn't go into the water to look for the evolution fluid. Fang Ming got 7 bottles of evolution fluid yesterday. Therefore, today Fang Ming gave up the plan to buy the evolution fluid and instead looked for it himself. However, after a morning of searching, he had found nothing. He was disappointed, but he didn't take it too seriously. After all, there were still 12 days until the evolution fluid would completely disappear, and it was completely normal to harvest single-digit evolution fluid every day. He should leave Suzhou in a few days, he thought. Meng Jining was extremely disappointed. She didn't know how much evolution fluid Fang Ming had, but she didn't think it would be much. So if Fang Ming didn't have enough for himself, how could he give it to her? At noon, the two had lunch on the boat and looked for it again in the afternoon. Finally, they found the first evolution fluid of the day, which made Meng Jining so excited that she jumped around on the boat like a little girl. Fang Ming had just put the evolution fluid away, but suddenly saw a large ship appear in the distance. It was a cruise ship. Fang Ming and Meng Jining both looked surprised. This cruise ship was definitely the kind that sailed on the sea, and it was 5 stories high, so it was shocking to see this thing in Suzhou. Of course, this cruise ship is not the best in the world, and it can only be considered mid-range. The cruise ship had obviously lost its power and was moving entirely with the current, because the waves were pushing inland, so the cruise ship was also drifting with the waves, constantly drifting towards the inland area. Sometimes it would hit the high-rise buildings that were sticking out of the water, but fortunately, it was moving very slowly, so the impact caused only minor damage. The cruise ship changed direction slightly and continued to drift with the waves. Fortunately, it wasn't very big, or it would have been caught between the 2 skyscrapers and become stuck. Are there any living people on it? Meng Jining muttered. Let's take a look. Fang Ming said. He had never been on a cruise ship before. He started the motorboat and headed towards the cruise ship. The closer they got, the more the cruise ship appeared to be enormous. It was estimated to be 100 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 20 meters high. Fang Ming drove the motorboat to the cruise ship, but instead of boarding the ship directly, he entered a building in front of it. When he reached the deck level, he broke the glass and jumped out with Meng Jining. Just as the cruise ship was approaching, the two of them easily reached the deck. They saw that there were more than 10 people on the deck, and they all looked shocked when they saw the two of them break through the glass and jump onto the deck like heavenly soldiers and divine generals. Fang Ming glanced over and saw that the dozen people were both male and female, of different ages, and even different ethnicities, including both Easterners and Westerners. Fang Ming's gaze swept over, but then turned back. He saw a woman. Qin Wenti. He had previously encountered 2 assassins and knew that they had entered the country to kill a woman named Qin Wenti, but there was only a photograph, and no other information. He never thought he would see Qin Wenti on a cruise ship. Wait, the 2 assassins knew that Qin Wenti was returning to China on a cruise ship, so they deliberately waited for her in Suzhou and killed her as soon as she appeared? What happened? A disaster occurred, and Qin Wenti actually returned to Suzhou in this way and at this point in time. He took a look at her. This top-notch beauty was probably 20 years old, with a slender figure. Although she wasn't as domineering as Lu Yushi or Meng Jining, she had a well-defined figure and was definitely not barren. She was wearing a light yellow dress, with her hair flowing down her back. The hairpins and brooches were all designer brands, and they were limited editions. This is a real rich princess. Chapter 43 Moving to a cruise ship. Next to Qin Wenti, Fang Ming also saw a very capable middle-aged woman. This must be her bodyguard. He smiled at everyone. There can't be just a few of you on such a big cruise ship, right? Everyone was silent, looking at the capable middle-aged woman. Could it be that she is an evolved person, so everyone is respectful of her and she is in charge of external communication? Sure enough, the middle-aged woman nodded. Yes, we are the only ones left on the entire cruise ship. Is this Suzhou? It is indeed Suzhou. Fang Ming looked around. This cruise ship should be able to accommodate thousands of guests, so how could there be only a dozen people left? Not to mention the other guests, What about the crew? What happened to you? Fong Ming asked. The middle-aged woman looked back on her memories, then her pupils suddenly contracted, as if she had remembered something terrible. After a while, she said, we were 2 days away from arriving in Shanghai, but then suddenly the cruise ship lost power and all communication equipment stopped working. That was actually not so bad, because the waves were pushing us towards land. But she shuddered slightly, showing a look of horror. A giant octopus in the ocean climbed onto the ship and started a massacre, killing many people. The survivors jumped onto the lifeboats, but the number of lifeboats was limited, and we were among those who were abandoned. The octopus kept eating people, so we didn't want to wait to be killed, so we banded together to fight it. At the cost of many sacrifices, we finally destroyed it. After she finished speaking, the others praised her. It was all thanks to Sister Ma, who was in the front line and was really strong. Otherwise, we would never have been able to destroy the octopus. Sister Ma, we all owe you our lives. Everyone said this while showing a look of fear. There was only one exception. Qin Wenti. She was incredibly calm, which was surprising. Meng Jining also saw this and nudged him with his elbow to remind him not to be so infatuated with her beauty that he forgot his ability to think normally. Why is she so calm when everyone else is so scared? A psychic? Sister Ma said, do you have any food? We ate the bread on the boat and the octopus, but now we're almost out of food. Not only her, but also the other dozen people looked at Fong Ming, as if they were expecting him to conjure up a pile of food. Fong Ming shook his head, look at the state of Suzhou. Where can we find food? Everyone was extremely disappointed. Now they have to tighten their belts and continue to endure until the cruise ship reaches land, when they can disembark and find other ways to make a living. How did you just jump from such a high place? Qin Wenti suddenly asked. The others were led by Fong Ming, and they had completely forgotten that he and Meng Jining had directly broken the glass and jumped from a high place. Fong Ming smiled, the world has undergone some strange changes, and some people have also evolved and gained great power. Everyone was shocked. After drifting at sea for 20 days, there were actually evolved people? Qin Wenti's eyes lit up. Are you and this lady both evolutionists? Fong Ming smiled, I call them supernormal people. Are the two of them out there searching for survivors? Qin Wenti asked again. Now, everyone's eyes lit up again. Because Fong Ming and Meng Jining could move freely in such a sea, it proved that they had the ability to help everyone. Fong Ming shook his head, I can't help you. However, he looked at the mail ship and suddenly had a thought. Did he move his family on board so that he could ride the motorboat to search for the evolution fluid during the day and sleep here at night, letting the waves carry him to the mainland? In this way, when the cruise ship reaches the shore, it will probably be the 30th day. That's a good idea. Let's go, you big ogre. He waved to Meng Jining. The two of them jumped off the deck. This caused everyone to exclaim and rush to the railing to look down. Fong Ming and Meng Jining had already boarded a motorboat, and they had already sailed away from the ship in the white waves. What they didn't notice was that Fong Ming and Meng Jining's hair and clothes were not wet. At the moment of contact with the sea surface, Fong Ming opened the space door, allowing the two to fall in, then released the motorboat first, and then they came out. The entire process took less than 0.01 seconds, and objects coming out of a different space have zero kinetic energy, so the motorboat appeared on the sea surface smoothly, and they fell on the motorboat without any sense of vibration. On the cruise ship, Qin Wenti watched the two leave, her mouth slightly curled. What about the others? They were cursing. Because Fong Ming clearly had a motorboat, why couldn't they take them away? Fong Ming drove the motorboat back to his home and immediately picked up Lu Yuqi and left. Lu Yuqi was naturally happy to finally be leaving Suzhou, but at the same time, she was a little reluctant. After all, this was her and Fong Ming's love nest, and they had lived there for more than 10 days, so they had developed some feelings for it. Fong Ming roughly calculated the speed of the cruise ship and then chased after it. How far can the cruise ship go with the current? After 20 minutes, the cruise ship in front of them was already in sight. Lu Yuqi was a little excited. I've never been on a cruise. One thing after another. They caught up with the cruise ship. Fong Ming did what he always did. He first put away the motorboat, then went to the roof of a building and jumped off at the right moment. Meng Jining naturally jumped by himself, while Fong Ming held Lu Yuqi in his arms. Even though he was carrying someone, he still made a smooth landing on the cruise ship deck. The people on the deck were still there, they probably had nothing to do in their rooms, so they came out to enjoy the breeze. Seeing Fong Ming and Meng Jining return, and with a person in tow, everyone was very surprised. What is the relationship between a man and two women? Meng Jining smiled and said, "This is my husband's wife, and I am the mistress." Is there such a beautiful mistress? Several men couldn't help but salivate, their eyes glued to Meng Jining's body. Such a sexy figure makes people drool. She seems to be very good at it. Can I? Fong Ming gave her a look and said with a smile, "Do you mind if the three of us take up one room?" Who would have an opinion? The cruise ship doesn't belong to them, and there are so many rooms on the ship. It's just that. One person immediately said, "You can't touch the food on the ship." Fong Ming smiled and waved the bag in his hand. "We brought our own food." Everyone was relieved. They were afraid that Fong Ming and his group would rob them. After all, Fong Ming and Meng Jining's strength was too intimidating. Fong Ming looked at Lu Yuqi. "Let's go, let's pick a room." Chapter 44 Analysis. Fong Ming and the others picked a room. It wasn't that there weren't enough empty rooms on the ship, but Fong Ming simply couldn't trust Meng Jining to be alone. Who knows if this woman would run away? It doesn't matter if she runs away, but what about Fong Ming's secrets? What about when he sleeps at night? He can't keep his eyes open and watch Meng Jining all the time. What should he do? He could only turn her into one of his own. Fong Ming sighed, feeling that he had been too soft-hearted. If he killed Meng Jining, all problems would be solved. If Meng Jining were not a top-notch beauty, but a rude man, would he still keep her? I'm a horny bastard. Fong Ming had to admit this fact. Otherwise, why would he have double standards for people of different genders on the same issue? Reflect. Reflect. If I don't fix this problem, it will kill me one day. Of course, Fong Ming was at least 90% sure that he had truly subdued this woman. The enemy from his previous life had gone mad after entering a different space 4 times. Meng Jining was also on the verge of a breakdown, and the image of him that was imprinted in the other person's mind should be incredibly close to a god. People are most receptive to the impression of a god when they are at their most vulnerable. Come. He wagged his finger at Meng Jining. Honey, are you going to sleep with me tonight? Meng Jining looked very excited and eager. Damn, how come I feel like I'm the one getting taken advantage of? Shouldn't it be the man who was so eager and excited? Great. Meng Jining was reluctant to leave his arms, and she said, "Now, please." She also elongated her voice and was extremely coquettish. Lu Yuqi was dumbfounded. She had no idea that a woman could be so coquettish. I've learned something. Fong Ming laughed. Since we've made the decision, let's put it into action. It's only an hour or so until it gets dark anyway. Bang! The door slammed shut. Outside, darkness enveloped the entire city, with not a single ray of light. The sound of the waves was all that could be heard, and the moon was obscured by a veil of mist, making it impossible to see clearly. And inside the cabin? It was full of springtime. Fong Ming hugged Meng Jining and relaxed his whole body. What a great demon! Wild, passionate, unrestrained, the complete opposite of Lu Yuqi's gentle, obedient, and submissive nature, but each has their own charm and is fascinating, making people linger. This body, these curves, Fong Ming said, really make people's hearts race. Husband, do you believe her now? Meng Jining was lying on his chest. She had given you her virginity, and if you still didn't believe her, she would be so sad that she would die. Fong Ming didn't say anything, just stroking her graceful body. It's not that easy to trust someone. However, Meng Jining had at least won a little of his trust. The rest will have to be accumulated over time. Meng Jining rolled her eyes. This man is too cautious. She had given him everything, but he still didn't trust her. She was really angry. Stupid husband, I don't want to talk to you anymore. She turned her head away in anger. Fong Ming laughed and whispered in her ear, Do you want to win my trust? Okay, let's try again. Meng Jining's face paled. You go find Yuqi, I really can't do it. It was just a show of strength the first time, but it still hurts like hell now. Fong Ming naturally didn't really want to favor her, but rather to change the subject. He said, What do you think about the stories people are saying? This is a top data analyst. When it comes to business, Meng Jining immediately becomes professional. The giant octopus they are talking about should be an evolved product, right? She looked at Fong Ming. Fong Ming nodded. It's impossible for an ordinary octopus to climb onto such a large cruise ship, so it must be an evolved octopus. Meng Jining smiled, so it's very strange. Although they were many, they were unarmed, or they only used the tables and chairs on the ship as weapons. How could they kill an evolved beast? Unless there are superpowered people among them. Fong Ming added. Right. Meng Jining's eyes shifted, and the biggest possibility was Qin Wanti's bodyguard, but I don't think so. Fong Ming agreed. If she were a superhuman, the people who saw us before would not have been so surprised, and they would not have needed me to explain that people or other creatures could evolve and have superhuman abilities. Therefore, the superhuman is not her, but someone hidden in the crowd. Meng Jining continued. If it is a power type, then it makes no sense for this person to hide in the crowd. As long as the power is slightly greater, others will definitely detect it. Fong Ming thought for a moment and said that if it is a mage type, with the ability to move ice arrows, flames, etc., it can also be discovered at a glance. Meng Jining thought hard. That would be the psychic type, for example, using mental power to forcibly control the octopus, preventing it from using its full strength, or illusion, influencing the octopus's judgment and weakening its strength from another level. Fong Ming smiled. Do you have any suspects? Don't you already have a suspect? The two smiled at each other. Qin Wanti. On the other hand, Lu Yuqi was listening in a daze. She was not a psychic, and she had previously been thinking only about marrying into a wealthy family and becoming a rich wife, so she had no talent in this area at all. Listening to Fong Ming and Meng Jining, she could follow their train of thought and pick up on their conversation, which made her feel a bit depressed. What can she do? She can only cook well. No, she is also very obedient and can call her father. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Fong Ming with spring in her eyes. Fong Ming had only just eaten Meng Jining, he hadn't eaten her yet. Fong Ming had no intention of doing that now, and said to the two women, I'm going to check out this Miss Qin. Lu Yuqi only nodded gently, but Meng Jining laughed and said, when you go to find out about her, don't find out about her underwear. This woman. Fong Ming let out a sigh and opened the cabin door to go out. However, he didn't go directly to Qin Wanti, but searched for her in this large cruise ship. When he arrives at a new place, he doesn't first search it to make sure it's safe? This is not his style. There are 6 floors of guest rooms on the cruise ship, and naturally the rooms on the upper floors are more expensive. The 6th floor is equivalent to a presidential suite, with a good view of the beautiful sea, while the first floor has only a small window with a low angle, so there is basically no view at all. Fong Ming searched from the 6th floor to the 1st floor, and then went down to the staff quarters and boiler room. When he reached the lowest floor, he smelled a strong odor as soon as he stepped off the stairs. It was the smell of rotting corpses. Chapter 45, 1,000 Skeletons. In his previous life, this rotten stench was everywhere, and all the survivors were used to it. There was no way to get used to it. Every zombie emits a rotten smell, and there is no way to avoid it no matter where you hide. However, there should be no zombies yet. Therefore, Fong Ming took a lemon from the other dimension, cut it open and stuck it to his nose before continuing on his way. He also had a flashlight in his hand, so he shone it around. Oh my God! Is this a slaughterhouse? He saw countless bones. The flesh had been gnawed clean, but the blood and a little meat remained on the bones, and judging from the shape of the bones, it was clearly a person. How many? Fong Ming estimated that there were at least 700. How many people can this cruise ship carry? 1,000. So, there are at least 700 bodies here. However, the survivors said that most people fled in the lifeboats. These two statements are contradictory. Moreover, the cruise ship may not have been fully occupied. In other words, all the crew and guests actually didn't escape, but all died here. How did they die? The flesh has basically disappeared, leaving only the bones. Were they gnawed? But if they were gnawed, there would be teeth marks on the bones, but there aren't any teeth marks on any of the bones here. This is strange. Fong Ming frowned. What was once a normal thing had suddenly become strange. What he saw could not lie, so it must be the survivors who were lying. Go back. Fong Ming came to the deck and saw that most people had already returned to the cabin. After all, it was already night, so what was there to see outside? There were still 2 people who couldn't sleep and were still enjoying the sea breeze. Fong Ming approached them and started chatting with them. They talked about their experiences over the past few days. The two of them immediately recalled their memories and talked about what had happened these days. Except for the night they fought the octopus, the rest of the time they just ate, slept, stood on the deck and let the wind blow through their hair, accomplishing nothing. When Fong Ming asked them about the details of the battle with the octopus, both of them said that Sister Ma had rushed to the front and blocked the firepower of the octopus, and the others took the opportunity to attack and cut the octopus to death. How exactly did they kill it? How can I describe it? We just smashed it with chairs and other things. Fong Ming nodded and asked, which room is Qin Wani in? 608. Fong Ming went to look for it. When he arrived at the door of 608, he saw Sister Ma standing at the door, like a guardian of the law. When she saw Fong Ming coming, she immediately made a defensive move. What a dedicated bodyguard. Tell your lady that I want to see her. Fong Ming said. Sister Ma looked at him for a few moments before knocking on the door. Miss. Is that Fong Ming? Let him in. The voice of Qin Wanti came from inside. Sister Ma immediately looked shocked. She hadn't even said what the matter was, and Qin Wanti had already guessed. Please, Mr. Fong. She opened the door and made a gesture of invitation to Fong Ming. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm entering a den of tigers? Fong Ming smiled, folded his arms, and walked in. The room was very large and luxurious. It is worthy of being a presidential suite. Qin Wanti seemed to have anticipated his arrival, not only sitting on the sofa, but also placing a bottle of mineral water on the coffee table. Bang! Sister Ma closed the door and still guarded the door as a door god. Please sit down. Qin Wanti smiled and said, You are at least an hour later than I expected. Well, I was plowing the fields and then I searched the mail boat again. Fong Ming sat down on the sofa, but he didn't drink the mineral water, even though it was unopened. It would be easy to tamper with it. You're a psychic, he said. He was speaking in a positive tone. That's right. Qin Wanti didn't deny it, otherwise, none of us would have survived the attack of that octopus. Psychic. Fong Ming said again, still in the affirmative. Qin Wanti then revealed a look of surprise, paused for a moment, and then said, I didn't expect your analytical ability to be so strong, and you even know what my superpower is. Yes, my superpower is mental, and I can create illusions for my targets. For example, you are actually average looking, but I think you are a beauty? Fong Ming laughed. Qin Wanti couldn't help but get angry, stomped her foot, but immediately laughed again. You're deliberately provoking me. People in a state of anger are very likely to say things they shouldn't, and reveal secrets. Mr. Fong, you're a psychology expert. Fong Ming waved his hand. No, I'm just a hard-working person who works from 9 to 5, unlike Miss Qin, who is a wealthy woman. Qin Wanti was not surprised that Fong Ming knew she was rich, because generally speaking, rich people don't need to hire a bodyguard, they are very, very rich. Fong Ming continued, he took a photo out of his pocket, placed it on the coffee table, pressed it with 2 fingers, and pushed it toward Qin Wanti, straight to the other party's face, and only then did he release it. Qin Wanti looked at it and her face immediately turned pale. It was a picture of her, and it was a passport photo. So even if the power is not cut off now, Fong Ming can use a printer anywhere, but it is impossible to print out her ID photo from when she entered university. She finally changed her expression and stood up abruptly. No matter how calm and composed she was still just a 20-year-old girl. Fong Ming suddenly realized that the scenery in front of him had suddenly changed. Instead of a cabin, there was a sea of fire. He was surrounded by blazing flames, and wherever he took a step, he would be burned by the flames. Such a real illusion? Fong Ming reached out and touched the flames, and he immediately felt a strong burning sensation. It's so hot. He noticed scorch marks on his fingers. Fong Ming already knew that Qin Wanti's ability was illusion, but when he was in the illusion, his mind told him that it was definitely not fake, but real. Is it possible that this is not ordinary illusion, but is deceiving the brain instead of the eyes? If the brain thinks the body is dead, then the person is really dead. It's like when you're sleeping and you kick your legs every now and then, it's the body telling the brain, I'm not fucking dead, so don't you dare go down. So, when the brain thinks the body is burning, it will produce corresponding pain, and finally, brain death. This kind of illusion can kill people invisibly. It's terrifying. Because you never know when you will be affected, and how to escape from the illusion. But Fong Ming smiled, "You've met your match today." He thought for a moment, then opened a door of space next to his body and walked through it. The illusion disappeared. Then, he immediately opened the space door and went out. The moment he saw the scene in the room, Fong Ming was not horrified. Chapter 46, Psychic Abilities. What did Fong Ming see? It wasn't the angry Qin Wenti, but a huge octopus. With its head and tentacles, it was at least 10 meters long. One head was especially large, taking up half the volume, making the 8 tentacles look very long and thin. Where was Qin Wenti? Fong Ming suddenly realized that his surprise was not that strong. I should have guessed it before. Qin Wentian is the octopus. No, it should be said that this octopus disguised itself as Qin Wenti. How can an octopus disguise itself as a human? It's not like the Monkey King, who can change into 72 different forms. It is true that an octopus cannot turn into a human, but it has evolved and has superpowers that can make people hallucinate and think it is Qin Wenti. It mingled with the crowd, creating illusions for people every day, and took some of them to the bottom of the ship, where it revealed its true identity and sucked and ate them one by one. So, there were no survivors, they were all illusions and stories created by the octopus. It is true that octopuses have a high IQ. It has evolved, and its direction is to control the mind, directly influencing the people on a ship and becoming its blood food. This guy is also very brave, staying on the ship all the way and following the waves. Is it trying to get more blood food? Hiss. You actually managed to escape my control? A voice suddenly sounded in Fong Ming's mind. The giant octopus. Octopuses can't speak, of course, but they have powerful mental powers, and they can transmit their thoughts directly to Fong Ming by telepathy. Even so, this transcends the limitations of race and language. Otherwise, how could Fong Ming possibly understand what an octopus was saying? This is not a mermaid. Isn't it obvious? Fong Ming snorted, raised his hands, and fired off fireballs one after another. Then, he entered the space portal again. Why? He was afraid that the octopus would somehow influence his brain, and that he would fire a fireball at the octopus, but the octopus would have already come up behind him without him noticing. Now he couldn't trust his eyes or his brain. But once he enters the other dimension, he can completely block out the illusion of the giant octopus. Once in, once out. Fong Ming let out a light cry and fired several more fireballs. Boom! The fireball hit the octopus, which let out a piercing scream. Not through the mouth, but in a mental way, it immediately set off a storm of emotions in Fong Ming's mind. Fong Ming almost went crazy. He immediately entered the space portal again, then came out and shot fireballs again. The octopus was at his mercy. It had powerful spiritual power, but its physical defenses were not very strong. It was scorched by the fireballs and suffered excruciating pain. It could no longer bear it and gave up using its psychic power, swimming towards Fong Ming. It was going to use the octopus's most effective attack method. It would wrap itself around its target and use its suction cups to suck the flesh off the target. It is extremely cruel. It was excruciatingly painful. It wants Fong Ming to experience it. Since your superpower is fire, your physical fitness must not be very strong. Suddenly, the octopus froze, as if something was wrong. Yes, I still have the power of the supernatural. Fong Ming laughed, and as the octopus swam over, he punched it. Pop! The octopus's bulbous eyes were immediately blown out by him, and blue liquid sprayed everywhere, which naturally made the octopus angry and painful, and it used all 8 of its tentacles to beat Fong Ming. At this moment, the door opened and Sister Ma rushed in. She was about to speak, but when she saw that Fong Ming was actually fighting with a giant octopus, she was so shocked that she felt her legs go weak. The octopus obviously no longer had the energy to psychically influence Sister Ma. Ma Jia was so scared that she sat down on the ground, and her hands were on the ground, backing up repeatedly. Fortunately, she is a professional bodyguard. If it were someone else, they would have fainted on the spot. Fong Ming smiled and waved his hands again. Ice spears. The ice spears pierced the octopus tentacles like sharp blades, and the terrible low temperature made it numb, and its control over the tentacles suddenly decreased. Fong Ming quickly entered and exited the alternate space to avoid being affected by the illusion, and then he charged at the octopus. A punch, a swing. Boom, almost 5 tons of force suddenly erupted, and the octopus's other eye was also blown out. Fang Ming went in and out of the alternate space and punched again. He punched once, and he entered and exited the alternate space once, ensuring that the octopus's mental influence could not affect him. But his punches were 5 tons of violence. Could the octopus withstand it? After only 7 punches, the octopus's head completely exploded. When Fang Ming swung his fist at the octopus for the 8th time, he immediately felt a warm current rush through him. He had gained a new superpower. He immediately threw the octopus's corpse into the alternate dimension, then rushed out of the room, kicked Ma over and left quickly. He found an empty room, went in, and locked the door. Ugh! The pain that comes with evolution hit him, and Fang Ming let out a wail as he held his head. The ability to plunder is indeed awesome, but he can't stand the pain of gaining a new ability every time. After half an hour of suffering, he calmed down. Okay, it's finally over. Fang Ming felt a stirring in his heart. He had a psychic power. He could create illusions, so that even if he stood in front of his enemy, the other person would not see him and he could easily kill him with a punch. I wonder if it's exactly the same as the giant octopus. Fang Ming opened the door and walked out. When he came to 608 again, there were already a lot of people gathered at the door, all of them surprised and puzzled. What happened here? Why is it so chaotic? And what is this blue liquid? Fang Ming saw Meng Jining in the crowd. It seemed that this woman could sense Fang Ming, and the first thing she did was look at Fang Ming, her expression full of gravity. She should realize that she was wrong in her previous deduction. At this time, Sister Ma was also shaken awake. Sister Ma, what just happened? Everyone asked. Sister Ma just wanted to speak, but her eyes suddenly became dull and she said, I don't know either. Fang Ming smiled. He had just controlled Ma's thoughts and made her say what he wanted her to say. He even forced an order to be added. She just didn't know and couldn't recall what had happened before. However, Fang Ming found that his head was slightly aching. Is this overuse of mental power? But my superpower should be far stronger than the giant octopus. It can even affect an entire ship of people. Why does it feel a bit weak when it only affects one person? Could it be? Is psychic power different from supernatural power? Yes. Fang Ming thought to himself, his strength and speed should be released by the physical body, so what does it have to do with superpowers? So, there are 3 directions of evolution? Spiritual, physical, and elemental powers? The evolution fluid can enhance all 3 at the same time, but Fang Ming had not previously acquired any psychic-related superpowers, so his mental power was no different from that of an ordinary person. What he had taken was only the attribute of the ability, not even the strength. Chapter 47, A Glimmer of Trust. Everyone looked disappointed when they heard what Sister Ma said. It's weird. Qin Wenti disappeared without a trace, and a large amount of blue liquid was scattered in the room. If it was left by Qin Wenti, could it be that she was an alien? After a while of chattering, everyone dispersed. Fang Ming remained calm and returned to the cabin with Meng Jining. Tell me what's going on. Meng Jining jumped on him, wrapping her long legs around his waist and her arms around his neck. Her face was full of excitement and anticipation. Fang Ming pretended to be ignorant. How would I know what's going on? Meng Jining laughed, that Ma Jia should know something, but suddenly her tone changed. Was it your influence? How did you do it? Brainwashing? Mind control? You clearly didn't have this ability before. Honey, I asked you to dig up some dirt on Qin Wenti, but you didn't really have to force yourself on her. Did you? Fang Ming slapped her buttocks. Gee, her buttocks were so elastic that they actually made a wave. Meng Jining refused, saying, I'll kiss you, but you have to tell me what happened. No. Fang Ming refused. Meng Jining was speechless. I seduced you, why don't you agree? Lu Yuqi smiled and said, Ningning, you come down first and talk nicely. Meng Jining reluctantly stood up and said, Fang Ming, I'm begging you, I'm going crazy. She is a person with a particularly strong sense of curiosity. Fang Ming then smiled and told them everything he had seen and heard after he left. Of course, he left out the part about his ability to plunder the giant octopus. Lu Yuqi and Meng Jining were both dazzled. Then, they both turned pale. If it weren't for your insight into the true nature of that octopus, we would only have discovered the truth when it had eaten us. Lu Yuqi said in a trembling voice. Meng Jining was unconvinced and said, "At that time, I kicked it to death with one kick." Fong Ming shook his head. The octopus's psychic power was terrifying. Even with his level of evolution, touching the illusionary flames still made his hands feel badly burned. He could defeat the octopus entirely because he had a different space. One thing can overcome another. His otherworldly space is the nemesis of this type of psychic power. It's a pity that Qinhuani, such a pretty girl, ended up being eaten by an octopus. Meng Jining teased Fong Ming on purpose. "Honey, aren't you sorry?" Fong Ming smiled lightly. He likes beautiful women, but he would never put beauty first. In fact, he didn't even think about taking Qinhuani, so how could he care if she was actually an octopus monster in disguise? On the contrary, he had gained a new psychic ability, which made him very happy. "It's late, go to sleep." He waved his hand. Meng Jining was still excited and didn't want to sleep, but Fong Ming's embrace made her lose the will to resist. They didn't say a word that night. In the morning, Fong Ming and the two others had breakfast in the cabin. The people outside were afraid that they would go to the restaurant to grab the few remaining foods, while Fong Ming and the others were afraid that these people would be too stimulated to go crazy if they saw how rich their food was. After breakfast, Fong Ming asked Lu Yuqi to stay in the cabin and lock the door. He then left the cruise ship with Meng Jining to look for the evolution fluid. Of course, he gave himself a portion, but not to Meng Jining, who was furious. "She gave her body to you, but you're still so stingy." She bit Fong Ming hard. Why does she like biting people so much? Looking at her red lips, Fong Ming couldn't help but have an evil thought in his mind. "Do you like biting so much?" "Okay." Meng Jining seemed to be able to guess what he was thinking, and immediately blushed. "Be careful, I'll bite it off." "Hey, I didn't say what I wanted to do. But, one day I'll make you bite willingly." The two jumped off the cruise ship and onto the motorboat, and began searching. After searching all day, they only found 2 bottles of evolution fluid. In fact, this is already a great harvest, but Fong Ming is used to getting dozens of bottles a day, and at most more than 100 bottles a day. 2 bottles of evolution fluid is really pitiful. "Honey, can you give me one?" Meng Jining asked in a sweet voice. Fong Ming thought about it and simply threw both bottles of evolution fluid to her. He had more than 400 evolution fluids in his hands, so giving Meng Jining 2 was really a small thing. After all, she was his woman, so he had to give her some soup to drink when he ate meat. "Thank you, husband." Meng Jining was delighted. Fong Ming laughed. "Do you want to bite it?" Meng Jining gritted her teeth. "Yes." The two returned and found the cruise ship and boarded before it got dark. The food on the cruise ship was already pitifully scarce, but there was plenty of purified water. After all, it was prepared for the entire ship's crew, but with so many people dead, how much could a dozen people drink now? Therefore, the people on the cruise ship were very strict about food, but very casual about water. Fong Ming and Meng Jining carried a lot of water back. After dinner and a bath, the 3 of them went to bed. There was really nothing to do. Meng Jining kept her promise and gave Fong Ming a good bite. After the storm, the 3 of them started chatting. After chatting for a while, the 3 of them fell asleep. The night passed, and it was already the 20th day of the end of the world. Fong Ming and Meng Jining went out again to look for evolution fluid, but today's harvest was even smaller. They only found a measly 1 evolution fluid. Meng Jining had 1 unused evolution fluid, and since there was only 1 evolution fluid, she didn't want to ask Fong Ming for it, so she endured and didn't say anything. But Fong Ming discovered that the rate at which he absorbed the evolution fluid had doubled today. Yesterday it was also twice as fast. This had never happened before. Why? The change began when he gained psychic powers. Is psychic power so special that it can absorb 1 portion of evolution fluid alone? It consumes twice as much evolution fluid, which is a waste. But what does it mean to consume a lot? It's powerful. Since psychic powers can absorb evolution fluid alone, it means that when they are used, they are separate from other powers such as water and fire. Therefore, even if he exhausts his physical strength, his psychic powers can still be used, and they are in their strongest state. How many people can this trick kill? I still have the other dimension. Oh my god, I have so many trump cards. Meng Jining saw Fong Ming in a daze and couldn't help but say in a bored tone, "Honey, what are you thinking about?" I was wondering if you could unlock any new positions today? Fong Ming laughed. You shameless. Meng Jining spat first, then smiled flirtatiously. You have to pay more. Fong Ming simply gave Meng Jining the evolution liquid, but when Meng Jining took it, she hesitated and gave it back to Fong Ming. Stupid husband, we need to be strong together. TSK, Fong Ming looked at this beautiful woman and finally had a little bit of trust in her. Chapter 48, A Feud from a Past Life. The cruise ship doesn't move very fast, only about 30 kilometers a day, but Fong Ming is in no hurry. 30 kilometers? That's a lot. If you calculate the time, there are still 10 days before the evolution fluid will completely disappear, so there are still 10 days left, and the cruise ship can travel 300 kilometers in 10 days, almost out of Zhejiang province. Of course, Fong Ming's goal is the mountain city, so after getting off the cruise ship, he still has to walk a lot, but these 300 kilometers are practically free, so why be too picky? As the days passed, the people on the ship became increasingly emaciated, all pale and weak, and they were barely able to survive on the reduced amount of food they were eating these days. This made them not even want to go on deck, and they just lay there when they were not busy. Fong Ming, on the other hand, used 2 servings of evolution fluid every day, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. He has made great progress in his psychic abilities. He can already use his illusionary abilities like a giant octopus. He even used it on Lu Yuqi and Meng Jining, making them both think that the other was Fong Ming. Lu Yuqi didn't say anything, but Meng Jining is an abilitist, and she was still taken in. She didn't even realize it afterwards, so you can see how terrifying this psychic ability is. Are you all scared of your enemies from your previous life? He sneered, his murderous intent rising. Honey, let's go home. Meng Jining said. Fong Ming nodded and returned with Meng Jining. The waves were heading inland, so it was easy to find the cruise ship. Just calculate the time and you can know where it is drifting to. Drive the motorboat to a similar location, and then look for it a little. This huge ship is very conspicuous and can be spotted at a glance. After 20 minutes, they found the cruise ship, but because it had already sailed out of the city, there was nothing around to let them enter first and then jump on it. Fong Ming and Meng Jining could only climb up with their bare hands. Of course, this was a piece of cake for the 2 power-type superheroes. They reached the foot of the cruise ship and were just about to find a suitable place to start climbing when they unexpectedly discovered 3 ropes hanging down from the deck. Fong Ming and Meng Jining looked at each other and saw caution in each other's eyes. Go! Fong Ming grabbed the rope and exerted a sudden force. Bang! He shot up into the air and directly reached a position that was flush with the deck, and easily stepped over it. Meng Jining followed closely behind. Although she was not as strong as Fong Ming, she only needed a little help to get there. On the deck, there were 14 men holding machetes, while the passengers on the cruise ship were all kneeling on the deck, trembling and full of fear. There was no Lu Yuqi. Was she not found, or? Fong Ming's expression suddenly turned cold, and he said to Meng Jining, I'll leave it to you here. After saying that, he rushed directly into the cabin. You are. Stop. The men with machetes were unable to stop him, and could only watch as Fong Ming disappeared like a bullet. But when they looked at Meng Jining again, they couldn't help but show a lustful expression. This woman is really beautiful. This body, wow. Play with her. Leave 1 person to watch the guests, send 2 more to chase Fong Ming, and the remaining 11 all smiled and surrounded Meng Jining. Beautiful girl, come play with us. Meng Jining smiled sweetly and said coquettishly, okay, I don't know if you guys are having fun. Ha, you, Xiao Gu, are the hardest. If you don't believe me, feel it for yourself. You'll have fun. One of the men with the machete couldn't hold back any longer and reached out his hand. Meng Jining's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but her smile became even more charming. Bang! Fong Ming sped all the way to the cabin where Lu Yuqi was, and saw a man standing outside banging on the door, saying, Beauty, open the door obediently, or I'll get rough. Get out of here, or my husband will kill you when he gets back. Lu Yuqi's voice came from inside. Luckily, I arrived in time. Fong Ming let out a sigh of relief. He naturally could not tolerate his woman being touched by another man. And it was him. The man laughed heartily. You still have a husband? That's great. I love nothing more than fucking a woman in front of her husband. I've done it with a dozen or so. Some are scared to death and still praise me for being so brave, some are numb, like they're dead, some are angry and want to kill me, and some just cry. I hope your husband is a bit more assertive. Oh, by the way, I have a brother who likes to fuck men. When the time comes, I'll fuck you, and my brother will fuck your husband. That should be very interesting. What a pervert. Fong Ming coughed. The man immediately turned his head and was obviously taken aback when he saw Fong Ming. Fong Ming should never have been there. Didn't he have a dozen or so men outside? But, if he's here, he's here. He didn't care at all. Who are you? He asked, completely calm. Fong Ming smiled, I'm her husband. He pointed in the direction of the door. The man chuckled and said, that's great. I want to fuck your wife. What do you think? Not at all. Fong Ming shook his head. I'll cut off your dick, stuff it in your mouth, and throw you overboard. Ha 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 ha. The man laughed, as if Fong Ming was telling a big joke. You have no idea who I am. I know. Fong Ming said calmly, your name is Zhang Qi, you are the subordinate of Chang Wei, the boss of Jingwei Group. Before Chang Wei was whitewashed, you were his number one enforcer. Later, Chang Wei whitewashed and went ashore to establish Jingwei Group, and you became the head of the security department. After the end of the world, you developed superpowers and discovered that the world had become a paradise for criminals. You killed Chang Wei, took his woman, and a few days later, when you saw the water level rising, you grabbed a boat and escaped. Is that about it? After listening to him, the man was stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. Because he was indeed Zhang Qi, and as Fong Ming said, after the end of the world, he killed the original boss, took over his woman, and had a great time. But how could Fong Ming know? He looked at Fong Ming with an incredible look, as if he had seen a ghost. Fong Ming smiled, how did I know? It's simple. You told me yourself. It was really a coincidence that Zhang Qi was the enemy who had gone crazy after being thrown into a different space by Fong Ming in a previous life, and the two of them had not met on the cruise ship for the first time, but in Rao City, and the reason for the conflict was very simple. Over a few packets of instant noodles. Zhang Qi killed several of Fong Ming's companions at the time, and when he tried to kill Fong Ming, he rushed into a different space, and Fong Ming naturally took over from there. Chapter 49, This life is also crazy. Fong Ming looked at Zhang Qi with a smile. In the past life, we were enemies, but in this life, my trajectory has changed from the past, and you still ended up in my hands. That's strange. If I hadn't killed the giant octopus, would you have been killed by the giant octopus when you ran onto the cruise ship? If you were killed, wouldn't the course of the future be changed? The point is that Fong Ming did not get on the cruise ship in his previous life, but now he has, but he cannot influence the cruise ship's course, so whether in the past or in the present, Zhang Qi will get on the cruise ship or not. There is no situation where he didn't encounter the cruise ship in the past life, but this time he did. That's strange. Could it be that Zhang Qi did encounter the giant octopus in his previous life and escaped by luck? Killed the giant octopus? Fong Ming didn't believe that Zhang Qi could kill a giant octopus with his abilities. The two sides were completely on different levels. Zhang Qi was too far behind. It can be said that if Fong Ming did not have the spacetime continuum, he would have been killed. It can be seen how powerful the octopus monster was. Psychic superpowers and superpowered animals are terrifying. It's really interesting that you've fallen into my hands again. Fong Ming laughed. Zhang Qi was confused. What do you mean by again? Have I seen you before? He sneered, don't be so mysterious. With a whoosh, he leapt forward and rushed toward Fong Ming. He is a power-type superhuman, with super-fast speed. In an instant, he was close to his target and struck. This man may have talked a good game, but what happened in the end? He took him down in a few moves. At this time, one of his subordinates also ran over, and it so happened that it was the one who liked men. What's even more coincidental is that the woman inside, upon realizing that her man had been taken, was so shocked that she opened the door and ran out, only to be grabbed by him. Old 7, you take the man, I'll take the woman. We'll do it together. He smiled. The subordinate nodded and showed 2 rows of yellow teeth. Yes, boss. He can attack or be attacked. Zhang Qi began his conquest, and when he was in the middle of it, he suddenly saw someone smiling at him from in front. Hey, Shouldn't this be the man who was being fucked by the seventh? Shit, where's the seventh brother? Boss. Boss. Oh, however, a sound came from beneath him that sent his soul flying. Lauchi. How is that possible? No. 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 Zhang Qi backed away repeatedly. Sure enough, the person under him was not the top beauty in the cabin, but old Seven with his yellow teeth. Oh my god, he even kissed him. No, let me die. At this moment, Zhang Qi's eyes went black and he almost fainted. But he was a vicious criminal after all, and immediately looked at Fong Ming with a fierce look in his eyes. You're the one who did this. He shouted. That's right. Fong Ming nodded. You're a psychic. Zhang Qi calmed down and stopped yelling. Fong Ming nodded again. Zhang Qi took a deep breath and his eyes became fierce again. Kill Fong Ming and then kill the seventh one to keep his mouth shut. No one will know that he had sex with a man. He killed him again. After a few more moves, he had the other guy on the ground. Heh, someone who is good at illusion must have poor physical fitness. Die. Zhang Qi was choking the other person's throat, but the strange thing was that the other person's neck was surprisingly hard, and he couldn't stop choking. The damn guy kept smiling at him. No, I've been tricked again. Zhang Qi was shocked, and the scene in front of him receded like a tide. He was not choking Fong Ming, but a pillar. Even if he is a power-type superhuman, his current strength is still far from being able to pinch off a steel column. Zheng took 2 steps back, looked at Fong Ming with a doubtful look, and showed a look of fear. He still thought that Fong Ming's combat effectiveness was average, and as long as he got close to him, he could take him down with one move. But this damn illusion. He can't even touch the person, so what's the point of having the power to destroy the world? If you have the guts, fight me face to face. He shouted. Okay. Fong Ming nodded. Zhang Qi was overjoyed and rushed at him again. Bang, bang, bang. After a fierce fight, he beat his opponent into a pulp, but just as he was feeling pleased, the scene in front of him swayed like water waves, and then he saw that what he had beaten to pieces was not Fong Ming, but a chair. He had disassembled a chair into 8 pieces. Zhang Qi was finally scared. This man was too evil. He no longer wanted to kill his opponent, but instead turned and ran. He ran, and finally reached the deck. Oh my god, it's Fong Ming again. He was shocked, and the scene around him immediately disintegrated like broken glass. He didn't run onto the deck, he was still in the same place. In Fong Ming's view, Zhang Qi had actually been running in place, sometimes going east, sometimes turning back west, going up the stairs and running down again, and finally coming to him. You, Zhang Qi looked at Fong Ming. He could no longer distinguish between reality and illusion, and felt that the Fong Ming in front of him was just another illusion. Run! Fong Ming suddenly shouted. Zhang Qi couldn't help but run. He wanted to get away from this devil. However, time and time again, he thought he had escaped, and once he even jumped off the cruise ship. After rowing a small boat for a long time, he found Fong Ming standing on the water, smiling like a god. Then all the scenes shattered and he reappeared in the same place. No, he screamed, his eyes unfocused, no longer gathered. Is he crazy? Crazy again? Fong Ming used an illusion on Lauchi, and Lauchi came over and pressed Zhang Qi to the ground and began to output. It's all fake. Zhang Qi didn't put up a fight at all, even though Fong Ming didn't use any more illusions on him. This is crazy, this fragile tolerance. Fong Ming smiled and pulled out his gun and shot. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots, Zhang Qi and Lauchi stopped moving, but they still maintained their superimposed state. Husband! Lu Yuqi had already opened the door and came out, looking at Fong Ming with a look of admiration. He had almost killed Zhang Qi without a fight. Her husband was getting better and better. Fong Ming smiled, but he felt a little uneasy in his heart. How many creatures in the sea have evolved psychic powers? This ability is terrifying. You have to know that the ocean covers 70% of the Earth's surface, and the ecology in the ocean is 3-dimensional. If the water is 4,000 meters deep, then there are organisms in every 4,000 meters of space. What about on land? In addition to the land, there are only a few birds flying in the sky in the 4,000-meter space. Therefore, the number of species and the number of creatures in the sea far exceed those on land. It is obvious that the number of creatures with supernatural powers in the sea will far exceed those on land. In the future, will the biggest opponent of mankind not be zombies, but marine life? Fang Ming muttered. In his previous life, he had only lived for half a year and had not seen the invasion of a large number of superpowered sea creatures. In this life, I am strong enough. Even if the marine creatures invade in large numbers, I will be able to drive them back. Chapter 50, Going Ashore. Fang Ming took Lu Yushi to the deck. At this time, Meng Jining had already dealt with all the little brothers and threw them off the cruise ship one by one. This is not a city. From time to time, a tall building will poke out of the water, but this is an ocean. If you fall into the water, you're destined to drown. Who would feel sorry for them? Nowadays, even if a good person starves to death, no one will go up and give them a piece of bread. Now that a group of evil people have fallen into the sea, is anyone going to shout for help? Ah, that would be a real saint. After the Zhangqi group was dealt with, the status of the three survivors in the hearts of the survivors suddenly rose to an astonishing height. However, despite their gratitude, they were still unwilling to share their food. This is a matter of life and death. I can thank you, but I can't give my life to thank you. The big boat floated, and Fang Ming and Meng Jining still went to look for the evolution fluid every day. After almost suffering a loss, Fang Ming also took Lu Yuchi with him. Having followed him for so many days, Fang Ming had gained a certain amount of trust in Lu Yushi. He left early and returned late. But Fang Ming was really well prepared, and there were no accidents. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. The end of the world has officially entered its 30th day. Fang Ming stopped searching for the evolution fluid because he knew that from that day on, there would be no more evolution fluid. He took stock of his harvest, totaling 453 servings, 27 servings used, and 426 servings left. An amazing harvest. On this day, after getting off the cruise ship, Fang Ming and his two companions did not get back on, but instead turned the speed of the motorboat up to the maximum and headed inland at full speed. The speed of the motorboat was quite fast, and Fang Ming had prepared enough gasoline, so he just kept on making it. Will the engine be worn out? It doesn't matter, there are new motorboats in the other dimension, and there won't be any chance to go to the sea again anyway. Even if they do, they won't be able to drive a motorboat, it'll have to be a cruise ship or something. After a night of sailing, they finally saw land. Husband, land. Land. Lu Yushi was extremely excited. Meng Jining was also very excited, but she didn't show it as much as Lu Yuchi. Fang Ming, however, looked grave. It was slightly light outside, which meant that today was the 31st day after the disaster, and that was also the day that the zombies appeared. The coastal areas were fine, but the social order in the inland areas was barely able to be maintained. After all, it had only been 30 days since the evolution, and no one with superpowers could fight against heat weapons yet. Moreover, the inland areas could not obtain evolution fluid, which meant that the superpowers here were weak, and naturally they could not fight against heat weapons. Therefore, there are a few people with superpowers who break the law and commit crimes everywhere, but they are only a minority. But that will change from today onwards. 90% of the population will become zombies. Who can defend themselves when they wake up and find someone next to them suddenly biting off their throat and eating their insides? So, at the second point of this disaster, humanity suddenly lost more than 95% of its population. This overnight destroyed the foundation of civilization and completely unleashed the ambitions and violence of the people. No one can restrain them, nor can they be restrained. Fang Ming pulled himself back from his thoughts. The important thing is that he is here. It was also fast. This scene almost made Lu Yushi faint, and although Meng Jining had to endure a little more, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva and her eyes flashed with shock. This is, she can't even speak coherently. Fang Ming nodded. That's right, zombies. Why didn't he kill all 3 zombies? He could have done it. However, one of the 3 zombies was dead and 2 were injured. Fang Ming was using them to announce a cruel truth to the 2 women. The good old days are gone forever. Zombies? How could there be zombies? Shouldn't they only exist in movies? Lu Yushi was the first to cry out. She thought that after coming to the inland area, she could live a peaceful and stable life with Fang Ming, but this sudden change left her confused and unable to accept it. Didn't they say that there were many ancient viruses in the glaciers of the polar regions? Fang Ming casually explained that this was also the conclusion reached by some scientists after studying the disaster a few months after the previous life. He was just carrying it around, and maybe there was such a virus that turned people into zombies. Lu Yushi was about to cry. What should we do? What should we do? Fang Ming patted her on the shoulder. You should be happy. Look at this village. There are probably no fewer than a few hundred people, but almost every household has this kind of knocking sound coming out, which means that every household has become a zombie. None of the three of us have changed. Isn't that a good thing? This angle. Lu Yushi thought about it and nodded. She now had a blind trust in Fang Ming. Because Fang Ming had demonstrated his strength from the first day of the disaster, going out every day to look for supplies, she asked, is there a second person who dares to do that? So, whenever Fang Ming spoke, she felt like she had found a pillar of strength. Fang Ming patted her on the shoulder. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, everything will be fine. Lu Yushi nodded again, and her gaze at Fang Ming was full of attachment, worship, and admiration. At times like this, the weak are most likely to develop a sense of worship for the strong. Fang Ming thought to himself, in another month, when the first level zombies appear, I'll get Lu Yuchi some corpse pearls so that she can become a super normal person too. Otherwise, in the future, as the zombies become stronger and stronger, she will ultimately be just a pretty vase, which is very dangerous in the end times. Can Fang Ming guard her 24 hours a day? Of course not. Therefore, she must be self-reliant. Not a psychic? Man-made. Are you two done flirting? I'm getting jealous. Meng Jining laughed on the side. Lu Yuchi was a little embarrassed and quickly stood up, saying, honey, do what you need to do. I can handle it. Fang Ming nodded and kicked the two zombies away again. One head exploded, and the other lost half of its body. Even though it only had one arm left, 3 limbs were missing, and its chest was wide open with its intestines and organs spilling out onto the ground, it still used one hand to dig the ground and stubbornly approached Fang Ming. Look, he said. The first zombie was kicked in the head and immediately lost its motivation. It can be considered dead, but the other two, even though they were so badly injured, were still able to move until I kicked another head off. And this third one? Fang Ming shook his head. If you look at it from a biological perspective, it should be dead, but that's not the case. It was still able to move and even attacked us. He took out a knife and chopped it. Pop. Pop. Pa. After a few slashes, the third zombie was left with only a head, but Fang Ming started chopping off its only arm. Even if he chopped it off piece by piece, the zombie showed no signs of pain at all, but kept making a biting gesture at Fang Ming. In the end, it was left with only a head, but it still kept opening and closing its mouth. Until Fang Ming smashed the zombie's head with the back of the knife, and the thing finally stopped. This on-site teaching can be described as intuitive and detailed. Meng Jining understood immediately and said, zombies have no sense of pain, so even if they are seriously injured, it will not affect their aggressiveness. Only by destroying their brains will they truly die. Yes. Fang Ming nodded, because viruses are also considered living things, and if the zombie's brain is not destroyed, the virus will not die, so rounding it off, zombies can also be considered living things. A very special life form. Honey, are you saying that the whole world is now full of these things? Lu Yuchi suddenly said, her face turning pale. Fang Ming thought for a moment and said, I don't think it's all like that. Why do we, the supernormal people, evolve? I guess it's because of the virus. So, I think that after absorbing the virus, humans have 3 types of changes: first, evolution; second, zombification; and third, no change. There are representatives of all 3 types. Fang Ming and Meng Jining are supernaturals, Lu Yuchi is an ordinary person, and here are 3 zombies. However, ordinary people can easily be bitten by zombies and will be assimilated into zombies. Fang Ming pointed to the last zombie and said that it should have been a normal person, but it was bitten by a family member who had been turned into a zombie in his sleep. The throat was bitten and he died directly. After that, the zombie began to rip open its stomach and eat it, but as it ate, the virus took control of its brain and made it a zombie as well. Therefore, the other zombies stopped eating it and began to crave fresh blood and flesh. This analysis is reasonable, and from Fang Ming's experience in his previous life, this should be the truth. Lu Yuchi and Meng Jining both had a solemn expression. In fact, zombies are not very powerful, but they can ignore pain and have a very frightening ability to assimilate. This means that you must not be injured when fighting zombies, otherwise, if you are bitten or scratched, it means you will be assimilated into a zombie. This world seems to have become hell. Chapter 52, Departure for the Mountain City. Fong Ming quickly scanned the entire village. Unfortunately, there was not a single living person. The zombie virus broke out, and it was a coincidence that everyone in the village was infected, and the time was just at night, when everyone was sleeping soundly. Therefore, the entire village fell without a fight. Let's go, Fong Ming said. Where to? Lu Yushi said blankly. If the whole world is like this, what's the difference where we go? Fong Ming finally said the destination, Shansheng. Mountain City. Lu Yuqi and Meng Jining exclaimed at the same time. They might be in the vicinity of Rao City. How far is it from there to Mountain City? 1,000 kilometers. Obviously, the car must have been scrapped, so you have to walk this far on foot? And what are you going to do in the Mountain City? Meng Jining's face changed. The population of the Mountain City is over 30 million, which means that the number of zombies is also staggering. Isn't it too dangerous to go there? Fong Ming smiled. There is always a way out. The most dangerous place may contain life. This is of course nonsense. Why go to the Mountain City? First, to take revenge. In his previous life, all his enemies had gathered in the Mountain City, and the Xinmin base was also in the Mountain City. He could only go to the Mountain City to kill all of them. Second, to become stronger. The large number of zombies means that there are many level 1 and level 2 zombies, and if the superhuman wants to continue to evolve, he must either have evolution fluid or rely on corpse pearls. While evolution fluid is limited, corpse pearls are almost infinite. Level 1 evolution requires level 1 corpse pearls, and level 2 requires level 2 corpse pearls. Therefore, if you want to become strong quickly, you must go to cities with a large population, such as Shan City and Yucheng. Originally, Shanghai and Beijing were very good choices, but they were all flooded by the sea. It doesn't matter. As the waves crash against each other, all these corpses will turn into zombies and make their way inland to begin their performances. Of course, these zombies are too ugly, all of them are severely swollen. Of the three, Fong Ming is naturally the absolute leader, and wherever he says to go, the two women will naturally go. Fong Ming looked at Lu Yushi and Meng Jining and said, "All you have to do is trust me, and I will never let you down." Lu Yuchi and Meng Jining both nodded. Since the beginning of the disaster, Fong Ming has behaved like a god, so his words can be trusted absolutely. Instead of going to the city, they continued to head west. On foot? Of course not. Fong Ming conjured up a SUV. BYD looked up at the U8. In the past, when he passed by the BYD 4S store, he could only look at it, but after he had the different space, he easily took a display car. There was no license plate. But, do traffic police still check license plates? Get in the car, and we're off. Fong Ming laughed. Meng Jining had already been to the other world, so he wasn't surprised, but Lu Ichi was dumbfounded. My husband is a fairy, right? Otherwise, how could he make a car appear out of thin air? Fong Ming did not tell her why, and Lu Yuchi imagined Fong Ming as a fairy on her own. My husband must be a gift from heaven to me. Otherwise, why can't others get such a guardian? Husband. She happily jumped up and hugged Fong Ming, hanging on him like a koala, only this koala was too big and had a great figure, especially the two long legs wrapped around Fong Ming's waist, which would definitely turn any moral gentleman into a pervert in seconds. Boom, the engine started and the U8 immediately sped off. The U8 has excellent off-road performance, is extremely shock-resistant, and has a great driving experience. The only drawback is that it takes a long time to charge, unlike an oil-powered car, which can be refueled directly with gasoline. But Fong Ming doesn't drive all day long. When he stops, he can charge the battery. How do you charge it? Isn't there a power outage outside? A generator, with diesel fuel. Out of gas? There's no need to worry about that at all. How many gas stations are there on the way to the Mountain City? Fong Ming couldn't collect gasoline and diesel on a large scale before, but now he has no worries. Let's go. Fong Ming quickly found the entrance to the highway. He saw that there was no staff at the toll booth, so he laughed and drove through the barrier. Boom, the pole immediately shattered into pieces. Great. Fang Ming shouted, driving forward at high speed. However, after driving for a short distance, a series of car accidents appeared ahead. At least a dozen cars had crashed into each other, but the fire had already been extinguished. The electronic equipment was all destroyed, which naturally led to a chain reaction, but since it happened a month ago, there were no injured or survivors to be seen, and there was no longer a raging fire or black smoke. The road was completely blocked. What to do? Ordinary people can't do anything, but Fang Ming can. He and Meng Jining got out of the car and started pushing the cars with their bare hands. The power of terror erupted, and the cars blocking the road were easily pushed aside by the two of them. Lu Yushi could only exclaim in amazement. There were a few zombies wandering around. When they saw Fang Ming and the others, they immediately rushed over to eat the flesh, but they were easily destroyed. This time, it was Meng Jining who took action. She picked up a baseball bat as a weapon and smashed the heads of all the zombies. It was very violent. But Fang Ming was very appreciative because she accepted the apocalypse very quickly. In her previous life, Fang Ming would have been depressed for 2 or 3 days because of this, but she would eventually pull herself together. Of course, this is also because Fang Ming was too powerful and calm, and there was too much material, so Meng Jining had no worries and was no longer pessimistic about the future, so she naturally accepted reality well. Get in the car and keep moving. They stopped and started walking along the way, and had to clear the road from time to time. Even so, it was much faster than walking on 2 legs. All 3 of them could drive, so they took turns driving. When it got dark, Fang Ming drove the car into the service area. Afraid of being rear-ended while parked on the highway? Of course not. Is there anything left but Fang Ming's car? No. So, Fang Ming was not afraid of being rear-ended, but rather did not want to drive at night and wanted to rest in the service area. The car also needs to be charged. The car slowly came to a stop, and of course the charging pile here was out of power, but Fang Ming got to work and connected the charging pile's power to the generator, and that was it. Let's go eat. The RV is not a motorhome, so they can't solve problems such as eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating in the car. The 2 of them entered the service hall, which was pitch black. They used flashlights to illuminate the way and came to the snack area. With 3 flashlights, it was bright enough. Fang Ming had not yet set the food out, but saw a woman actually walk out from the darkness. This is a hot girl, very young, only about 20 years old, with a super short denim skirt that barely covers half her butt, 2 long, straight, snow-white legs, and a very perky butt. She was wearing a crop top and no bra, but unfortunately it was a little small, probably a B cup at best. She has a nice face, a 70-point rating, big waves, dyed a bright red, and her earrings are huge. I'm worried that they'll tear her earlobes off. Who are you? Chapter 53, The Evil of the Little People. Fang Ming looked at the hot girl and said, "We are survivors." Who are you? Me too. The hottie quickly said, "It's too chaotic out there now, with people with superpowers everywhere. I don't dare stay in the city anymore. Is that what happened to you guys?" Yes. Fang Ming said casually, with a hint of a mocking smile on his lips. He put a bag on the table, and if you look closely, you can even see that it is a takeout bag from Chen Tian Yuan, a long-established restaurant in Suzhou. The crispy fish fillet is very delicious. He unpacked the bag, arranged the food, and invited Lu Yuqi and Meng Jining to sit down and eat, but he paid no attention to the hot girl at all. Watching the 3 of them eat, the hottie couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She was so hungry. "Can you give me some food?" She couldn't help but ask. Meng Jining giggled, "Sure, as long as you sleep with my husband, we'll let you eat." Lu Yuqi was shocked that Meng Jining would say such a thing. Although this hottie is not ugly, and she is even barely considered pretty, she is still far from the 2 of them. Wouldn't it be humiliating for them to let such a woman sleep with Fang Ming? But unexpectedly, Fang Ming did not scold Meng Jining. "No way, can my husband even go down on this kind of non-mainstream? She's a bit of a pervert." The hottie gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I'll do it. Let's go inside. There's a massage chair there. When it's flat, it can be used as a bed." Fang Ming smiled and stood up, saying, "Let's go." "Are you really going?" Lu Yushi watched Fang Ming and the hot girl disappear into the darkness, and couldn't help but look at Meng Jining. "Ningning, you, husband, ah. What is this?" Meng Jining, however, winked at her and then looked into the darkness, saying, "Now there are only two of us, the weak women. When are you going to wait?" "What?" Lu Yuqi was shocked, but then she heard a man's laughter coming from the darkness. She saw four men walking out of the darkness, each holding a weapon such as a hatchet or baseball bat, and a sneer on their lips. It turns out that my husband and Ningning had already seen that the hot girl was up to something, and they were deliberately acting along with the show. She thought that Fong Ming would actually be interested in such a woman. A man in a black jacket said, "You're pretty alert, but your man should be dead by now." That hottie really would sleep with Fong Ming, and when Fong Ming was having fun, a dagger would sneak up from behind and cut Fong Ming's throat. Poof, blood splattered, and the man died instantly. They have used this method many times. Not now, but from the first disaster. Really? However, Fong Ming's voice came from the darkness, and then his figure gradually became clear in the darkness. He walked into the light, dragging a person in his hand. The man, in his 30s, was already a corpse. "Zhao Ming." The four men said at the same time, their faces changing drastically. This was the man they had arranged to assassinate Fong Ming, but he had been killed. He failed to assassinate Fong Ming, and was killed instead? This man is not easy to deal with. The four of them stared at Fong Ming with grave expressions, full of murderous intent, but completely ignoring Lu Yuqi and Meng Jining. In their eyes, what could two weak women possibly do? Fong Ming was a bit curious and asked, "How long have you been looting passers-by here?" "None of your business," one of them said angrily. Boom! The next second, Fong Ming rushed to him like lightning, picked him up, and threw him. He crashed into a wall and exploded into a blur of bloody flesh. Fong Ming, as if he had done something trivial, looked at the other three men and said, "Who will answer me?" They were trembling. The hottie who hadn't come out of the shadows was so scared that yellow liquid was running down her thighs. We came here on the 5th day after the disaster. Many people like to take the highway because the navigation system doesn't work anymore, and you won't get lost on the highway. We just waited here, and when someone came, we killed them and took whatever supplies they had." The three of them answered honestly. Fong Ming laughed, "Are you clairvoyant and know that there will be a zombie outbreak? Why don't you go to the city? Even if electronic equipment is out of order, the order in the city has not yet been disrupted, and it should still be easier to survive in the city." "What zombie tide?" The three men looked confused. "Hey, didn't any of the people you killed turn into zombies?" Fong Ming laughed, and then another man was smashed into the wall, like a dead fly. "We offended Brother Crow, so we didn't dare stay in the city, for fear that he would come looking for trouble." The remaining two said at the same time, their heads covered in sweat. "How did you offend him?" Fong Ming asked casually. "We slept with his girlfriend." Both of them pointed at the hot girl at the same time, and then they argued that when they were playing in the bar, it was actually the woman who initiated the seduction. "She threatened us, saying she wanted us to help her rob a jewelry store. We didn't dare to do it, and we were afraid that she would tell Crow, so we kidnapped her and ran away. As a result, the first wave of disaster struck, and all communication was cut off. They happened to run here, so they just didn't leave. They had women to play with, food to eat, and a place to stay, so they were just hiding out. Then, their courage grew, and they even killed and robbed passing travelers." Fong Ming shook his head and snapped, "Pat, Pat," killing the two men. He looked at the hottie again. "What about you? Did you deliberately seduce them into bed?" The hottie was already scared, nodding repeatedly, and quickly said, "I like some jewelry, but Crow wouldn't buy it for me, so I deliberately lured these four people to bed to blackmail them into robbing the jewelry store." As a result, not only did she fail to rob the jewelry store, she was robbed herself and became the plaything and accomplice of the four. She wasn't a good person either. Fong Ming also sent her on her way. The three of them changed places for dinner, and as a result, Fong Ming discovered where the group had disposed of the bodies. They had all been burned to a coke. Obviously, the group had splashed gasoline on the bodies and set them on fire, so they also avoided the corpse changing. Of course, they didn't know that the corpse would change today. They must have been afraid of the stench, so they burned it to avoid the problem. This world. Fong Ming shook his head. The first wave of disaster has made people more vicious than beasts. Now that the zombies are besieging the city, I wonder how ugly people's hearts will become. I've already experienced it once in my previous life, but I have to see it again in this life. Many people are not bad at once, but are driven out step by step. Chapter 54, Wanjiang Holiday Hotel. After dinner, the three of them slept in the massage chairs for the night. The next day, they had breakfast and continued on their journey, and the car was naturally fully charged. Departure. As before, they had to stop and go, and deal with the traffic jams. This naturally affected their speed. They could only travel about 300 kilometers a day, but the mountain city was only about 1,000 kilometers away, so they could reach it in 4 days at the most. The highway had been abandoned after the first wave of the disaster, and had become a wasteland. Because of this, there were very few zombies here, and on the second day, Fongming saw many pedestrians on the road. Where do people go when they leave their homes? Other cities. Because all communication was cut off, everyone had no idea what was going on, and they only thought that the zombies were unique to their own city, so of course they had to leave their homes and go to other cities to live. But what awaited them was only disappointment and even despair. Seeing a car actually driving on the highway, many people waved their hands at the car, hoping that it would stop and give them a ride. Fongming naturally wouldn't stop. There are too many people. How many can they take? In that case, they might as well not take anyone. Squeak! Lu Yushi suddenly slammed on the brakes because someone had thrown a roadblock in front of them, the kind used by the police that would puncture the tires of any car that ran into it. The car came to a screeching halt, and almost ran over the roadblock. Lu Yushi was still in shock, panting, and her heart rate was over 120. Fortunately, she wasn't driving fast, otherwise if a car traveling at high speed had a flat tire, it would be a big problem. Oh, I'm not afraid of a flat tire. No, even if all 4 tires blow out at once, you can't handle it. At this point, 7 men immediately came out and started banging on the car window. Open the shutter. Otherwise we'll break the glass. Bang, Fongming opened the door and climbed out. But as soon as his head poked out, one of them swung a hammer at his head and smashed it. However, Fongming reached out and grabbed the hammer, then swung it back and hit the man. To prevent the corpse from changing, the killer directly exploded the head to eliminate the problem forever. This made the remaining 6 people angry and frightened at the same time. After a moment of hesitation, they all swung their weapons and smashed them over. Meng Jining opened the other car door and kicked the people flying with one kick after another. With the explosion of several tons of power, all of them were kicked to death instantly. Fongming shook his head. This trick is used to kill people, but it cannot eliminate the possibility of these people turning into zombies. This woman needs to change her habits. Even if she doesn't blow his head off, she should chop it off. Even if the corpse changes, a head alone can't be that fierce. Fongming removed the roadblock and the car continued on its way. That night, they finally saw the exit sign for the mountain city on the road sign. Fongming drove the car out. Naturally, they still had to break through the blockade. Now who would you pay if you wanted to pay? However, once they got off the highway, it was a madhouse. The road was full of wandering zombies, and the car couldn't even drive. Although the U-8 is very powerful, it is not so powerful that it can crush these zombies like a tank. It will definitely get stuck in the middle of the road and be surrounded by endless zombies. Fongming put the car away, picked up Lu Yushi, and said to Meng Jining, "Let's find a place to stay first." Meng Jining nodded. Since he was going to stay here for a long time, Fongming naturally wouldn't let himself down. He planned to find a villa and slowly turn it into a doomsday shelter. The two of them jumped in shuttle through the streets and alleys, and along the way, they found many survivors who were trapped in their homes, blocking the zombies with doors and walls to temporarily ensure their safety. Fortunately, this was not the first day of the disaster, so every household had food and water, which was enough to last for a short time. But how long can they last? The key is that the zombies will evolve. So, soon after, settlements were established, based on neighborhoods, shopping malls, office buildings, and even factories, slowly creating a settlement made up of both supernormal and ordinary people. The strength and number of the supernaturals directly determines the size of the settlement. The Xinming base where Fongming lived in his previous life had more than 500 people. Using a residential area as a base, they built a defense circle and hollowed out the residential buildings one by one, removing all the walls that could be removed, introducing light, and then planting vegetables layer by layer. They also raised chickens, ducks and pigs, and were able to achieve self-sufficiency on a small scale. As far as Fongming knew, China was the world leader in terms of the number and proportion of survivors, and the gene for growing vegetables passed down from the ancestors was definitely a major factor. Of course, Fong Ming didn't go to rescue the trapped residents. How? If he does, where will he put them? He had no intention of establishing a settlement and becoming a king, he just wanted to save himself, so he left the task of saving the people to those ambitious people, and he just waited for 25 days to hunt down the level 1 zombies and obtain the corpse pearls. Fong Ming and Meng Jining are both fast and agile, and they quickly arrived at the riverbank. There are many villa areas here. However, after looking around, Fong Ming fell in love with a resort hotel. Why a hotel? It has complete facilities. I can lay an electric fence along the wall, naturally keeping the ordinary zombies out, and if a high-level zombie comes, wouldn't that be a blessing? This is it. Seeing Fong Ming walking towards a resort hotel, Meng Jining was a little surprised. You actually want to stay in a hotel? There are only 3 of us. Do we need a hotel? Yes, do I need a hotel that big and so many rooms? Fong Ming was stunned at first, then he laughed. I need it, in the future, this will be my goddess's shelter. Meng Jining immediately rolled her eyes. You really want 3 palaces, 6 mansions, and 72 concubines? Lu Yuqi, however, looked as if it was only natural. My husband is the most amazing man, and he will be the king of the new era. Of course, he deserves a large number of women to match his status. Meng Jining was stunned. You must have come from the Qing dynasty or even earlier. She didn't know that Lu Yuqi had always dreamed of being a rich man's wife, and that the men in rich families would only have one woman. Therefore, she is very open-minded in this regard. In short, as long as she is guaranteed to be the main wife, she doesn't mind at all if her man has other women on the side. And now, what time is it? What morality, what order, all non-existent. So, as long as Fong Ming has the ability to support himself and his energy is well distributed, what's wrong with having a few more women? Wanjiang Holiday Hotel. Fong Ming read the name of the hotel, a huge horizontal stone with 4 large characters written on it in a flowing style, and he didn't know if it was the work of a famous calligrapher. I declare that this hotel is now mine. Chapter 55, The Top Floor Survivor. Ho ho ho! Just as I entered, a zombie rushed over. Meng Jining grabbed a steel pipe and used it as a weapon, knocking the zombie into the air and blowing its head off. She was a little curious. How did the zombies find us? Sight? Hearing? Smell? Smell. Fong Ming said that this had also been proven in the previous life. Zombies have no hearing or sight, but they have an amazing sense of smell and are extremely sensitive to the scent of living flesh. However, this is only the case with ordinary zombies. When zombies evolve, some will regain their sight and hearing, and even be more sensitive than normal humans. That's a story for later, at least 20 more days later. Fong Ming walked side by side with Meng Jining, and Lu Yuqi followed behind them. She was completely defenseless and could only follow the 2 men's asses. It will take more than 20 days for her to evolve into a superhuman. However, it is not certain that she will succeed. Fong Ming and Meng Jining walked leisurely towards the main building of the hotel. This resort hotel has a main building, and then there are many entertainment facilities, and even a children's playground. If there had been no disaster, this would have been a great place for a family vacation. Boom! 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 As the 2 of them advanced, they cleared away the zombies. To Fong Ming's surprise, several of the zombies were actually wearing military uniforms from the Japanese occupation, and they were even carrying rifles, but they were obviously props. What's going on? Are zombies also into cosplay? But why dress up as a soldier from the Japanese occupation? Even as a zombie, I'll kick your ass. Fong Ming strode forward and entered the main building of the hotel. It was more than 30 stories high, resplendent and magnificent. The front desk, of course, there was no one there. Fong Ming smiled at Meng Jining. We worked hard to clear out all the zombies, and now this place will be our paradise. We can raise dogs and cats here, and when we're not doing that, we can drive around the yard. Your house is really big, you need a car to drive around the yard. Meng Jining, however, smiled. That's great. The 2 split up, and Fong Ming handed Lu Yuqi over to Meng Jining. He was strong, and he could clean up faster by himself. Therefore, Meng Jining cleared from downstairs to upstairs, while Fong Ming cleared from top to bottom. When they saw each other on the same floor, they knew how fast the 2 of them were clearing. Fong Ming was quick on his feet and soon reached the top floor. The top floor is designed as a dining room and gym, both with a clear view of the river, so whether you are eating or exercising, it is naturally very open-minded, and your appetite and motivation are naturally sufficient. Well, I'll eat here in the future. Fong Ming looked around and saw that there were no zombies on this floor. This is easy to understand, because the zombies suddenly appeared in the early morning. At this time, who would still be working out or eating? There are no guests, no staff, so there are naturally no zombies. However, there are 2 presidential suites on the top floor. It's convenient for dining and exercising, and the river view is even more invincible. Well, he chose one to live in. Bang! Fong Ming kicked open the door with one kick. There was no one to open the door, so he had to kick it open. Shit! As soon as the door was kicked open, more than a dozen zombies rushed out. What's going on? Fong Ming noticed that many of the zombies were wearing clothes from the Republic of China period, and there were even a few wearing the uniforms of the Japanese army. He understood. It wasn't that someone was stupid and had a hobby of playing the invaders of the little days, but that they were filming a war drama. Okay. Sorry about the guys downstairs. If I had known you were filming, I wouldn't have been so ruthless. After all, it was enough to blow their brains out. There was no need to freeze them, smash them into pieces, and then burn them to ashes. Sorry, I'll burn you some paper offerings another day. Fong Ming was unable to create an illusion for the zombies because they had no thoughts. How can you deceive something that has no thoughts? Therefore, illusionists are the most afraid of zombies, and they can only be used against supernaturals and supernatural beasts because you need to have a mind for him to influence. Even if you are like a beast with only instincts, you will at least be afraid, right? However, Fong Ming is not only capable of creating illusions. Boom! 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 He casually kicked them, sending them flying. Every time a zombie got hit by his kick, its skull would be shattered and it would die instantly, or rather, die again, really die. He quickly cleared out the dozen or so zombies. But there can't be that many people living in a presidential suite, can there? Moreover, judging from the fact that they were all wearing their clothes, they were not resting either. They're not sleeping in the middle of the night, so they must be filming a movie. Ha, they're quite dedicated. How many stars are willing to stay up late to film now? Not many. It's a pity that the film wasn't finished, otherwise I would really like to go to the cinema to support it. After all, with such hard work, the quality of the film produced will not be bad. Fong Ming smiled and sent all the zombies into the alternate space to be dealt with later. He frowned. The room was covered in blood, and there were also a few pieces of rotten flesh scattered about. The amount of work that would be required to clean it up was not small. But can you expect these zombies to bite properly and not spray blood everywhere? Ha ha. Fong Ming walked out and headed for another presidential suite. Boom. He kicked the door again and it flew straight out. No zombies came out. Could it be? He felt a glimmer of hope. Could it be that there was no one in this room in the first place? If there was no one, there would naturally be no zombies. Great, he can stay in this room, saving a lot of time when cleaning up. Before he could finish his thought, Fong Ming suddenly smelled a foul odor. Oh, no! Fong Ming quickly covered his nose with his hands, his eyebrows furrowed, and he shouted, "Hey, you in there, come out! It smells like poop." Can zombies poop? No. So there must be survivors inside. Suddenly, 4 women came out of the house, trembling. They were unkempt, their clothes were dirty, and it was impossible to tell what they looked like. Wow! How long has it been since you last cleaned yourselves up? You broke the door. What if a zombie comes? A woman in a white dress said, her voice trembling with fear and anger. Zombie? Oh, that's not a zombie. Zombies drink blood, but zombies eat meat and drink blood as a side effect. Fong Ming said with a sigh, that's a zombie, so you don't need to worry about it. How did you get here? By the way, how many days have you been hiding here? And who are you? You don't even know us? The woman in white asked back, almost as if she were angry. What, is there a problem if I don't recognize you? Besides, can anyone recognize you in this shabby appearance? Fong Ming just smiled. Chapter 56 The Film Crew. Who are you? Fong Ming was getting a little impatient. You're fucking living in my room, and it stinks, so how am I supposed to live? She is Zhou, and she is Gu Renba. The woman in white screamed, "Are you an idiot? Don't you recognize these two household names?" Zhou? Fong Ming was taken aback. It turned out to be Big Mimi. She had a beautiful face and a dominating figure, but Big Mimi must be in her 30s now, so she was naturally an auntie in front of this little fresh meat. And Gu Renba? He also knew that she was one of the 4 beauties of the western regions. Gu Renba was also famous for her beauty and figure. She was a contracted artist of Dami Mimi Company and was promoted by Dami Mimi. Yes, they came here to film a movie, but they got trapped. But that doesn't make sense. The first wave of natural disasters broke out more than 30 days ago. Why didn't they leave? At this time, the woman in white was still chattering, actually scolding Fong Ming, saying that he was blind and didn't recognize the 4 big stars. This made Fong Ming so angry that he grabbed her by the neck and walked her into the dining room, opened a window and said, "Not only do you stink, but your mouth stinks even worse. Go and get some fresh air to get rid of the stink." The woman was scared to death and let out a piercing scream. At this time, Zhou and the other 2 also came out in a trembling manner. They saw that the door to the presidential suite across from them was wide open. They immediately wanted to hide back in the room, but when they turned around, they saw the door that had been kicked open. They immediately stopped their footsteps. Zhou looked at the 2 doors that had been kicked open, and then saw Fong Ming carrying a woman weighing 100 caddies with one hand without any effort, and couldn't help but have a guess in her heart. "Sir, can you please put Ingru down first?" She said, "I apologize on behalf of Ingru. Let's sit down and you can ask me whatever you want." Among the 4 women, Zhou definitely has absolute authority. She is the most famous, and she has her own company. She has made big stars like Gu Renba famous, and she is known as Boss Joe in the industry, and she has a lot of face. Fong Ming smiled lightly, and took the white-clad woman back from the window and threw her to the ground. He looked at Zhou and said, "TSK, she really is a big honey, she's really fierce." However, the sloppy appearance of Zhou naturally could not make Fong Ming interested. He said lightly, "You have been here for so many days?" "Yes." Zhou nodded. "Our crew rented this hotel for filming, but 30 days ago, the water and electricity suddenly stopped, and the cameras and other equipment stopped working. We originally planned to leave, but none of the cars could start. At first we thought the government would definitely not ignore us, but we waited in vain for help. Of course, it's not just here that the traffic is paralyzed, it's the whole world. Besides, you're not in danger if you're staying in a hotel. Even if the army receives an order, they won't come to the hotel to rescue you." Fong Ming thought to himself, but didn't interrupt. Zhou continued, "We stayed in the hotel for many days until we ran out of food. We sent some people out to look for food and to find out what was going on. However," she shivered slightly, "we sent out 7 people, but only 2 of them came back. They said that it was too chaotic outside, and that many people were smashing up shops because all the electronic equipment had been destroyed, so there was no way to call the police. They also said that someone had killed someone in the street, and that they had even seen someone spitting black smoke from their mouth, melting a person alive. We don't dare to go out anymore. Fortunately, the hotel has its own ecological garden. As for food, since our crew has booked the hotel and we are the only guests, the output of the ecological garden can barely supply us. But 4 days ago..." Zhou took a deep breath. "The 4 of us were bored and couldn't sleep, so we played mahjong in our room. The others were also bored, so they seemed to be rehearsing to pass the time, but then someone suddenly turned into a monster and bit everyone. So, people were wearing costumes from the Republic of China not for filming, but because they were so bored that they put on the costumes and started playing, just to pass the time. So, many people suddenly turned into zombies and began chasing everyone and biting them. Some people fled all the way and finally escaped to the top floor, hiding in another presidential suite, which also let Zhou and the others know what was going on. But some of these people may have been bitten by the zombies, so there was another small wave of zombies in the suite. The zombies can't open or close the door, so the door is closed by humans, but the zombies can't open it, so they can only be trapped inside." Fong Ming had already figured out the cause and effect, and looked at the 4 of them again. He felt that the 4 of them were really lucky. After absorbing the virus, the chance of becoming a zombie is as high as 90%, but none of the 4 were infected. This is a 1 in 10,000 chance, and they actually got it. If even one of the 4 had been infected, they would have been completely wiped out. Fang Ming nodded. Now that the hotel is mine, you can leave. Bullshit. The woman in white immediately screamed, Are you a robber? Fang Ming looked at her, his eyes already showing strong displeasure, and even a hint of murderous intent. Before the disaster, I would have given you a few big slaps for that attitude, but after the disaster, what's the point of killing you? Jomi quickly stepped forward and said, Sir, don't be angry. Then, she raised her hand and slapped the woman in the face. Ingru, have you forgotten what time it is? This slap finally woke the woman up, or at least she was afraid to argue with Fang Ming for the time being. Jomi looked at Fang Ming again and smiled. Mister, what is your name? Fang Ming. Mr. Fang, I guess you are also a person with special abilities, like the two people in our crew? Jomi said, staring at Fang Ming with a pair of big talking eyes. She is indeed a smart woman. Fang Ming smiled, not bad. The kicked open door and the fact that he easily lifted the white-clad woman with one hand all showed that he had far more strength than an ordinary person. Jomi also smiled. She should have been charming, but now her face was dirty, so the smile didn't look very good. Mr. Fang, I want you to escort me home. You can name your price. Fang Ming shook his head. Are you still living in a dream? Not to mention that all electronic equipment has been scrapped after the first wave of disaster, and all your wealth has been reduced to zero. Let's just say that 90% of the people have become zombies. Tell me, what use is money? Can it be used as food? It's too hard to wipe your butt with it. Jomi finally showed a look of horror, as if she had been hit by a heavy blow, and suddenly lost her spirit. Chapter 57, Curvy Female Entertainer. Mr. Fang, what should we do? Guyai Riba asked, looking at him blankly. This woman is tall and graceful, and when he thought of the singing and dancing of the women of the western regions, Fang Ming suddenly had a strong urge to see her dance. He smiled lightly. I'm not a cop, so what do you want to do with me? But we are celebrities. Shouldn't you ordinary people be bowing down to us when you see us? The woman in white looked at Fang Ming with this kind of look. This woman definitely can't be kept. Fang Ming thought to himself. Jomi, however, had already recovered and regained her composure. She said to Fang Ming, Mr. Fang, can we stay here? The woman in white hesitated, but this was not Fang Ming's property, so why should she be so subservient to him? Moreover, according to Fang Ming, everyone's wealth has been reduced to zero, so can anyone live in this hotel? However, she had finally learned her lesson and did not speak up. Fang Ming shook his head. No, this is already my territory, and I don't welcome outsiders here. This made the woman in white open her mouth again and try to speak, looking like she was about to start an argument. Fortunately, she didn't make a sound. Jomi, however, brightened up and heard Fang Ming's subtext. Mr. Fang, are you saying that if we become your own people, we can live here? You are indeed a smart lady, Mrs. Zhou. Fang Ming smiled. That's right. So how can we become Mr. Fang's own people? Asked Jomi. Fang Ming pouted. The hotel is so big, I need a few people to help me clean up. Are you done? The woman in white finally couldn't help but jump up. We are celebrities, how could we be your maids? Fang Ming, the disaster will pass someday. I tell you, my boyfriend is the boss of the Wenzhou Bamboo Gang. I will tell him to cut you up and bleed you to death. No wonder she sounded so sweet, with a strange accent. Oh, what a stupid woman. She thinks she can be so arrogant just because she has a gangster boyfriend? No wonder she was jumping up and down just now, it was because of this. But you want to bleed me to death? Fang Ming laughed and walked over, picking up the woman in white again. I don't like leaving a bad aftertaste. Although your boyfriend will probably become a zombie or be eaten by a zombie, you should keep your mouth shut forever. He waved his hand, and the woman in white flew out the window. The piercing sound pierced the night sky, filled with fear. Pop. But the scream stopped abruptly when the person hit the ground. Jomi and the other two women involuntarily hugged each other and trembled. This man has killed someone. And he didn't even blink. Although they are celebrities, they are no different from ordinary people, and they are naturally scared. Fang Ming walked into the dining room and was about to take out some purified water from his personal space, but then he noticed that there were several boxes of unopened purified water in the dining room. He took them out and said, "Clean yourself up." Such a sloppy maid, is she cleaning for me or adding to the trash? After saying that, he left. After looking at each other, the three women took off their clothes and started cleaning. Before the outbreak of the zombies, they were not able to wash themselves every day, but after the zombies appeared, they could only hide in the house, eating, drinking, and defecating all in the house, and of course everyone stank. They are all people who love beauty and cleanliness, so of course they started cleaning up as soon as they had water. Fong Ming happened to catch a glimpse of the three women undressing as he turned the corner and went down the stairs. His sharp eyes caught a lot of details, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. They all have big breasts. With a smile, he went to the next floor to continue cleaning up the zombies. However, the hotel was booked by the film crew and there were no other guests, so there were only 100 or so people in total, including the crew and hotel staff. Therefore, most of the rooms were empty, and some had been idle for so long that they had fallen into disuse. Fong Ming decided to stay in an empty room like this today. He only needed to dust it off. Unlike the presidential suite above, one room was full of blood and rotten flesh, while the other was stinking from the excrement of the four women. Because the number of zombies was limited, Fong Ming was able to clean up quickly, layer after layer, but he never found any other survivors. In the end, he and Meng Jining met on the 21st floor. Obviously, Meng Jining was faster than him. There was nothing he could do about it. Fong Ming had wasted too much time on the four Zhomi women, and the number of zombies in the hotel was not large, so naturally Meng Jining's speed greatly exceeded Fong Ming's. Hey, you're actually slower than me? Meng Jining felt a little unbelievable. Fong Ming smiled and asked, have you met any survivors? Meng Jining and Lu Yushi both shook their heads. I did. Fong Ming said. No wonder he was so slow. How many survivors are there? Lu Yushi asked. 4, oh, now it's 3. Fong Ming smiled. How did 4 become 3? Lu Yushi and Meng Jining understood immediately. What time is it now? People's hearts are poisonous. Let's go to the top floor. The executive suite there is not bad. Fong Ming said. So the three of them climbed the stairs again. Lu Yushi was exhausted. Meng Jining had to climb up floor by floor, and it took several minutes to climb one floor, but now she had to climb floor after floor, and she was a little overwhelmed. Fong Ming picked her up in his arms. She was soft and fragrant, slim but not skinny, with full breasts and hips, but a waist so thin it could be held in one hand. This woman was truly impeccable in her figure. It's a little bigger than a big honeycomb, isn't it? Fong Ming couldn't help but think. Every man has one or two fantasy objects, and Daminini was Fong Ming's fantasy object. Now that Rose Xiang was in his arms, and he thought of his former fantasy object upstairs, he naturally had some fantasies. Lu Yuchi suddenly blushed and said, honey, I'll play with you again tonight. Hey, you're going too far. I'm still here. Meng Jining joked. As they spoke, they reached the second floor, and Fong Ming told the two women to choose a room, while he went to the top floor. Ah! The three women immediately let out a frightened cry and hurriedly covered their important parts. I've been down there for nearly 20 minutes, and you haven't even finished cleaning up yet? That's too slow. Fong Ming shook his head and thought of Lu Yuchi and Meng Jining. They seemed to like to dawdle in the shower as well. Okay, I understand. To Fong Ming's surprise, the woman who still didn't know her name was the first to lower her hands and continue washing. Moreover, she was even seducing Fong Ming, washing while posing in all kinds of seductive positions. Dami also immediately put down her hands and also revealed her hot body in front of Fong Ming, not at all minding letting him eat her up. Chapter 58, The Boss and the Maid. Women, especially actresses, hee. There is always a struggle for power. Smart women already know that the world is completely different from before, and that status and money are completely worthless. Now, what is called a cow? Superhuman. Fong Ming is undoubtedly one of them. What should they do if they want to survive? Hug Fong Ming's leg. So this actress who doesn't yet have a name and her big breasts might have deliberately washed so slowly just so that he could see the scene. She's showing it to you openly, and you might just be a little shocked, but what about this kind of accidental exposure? It's very nice. Very attractive. The only exception is Gu Yirenba. Her face is so red that she can't cover it up, and she looks like she's about to cry. Well, this woman is young after all. I heard that she was just signed by Zhomi and her first drama was a big hit. She may not be used to the filth of the entertainment industry, so she still retains her pure side. It's rare. Come down when you're done. Fong Ming said, and turned and left. Stay and watch? He's not that horny yet. Besides, which of Lu Yuxi and Meng Jining is not a gem? His eyes are so picky now that it's not so easy to be moved. Seeing him leave, Zhou Mi and the other actress couldn't help but show disappointment. However, Big Mimi glanced at her and a sense of caution flashed through her mind. This actress is called Lin Xiu'er, not a member of her company, but like the woman in white, she was also put into the drama by her father, the investor, as the fourth female lead. This is an 18-year-old minor artist who has only risen to prominence by marrying a man, so she naturally knows and is familiar with the tricks of seducing men. And there is no line. Strip and sleep together? It's as easy as eating. As far as she knows, Lin Xiu'er went into the director's room on the first day she joined the crew. She was so open-minded. It was clear that Fong Ming would not be coming upstairs again, so Zhou Mi and Lin Xiu'er quickly washed up, and then, instead of getting dressed, they just wrapped themselves in a bathrobe. There was no other way. The clothes were really dirty. They had been worn and washed so many times over the past few days that they couldn't be worn again. Guyai Riba was finally finished washing, and she is really a neat freak, washing very carefully. Similarly, she was also wearing only a bathrobe, and a deep ravine could be seen, showing her very domineering figure, which was really not inferior to her boss next to her. The three women went down the stairs and soon heard voices, so they followed the sound and walked over. Fong walked into a room, and Zhou Mi was about to speak, but suddenly she froze. Because she saw two stunning beauties. How beautiful! Even though she is also a beautiful woman, she still can't help but exclaim in admiration when she sees these two women. They were both very well proportioned, with a round, full figure in the right places and a slim waist that was just the right size to hold in one's hands. Even she, a woman, was a little taken aback. Fong Ming had two stunning beauties by his side. She couldn't help but think, no wonder Fong Ming didn't get excited and rush over to flirt with them when he saw them bathing. With two goddesses by his side, would he be so eager and lose his composure? She's not bragging, but Lin Xiu'er's figure is completely no match for Lu Yiqi and Meng Jining. As for her looks, well, how can a face that's been altered by surgery compare to their natural beauty? It's not that you don't know good stuff, it's that you're afraid of comparing goods. Now that the five women are gathered in one room, the winner is obvious. Oh, you are the survivors. Meng Jining came over and flirtatiously hooked Lin Xiu'er's chin. Lin Xiu'er didn't dare to resist, but looked at Fong Ming with pitiful eyes. But Fong Ming didn't even look at her, which was a big disappointment. Hey, you're Zhou Mi, and you're Guyai Renba. Lu Yuqi recognized the two big stars and exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Mi did not dare to show off in front of Fong Ming's woman. It was obvious that these two women must be Fong Ming's followers. She immediately took Lu Yuqi's hand and said, "Sister, you are really beautiful, this figure, wow, even I, as a woman, am tempted. If there had been no such disaster, I would have signed you up." This is not a random compliment. Lu Yuqi definitely has the potential to become a big star, but she has no interest in the entertainment industry and is only interested in marrying into a wealthy family. Fong Ming was a bit lazy, and said, "You two get to know each other. I'm going to go check on the generator and water tank." It was difficult before, but now it's no problem. The supplies that were prepared before can finally be put to use. Of course, the walls need to be reinforced, but this is a large project and we need to take it slowly. He first went to the roof to install the water tank, then filled it up. With the size of the tank, it would be enough for 10 people to use for 2 or 3 days. It's done. He went back downstairs and found the electrical room. However, the restaurant has its own generator, but the diesel fuel has run out. This is good news. Fong Ming has seen gas stations along the way, so energy is naturally a piece of cake. And now that there are only a few rooms in use, a full tank of gas will last at least 10 days. The wall, no need to fix it. He just reinforced the main door and blocked it with a pile of stones. Now, people can only get in by climbing over the wall, but the wall is not electrified, and there is a wire mesh, so it is very difficult for people to climb over. And the zombies? How can the zombies climb in at this height? Unless there is a zombie tide, when countless zombies are crowded together, they can easily climb over the wall. However, if a zombie tide really breaks out, the wall would have been pushed down long ago, so there is no need to worry about this. For now, it's perfect. The outbreak of the zombie tide requires the activation of advanced zombies, and even level 1 zombies will not appear until the 3rd month after the disaster. So for the next 26 days, Fong Ming will only have to worry about the survivors. Time to go home. He returned to the 2nd floor, where Lu Yuxi and the others had already assigned rooms. Fong Ming, Lu Yuqi, and Meng Jining shared one room, and Zhou and her 3 friends shared another. The executive suite is so big that it can accommodate not only 3 people, but 5 people as well. Let's eat. The 6 of them went to the top floor, and all they had to do was block the doors to the 2 presidential suites to prevent the stench from spreading. The 6 of them were divided into 2 tables, and it goes without saying how they were divided. What did Fong Ming and the others eat? Big fish and big meat. What about Zhou and the others? 1 bowl of rice for each person, plus some pickles. The difference is huge. But what time is it now? We should be grateful to have a mouthful of rice to eat, and still expect to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks? In fact, when Zhou and the others ate their first mouthful of rice, they were all on the verge of tears. Because after the zombies appeared, they had been hiding in their rooms eating dried food and snacks, and they were all so hungry that they were huddled together, so who wouldn't be moved to tears by a bowl of steaming hot rice? But after eating for a while, they smelled the enticing aroma of the food. When they turned around, they couldn't help but salivate, and the rice in the bowl didn't seem to smell very good anymore. Chapter 59, A Father Can Be a Rival State. What did Fong Ming and the others eat? It was a simple 4-dish meal with a soup. But there was meat, fish, and vegetables. Oh my, this was the standard before the end of the world. Zhou and the others had eaten dishes like this before. What was their daily food ration before the disaster? More than 3,000. So, before the disaster, they wouldn't even look at these dishes, but now? They are exquisite delicacies. They watched Fong Ming and the others eat slowly, and involuntarily swallowed their saliva, mouthful after mouthful, wishing they could rush over and grab it. But would they dare? Fong Ming is not to be mentioned. Later, when she got along with Meng Jining and Lu Yuxi, Meng Jining once showed her terrifying strength. With a gentle bend, the steel pole became a right angle. So, would they dare to snatch it? They're looking for death. Zhou's thoughts flashed. Why is there such a difference in treatment? Simple. Lu Yuxi and Meng Jining are obviously Fong Ming's women, so of course his own women can eat the same things as him, but what about the 3 of them? They are servants. What kind of good treatment do servants want? It's good enough to be able to eat. Therefore, if you want to eat well, you must become Fong Ming's woman. Zhou was still hesitant. She became famous at a young age, so she didn't need to sleep with producers, directors, or even photographers in order to get a role. She only had one man in her life, her ex-husband, and she could be said to be a rare clean stream in the entertainment industry. For a mouthful of food, she would have to sleep with someone, or even be a mistress. Of course she hesitated. But at that moment, she saw Lin Xior already wiggling her hips and walking towards Fong Ming's table. She couldn't help but sneer in her heart, but she didn't go over to stop her. She had no position. Lin Xior had already walked over to Fong Ming's table, clearly taking the sexy route, but she pretended to be pitiful and said, "Mr. Fong, I haven't eaten meat in a long time. Can I have a bite?" She knew that Fong Ming was the one who made the decisions, so she desperately tried to seduce him with her eyes. Fong Ming glanced at her and ignored her. Her face had been surgically altered, and her smile was not natural. Although her breasts were very high, you could tell from their shape that they were filled with silicone. He was embarrassed and couldn't bring himself to do it. Meng Jining looked at Fong Ming first, and then she understood. She laughed out loud. "My husband doesn't like you, so go away. Hurry up, don't make my husband angry, or you won't be able to eat a single bite." Nowadays, it's not difficult to hire a maid. Just grab one from the street and feed it. It'll be more obedient and diligent than the cows on the production team. Lin Xior was humiliated, but she didn't dare to react. She went back with a dark face. Zhou was so pleased that she almost burst out laughing. "You're so sassy, but what's the result?" "Ha ha." But she hesitated again, wondering whether she should let go completely. She was not naive at all. The world was clearly getting worse, and the only hope for survival was to attach oneself to a strong person. Fong Ming is such a strong man. Even Meng Jining, who is also a superhuman, is willing to be his woman and let him have a harem. What does this show? Fang Ming is not just a little bit stronger than Meng Jining, which is why Meng Jining is willing to give in. Only by becoming Fang Ming's woman will she not be abandoned by him when disaster strikes. This is not just about eating better. The scale of the big honey is incomparable to that of Lin Xior. Everyone has different thoughts after a meal, and then they go back to their own rooms. Fang Ming, Lu Yuqi, and Meng Jining all took a refreshing bath. These days, they only use water to wipe their bodies, not to bathe. The only drawback is that there is only cold water. The hotel's hot water is heated by a boiler, but the boiler is not in operation, so there is only cold water and no hot water. Fortunately, it is already June, so even a cold shower is not very cold. Moreover, they can also boil hot water and put it in the bathtub, then add cold water, and they will have a hot bath. After washing, they rinse off with cold water to get clean. After a nice shower, the next step is, of course, to go to bed. The rain stopped and the clouds dispersed. The three of them didn't go to sleep, but instead started chatting. "Husband, are you going to take those 3 people?" Meng Jining asked. Fang Ming smiled, "I'm not interested in Lin Xior." This kind of 18th tier small star can play the 3rd or 4th female lead in a drama. Obviously she has slept with countless men and called countless men daddy, so she is already a formidable opponent. Fang Ming doesn't collect trash. "Oh, so you're interested in Dami and Guyai Renba?" Meng Jining bit Fang Ming's ear. That beauty from the western regions should still be a virgin, but Dami is already married. "You really don't mind being in the same profession?" "Gee, you're driving again." Fang Ming just slapped her, sending a wave of buttocks. "Go to sleep. I'm really tired today. I haven't had a good rest in the past few days, and now that I've finally settled down and am lying on this soft bed, I'm naturally too lazy to do anything but fall asleep." The night passed. Day 35 of the end of the world. Fang Ming stretched and didn't get up until after 9. He had never woken up so late before. Why? He didn't need to find the evolution fluid, and he didn't need to hurry, so why did he get up so early? Now, on the 60th day, there is no need to find the evolution fluid, and there are no corpse pearls, so Fang Ming can only lie down and play with his own woman, or be played with by his own woman. Wash up and have breakfast. Fang Ming and his 2 friends had soy milk and fried dough sticks for breakfast, but what did Zhou and her 2 friends have? Rice with pickled mustard. That's enough. At least they're full. After breakfast, Fang Ming sent Zhou and the other 2 to clean up. The hotel is so big and there are so many guest rooms, so it needs to be well taken care of. Fang Ming went to the ecological garden. It's a huge place. There are not only vegetables, but also fruit trees, strawberry fields, etc., where guests can go in and pick their own, and the farm has chickens, ducks, geese, cows, sheep, and pigs, but this amount is obviously not enough to eat, but is used for the children of guests to visit. But how many people are there in Fang Ming's group? There is enough to eat. Fang Ming smiled and thought that it was a wise choice to take over this hotel. Of course, the hotel's goal is too big, and it will inevitably be given priority attention by the supernaturals and the zombies in the future, but Fang Ming is not afraid. He was already far ahead of all the other superpowered people, and he was leading by a wide margin. With his formidable strength, he will be able to obtain a large number of corpse pearls, while others can only follow him and eat shit. When he kills a level 1 zombie, other psychics are still busy forming teams, otherwise they will die alone. When other psychics can single-handedly kill a level 1 zombie, Fang Ming may have already started killing level 3 zombies. He picked some vegetables and picked some fruit, then went back upstairs. When he reached the 2nd floor, he saw Honey, and his feet stopped. Chapter 60, Honey. Zhou and the other 2 were assigned different tasks. The hotel has 33 floors, so Zhou is responsible for cleaning floors 1 to 11, Guyai Riba is responsible for floors 12 to 22, and Lin Xior is responsible for the top floor, 11. That's perfect. Now, Big Honey is cleaning the hallway, lying on the ground and scrubbing the floor tiles. From Fang Ming's perspective, her round buttocks were swaying gently. Fang Ming couldn't help but sigh. You can't use a mop? You have to kneel? So, it was obvious that Big Honey had noticed him coming and was deliberately showing it to him. But how did she know he was coming at this time? It was unexpected because Fang Ming came from the ecological park at a very fast speed and did not stop in the middle, so it was impossible for Dammy to see him and then just pose like that for him. So there is only one possibility. She had been in that position all along. I don't know when you'll come, so I'll just keep doing it. Won't your knees swell up from kneeling like this? Fong Ming looked at this right beauty and couldn't help but be moved. To say she is beautiful, Dammy is indeed a first-class beauty, and her figure is also super. Among actresses, she is rare in that she has no technology or harsh living, but she has a huge bust. But Lu Yuqi and Meng Jin are not even a little bit inferior to her, and they are not even younger. They were even virgins when they were with him. Why is Fong Ming so excited about Big Honey? After all, this is the actress that Fong Ming has always liked, and he has fantasized about her many times. Doesn't every man have a dream? Except for domestic actresses, Fong Ming also likes big-breasted women from Oceania and beautiful women from island countries. He also likes actresses from the kimchi country as long as they are not too much of a makeover. In addition, he doesn't mind finding a Persian beauty with a different style. Why do you want to take over this hotel? Of course, everything is based on the premise that Fong Ming's strength far exceeds that of other supernormal people. Otherwise, the better the conditions here, the more dangerous Fong Ming's situation will be, which is equivalent to putting himself on the fire and roasting. I don't know how many people will target him. Without enough strength, how can you have a beautiful woman and supplies? Especially since Fong Ming doesn't want to build his own power, everything has to be done on his own. No, he can build a goddess army, so he doesn't need to establish his own faction, and his harem can help each other. With enough self-defense power, he can charge into battle without any worries. Oh, it's really hard for the Big Honey to kneel for so long. Fong Ming walked over. Now, the Big Honey's acting is very fake, because Fong Ming's footsteps are not light, but she seems to have not heard it, and she is still wiping the floor, only her buttocks are shaking more charmingly. Only when a large hand pressed down did she seem to wake up from a dream, let out a cry of surprise, and her pretty face turned red. Turning her head, she immediately stammered, Mr. Fong, don't do this. If Miss Lu and Miss Meng see this, they will misunderstand. To capture, to let go, to retreat in order to advance. Gee, a good hunter always appears as the prey. Fong Ming didn't want to expose her, and this kind of attitude of resisting and welcoming, shy and flirtatious, excited him. He picked up Honey and carried her into the guest room. Mr. Fong. Mr. Fong. Dammy is about to burst into tears. Miss Lu and Miss Meng will really misunderstand. She is a master. Instead of saying whether she wants to or not, she keeps reminding Fong Ming that he has 2 girlfriends. This is like saying, I am a wildflower, so don't pick me. Be careful that your family won't fall apart. But everyone says that home flowers are no match for wildflowers. Continue, I like your character. Fong Ming laughed and walked into the bedroom, throwing the ripe, beautiful woman onto the bed. Mr. Fong, really, no. Really, no. Big Mimi kept shrinking back on the bed. The acting is really good. Well, it's a bit over the top, but he doesn't mind. He. After the huge commotion, there was silence. Fong Ming doesn't smoke, otherwise he would be enjoying a post-coital cigarette right now. The beautiful and mature woman was leaning on his chest, exhausted from the physical exertion, but her expression was one of complete satisfaction. Fong Ming suddenly felt grateful for the disaster. Otherwise, would he have been able to realize his dream? Before the disaster, would Dammy even look at him? Ha ha. But now, she even has to go to great lengths to act to get his attention. It's a great feeling to have a star who is adored by everyone deliberately seeking your favor. How long have you been kneeling? Fong Ming asked. Zhou knew that her little trick had long been seen through by Fong Ming, but she was not embarrassed because her goal had been achieved. She was now Fong Ming's woman, and judging from his previous craziness, he was clearly very satisfied with her body. In fact, she was also quite satisfied with her body. Mature, plump, and with a beautiful figure, she would look at herself in the mirror after every shower, sometimes feeling sorry that she was not a man, and that she had to let others admire and enjoy her perfect body. But now she is extremely grateful that her body is so perfect that Fong Ming likes it. More than half an hour. She smiled bitterly, if you don't show up soon, I really won't be able to hold on. Ha ha. Fong Ming laughed. Did you have this thought yesterday? Yes. Jomi did not deny it at all. I know, I am just an ordinary woman. If I want to live, I can only rely on you. Very smart and realistic. The key is that she has a good appearance, a good figure, and she is obedient. Fang Ming nodded. I can support you, but there are some things that must be made clear. You are my woman, and everything must be based on my will. Don't be so self-righteous and make your own decisions. Especially, don't be a do-gooder. Fang Ming said very seriously, in the future, there will definitely be people coming here for help, so you must not give me any charity. Otherwise, I will kick you out. Jomi couldn't help but think of Fang Ming throwing that curvy woman out of the window without mercy, and she nodded repeatedly. I understand. I am your woman, you are my sky, I will listen to whatever you say and do whatever you want. Fang Ming's expression relaxed. Apart from that, I don't have any other demands, and I don't need you to do anything. Dami's heart finally settled down. She had bet on the right horse. Fang Ming is not a heartless person who will not take responsibility after sleeping with her. She thought of an idea to please Fang Ming, saying, Fang Ming, sleep with Reba too, she's still a virgin, I can guarantee it. Chapter 61, Holding. Fang Ming didn't say anything. Gue Yariba is indeed very beautiful. Not only is she not inferior to Dami, but because of her exotic charm, her beauty may be even a little higher. However, Dami is Fang Ming's dream fantasy object. Can it be the same? Besides, Dami is just over 30 years old, and she is at her most mature and charming. Her round and plump buttocks are very attractive to him. Let's talk about it later, he said. After a moment of tenderness, Fang Ming took Jomi to the roof. After becoming his woman, she naturally didn't have to do such chores. It was just a pity that Gu Yirenba and Lin Xior had to work 50% more. But could they argue with Fang Ming? Who else can give them a job these days? And it's hot. At dinner time, Jomi changed her seat. She sat at Fang Ming's table. This made Lin Xior feel envious and at the same time feel aggrieved. Why was it Jomi? She is even younger than Jomi. Shouldn't men like young women? Ha! At his age, Fang Ming is of course completely immune to the charms of a mature woman. Perhaps he will only like younger women when he can be considered an uncle himself. The most important thing is that Lin Xior has no self-awareness at all. Her looks are not even close to those of Jomi or Gu Yirenba, and she is full of technology and hard work. How could Fang Ming find her attractive? Not to mention that she has slept with countless people for the sake of a role. How could Fang Ming possibly find her attractive? Look at the quality beauties around him. Play with you? She's not good enough. Gue Yariba was a little mixed up. Before dinner, Jomi, her former boss and longtime friend, had advised her that they should both put aside their celebrity status and cling to Fang Ming's leg if they wanted to live a good life. Sure enough, Jomi was eating the food that made her mouth water, and even Fang Ming opened a bottle of red wine to welcome Dami's joining. Gu Yariba was certainly tempted. But in order to eat better, she has to betray herself? She is still young and has not yet been tainted by the entertainment industry, so she really can't make such a decision. Besides, she can still eat at least. However, when she saw others eating meat and even a plate of steamed Australian lobster, and then looked at the steamed bread in her hand, she suddenly felt that the food in her mouth had completely lost its taste. It didn't taste good anyway. Lin Xior wanted Fang Ming to sleep with her, but the key was that Fang Ming didn't want to. She was so angry that she almost wanted to throw the steamed bread in her hand away, but what would she eat if she did? She had to reluctantly tear it apart and eat it, as if she were treating the steamed bread as honey. She tore it very hard and kept staring at the honey. Before, they were good sisters who had shared the same hardships, but now you've suddenly flown up to the top of the tree and are enjoying yourself alone? Are you ashamed? No. She stared at Jomi, her eyes flashing. Fang Ming saw all this, but he didn't say anything. If Big Mimi can't even handle a little entertainer like this, then she's not worthy of being called Boss Joe. After the meal, Fang Ming even brought out fruit, which was a pleasant surprise for Dami, but also made Lin Xior and Gu Yariba very hungry. Especially Gu Yariba. She can resist food, but she loves fruit the most, and she hasn't had any in a long time. Now that she saw Fang Ming and the others casually eating all kinds of fruit, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva repeatedly, and almost couldn't resist walking over. But she still held back. She is a woman with dignity, and she would never sell her body for a mouthful of food. Fang Ming saw this, but only smiled in his heart. Let's see how long you can be stubborn. Anyway, there are still about 25 days before he can hunt down a level 1 zombie, which means he has nothing to do for the time being, so he can slowly tease this woman. It's a way to pass the time, it's boring. No words were exchanged that night. Actually, there was something to talk about. After all, 3 women make a play, and with Fang Ming's words, it was really rich. Lu Yuqi and Meng Jining were already good friends, so they naturally rejected Dami. But is Dami a pushover? She tried to please Fang Ming, which is called using the force of others to fight. Lu Yuqi and Meng Jining also had to work harder to please Fang Ming, at least they couldn't let Fang Ming favor Big Honey. So, Fang Ming is happy. This is how ancient emperors were like. It was already high noon when Fang Ming finally got up. He was exhausted. How many times did he plow the field last night? Fang Ming pressed his waist. Even with his current physique, he still felt a bit of a backache. Sigh. Fang Ming went to the roof and practiced a set of military boxing that Meng Jining had taught him. This was not only a way to kill, but also had the effect of loosening the muscles and bones. After finishing his workout, he went to the dining room. Breakfast time. Fang Ming and the other 3 naturally had a rich breakfast, with a choice of congee, noodles, and wonton, while Guya Renba and Lin Xiao'er only had a bowl of plain congee with a few pickled vegetables floating on top, which made Lin Xiao'er almost cry. The difference is that the day before, she cried because she was so hungry and was so excited to be able to eat food, but now she is crying in anger. You guys are eating such good food, and I'm eating this thin porridge? But don't you want to eat? After breakfast, Gu Yuriba and Lin Xiao'er continued to clean the room. Gu Yairenba was willing to work hard and put aside his starry airs, but Lin Xiao'er had a secret plan. Yujomi can seduce Fang Ming into bed, but I, Lin Xiao'er, can't? However, after a busy morning, although she also met Fang Ming once, he didn't even look at her, so her seduction plan was aborted before it even began. So, after lunch, she took the opportunity to find Zhomi. Nini, you have to help me out. Let me be Fang Ming's woman too, she said shamelessly. Zhomi seemed to have expected this, and she used her delicate hands to pull a lock of hair into her ear and smiled. Who Fang Ming wants to sleep with depends on his appetite, not something I can control. Lin Xiao'er was immediately displeased and said, Are you saying that he doesn't like me? What do you think? Zhomi asked in return. Lin Xiao'er was so angry that she jumped up and down. He even likes a divorced woman, and I'm still a virgin. How could he not like me? You must be the one who was holding him back. Otherwise, he would have already climbed into my bed. Pop. Zhomi slapped her with a loud slap, almost making Lin Xiao'er spin in place. Lin Xiao'er's face immediately had 5 bright fingerprints. Seeing that Lin Xiao'er was about to pounce like a madwoman, Zhomi calmly took a step back. Don't forget that I am now Fang Ming's woman. If you dare to touch me, do you want to be thrown off the building? Suddenly, Lin Xiao'er didn't dare to move. Zhomi slapped her again. It was crisp and loud. Chapter 62, The First Guests. Lin Xiao'er was completely demoralized and was slapped by Zhomi more than a dozen times. Lin Xiao'er, it's important to know your own limitations. Why doesn't Fang Ming want to sleep with you? First, you're not pretty enough, and you're covered in silicone. Your breasts and butt are all fake. How could Fang Ming possibly be interested in you? Second, don't you remember how many people you slept with to get into this crew? You want to climb the social ladder with this kind of bus? You're not up to it. After saying that, Zhomi waved her hand and left. Lin Xiao'er sat on the ground, covering her face and crying. In this battle, Boss Zhou won a complete victory. Fang Ming naturally wouldn't care about a fight between women. He had confidence in Zhomi, so how could he be taken advantage of by an 18th tier little entertainer? He began to reinforce the hotel's defenses. The main thing was the wall. The wall is high enough that it is impossible for the zombies to get in now, but once the zombies have formed a large group, or even a zombie tide, it will be different. A few hundred or even a few thousand of them all pushing together at the same time could easily bring down the wall. Zombies don't feel pain, and the people in front of them won't tell you to stop pushing, because if you push too hard, your prosthetic will come out. So if 100 zombies push in the same direction, the wall will easily collapse. So, it has to be reinforced. Fang Ming's requirement is that it can withstand the pressure of ordinary zombies. As for level 1 zombies, they can just jump over it. Reinforcing it won't do any good. There were stones in the hotel, so Fong Ming moved them over and used them to prop up the wall. Together with the supplies he had collected earlier, there was always something that could be used. Well, let's get some reinforced concrete. However, this is a huge project that will not be completed in a few days. Fortunately, there are still 24 days before the first level of zombies appear, and as long as there are no zombies of level 1 or above leading the pack, the zombies will be scattered and unable to form a zombie tide. Therefore, he still has plenty of time. Why did Fong Ming choose a building by the river as a shelter? Because it is next to the river is surging, and it is impossible for the zombies to cross, so this side does not need to be defended, which can greatly reduce the workload. Of course, the best place would be in the mountains, where there are absolutely no zombies. But if you go there, you won't be able to participate in future evolutions. If you lag behind, you will be beaten. This can only be considered a temporary solution, and it is not in Fong Ming's plan. You've lived a long life, but you're still living in fear, unable to avenge your past life? What a joke! At noon, Fong Ming finished work and everyone had dinner together. However, Lin Xiu'er came over with a swollen face, which surprised everyone. Only Zhou Mi was an exception. She ignored it and looked calm. Gee, Boss Zhou is pretty awesome. After eating, of course, you still have to work. Every extra cent you pay now will reduce 10 times the trouble in the future, so it's worth it. Moreover, once a level 1 zombie appears, Fong Ming will be busy killing zombies, so he won't have time to do such trivial things. So, sometimes having more people is certainly an advantage, but Fong Ming really didn't want to be responsible for the eating, drinking, and defecation of a bunch of people. They were just a small family, and their interests were completely tied together. He wasn't afraid to let the women know that he had a different space, and it was so good. It's a little hard work. Fortunately, he has the ability to manipulate space, which is especially useful when doing this kind of work. Moving things is not as simple as it seems. From morning to noon, and from noon to night, Fong Ming finally finished work. In the evening, the lights were lit on the top floor of the hotel. Fong Ming was drinking beer with his 3 women, watching Gu Yirenba sing and dance. It has to be said that all the women from the western region seem to be able to sing and dance. Gu Yirenba is a first-class singer and dancer, and with her beautiful face, hot body, and strong western style, it's no wonder she became an overnight sensation. A hit? Fortunately, Boss Zhou is a woman, otherwise Fong Ming would really be jealous. After the dance, Fong Ming and the other 3 clapped their hands, but Lin Xiu'er was busy cleaning up the dishes, and she was really unhappy. But would she dare to show it? Not to mention Fong Ming's ruthless actions, even if he didn't kill her, just kicking her out of the house, she couldn't accept it. She would be eaten by the zombies before she starved to death. Therefore, no matter how hard it is, she can only work obediently. However, she thought to herself, with the world in such a mess, someone will definitely come to this place, and there might even be a superpower user. What if Fong Ming is killed? If she uses all her skills to please the new owner, will she be able to turn her life around? At that time, she would have to step on these 3 women and treat them like dirt. She also hated Gu Yirenba. Outside the hotel, a group of 9 people are hurrying along. The streetlights have long since gone out, and they are moving forward by moonlight. But zombies can find their prey by their noses, and it makes no difference to them whether it is day or night. They pop out of the darkness from time to time, and it is impossible to guard against them. However, one person in the group is not ordinary. He is a superhuman. When a zombie appeared, he suddenly shot out, and his arm grew incredibly long, turning into a long, sharp golden spear. He thrust it into the zombie's eye, and then twisted it, causing the zombie's limbs to sag and fall, and it was motionless. Naturally, it died. The boss is awesome. What a piece of shit zombie. It's not worth mentioning in front of the boss's superpowers. It's a pity that most people have now become zombies, otherwise we would be living a carefree life. The 8 younger brothers kept on flattering him. Chen Gang's face darkened, and he abruptly withdrew his hand. The spear was quickly transformed back into a normal human hand. His superpower is metallization. He can turn part of his body into metal, such as into a sharp weapon, or turn the part that receives the force into a steel shield that is hard to hurt with a sword. With this ability, at the beginning of the disaster, he led his brothers and sisters to rob houses and kill many people, and he also raped many young girls and young wives, But this good life did not last long, and the zombies actually attacked. After a few of his brothers died, he couldn't stand the endless hordes of zombies, so he decided to leave the mountain city or find a place with fewer zombies to hide for a while. After running all day, they were both tired and hungry. Damn you, God! You gave me such a strong ability, why did you have to create a bunch of zombies? Before the zombies appeared, he was surrounded by beautiful women, which he had never dared to dream of before. But then, the beautiful women suddenly turned into zombies and almost bit off his root. Boss, look! One of the brothers suddenly pointed at the sky and yelled. Chen Gang looked up at his finger and couldn't help but show his surprise. What's going on? There are lights in the sky. Chapter 63, Chen Gang. Chen Gang and the other 8 men were all extremely surprised. Why are there lights in the sky? Has the science fiction drama turned into a fantasy drama? No. One of the younger brothers suddenly remembered that it was the Wanjiang Resort Hotel. I had a relative who got married there and the banquet was held there. I remember it very clearly. So, it wasn't the lights in the sky, but the lights on the high-rise buildings? There's electricity. Suddenly, the 9 of them cried out in unison. Chen Gang also clapped his hands. The hotel has its own generator, how could I have forgotten that? His eyes were shining. The hotel must have a lot of food. And they have a generator, so what does that mean? Even if it is hot, the food in the refrigerator will not spoil. He obviously forgot that it had been more than a month since the disaster, and why the hotel generator had not run out of energy, and that there was still food after eating for so many days? Chen Gang was now hungry and tired, and all he wanted to do was eat a big meal and then lie down and sleep. Boss, this place is in a great location. It's by the river, so there can't possibly be any zombies, and there are mostly parks in this area, so there weren't many living people here before, so there must be very few zombies here now. We can stay here. There's electricity. There's food. Maybe there are women too. At this point, everyone's eyes were shining. This is a 5-star hotel, and the people who can stay here must be rich, and the women of rich people must be beautiful. Oh, boss, let's go grab some food and women. Chen Gang also nodded, let's go. In a city that is almost completely dark, a 30-story hotel has lights shining, which is like a beacon in the darkness, attracting all kinds of evil spirits. Chen Gang led his men in the direction of the hotel. After a dozen minutes, they arrived at the place and then climbed over the wall. Fang Ming had only reinforced the walls, so they were able to climb over them easily. They walked boldly toward the main building of the hotel. What are they afraid of? First, there were 9 of them, all of them could fight, and second, the leader was superhuman, with superpowers. They arrived at the main building, and the door was not locked, so they easily got in. However, on the roof, the alarm went off. Fang Ming smiled and casually turned off the alarm. He had installed a sensor at the hotel entrance that would sound an alarm if someone entered. Of course, this was put into the other dimension before the disaster, otherwise it would be useless after the disaster. The infrared sensor can also work at night. Finally, a guest came. Fang Ming naturally knew how conspicuous it would be to have the hotel lit up at night, but he had established a foothold here, and in the future, many forces would surely know of his existence. So, he might as well show himself openly. Who dares to come? Kill. After killing too many people, naturally no one will dare to come over again. In the end times, fame is built on the backs of human lives. However, the prerequisite is to be well prepared. Is there a guest? Meng Jining asked Fang Ming, but she was not the least bit nervous. As a superhuman, she knew how powerful Fang Ming was. This guy uses evolution fluid every day without a single day off. Fang Ming smiled, well, 9 people, I don't know how strong they are. Just wait. However, they really waited for a long time. Because there was no elevator available, they had to climb all 33 floors on foot. So when they reached the top floor 10 minutes later, they were all out of breath. However, when they reached the top floor, they could see Lu Yuqi and the other girls through the transparent glass, and all 9 of them immediately brightened up. Beautiful women, and all super beautiful. That's Dammy. And Gu Renba. Holy shit, they're celebrities. Ha, I never thought I would be able to sleep with a celebrity one day. Chen Gang snorted. He had indeed given the ordinary beauties he had previously played with to his subordinates to enjoy, but he would never give away a beauty like Lu Yushi. All for him. Who dares to object? Kill him. And, besides the beautiful women, what else was on the table? Food. Fruit. My goodness. This is a windfall. Chen Gang was full of surprises. Was this a gift from heaven? No wonder there was a zombie apocalypse, it was meant to guide him here. Then I'll take it. Chen Gang strode forward, and with a bang, kicked open the door to the restaurant, and appeared in front of Fong Ming and the others in all his glory. He thought that there would be a lot of exclamations, and the women would be scared out of their wits. However, someone did call out, but only one. What's going on? You all seem to know I'm going to show up. Chen Gang was very puzzled. Who was the only one who called out? Lin Xiao'er. She had been washing dishes and had just finished. When she ran out, she suddenly saw a group of men rushing in. Could she not scream in fright? Although she had called out, her heart was already racing. Maybe this is an opportunity. But she can't rush into it. She has to take a look first. Fong Ming smiled lightly. This is my territory. Who let you in? Chen Gang snorted. Your territory? You have to be alive first. One of the underlings immediately stepped forward and said, This is our boss, Chen Gang. Our boss is a superhuman with superpowers. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and submit to our boss right now, or else don't be surprised if our boss is ruthless. Superhuman powers. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao'er immediately lost all hesitation. She made her decision. There are superpowered people on the other side, and there are many of them. What about Fong Ming's side? Except for Fong Ming, they are all women. Who has the better chance of winning? She immediately ran over to Chen Gang. Boss Chen, my name is Lin Xiao'er. I used to be a star too. I'm willing to follow you. Chen Gang looked at her. She was indeed a beautiful woman, even though the traces of plastic surgery were obvious. But to be able to look like that, she must have had a good foundation. But it's not that you don't know what's good, it's that you're afraid of comparing it to other goods. Next to her were Lu Yushi, Meng Jining, and other top models like Dami and Guyai Riba. Compared to them, Lin Xiao'er looked very ordinary. However, this is the first person to come to me, so I still have to encourage her a little. Very good, stand aside. He said lightly. In order to show off, Lin Xiao'er quickly said, Boss Chen, that man is called Fong Ming, and he also has superpowers. And that woman, she is also a superpower holder. The woman she was referring to was of course Meng Jining. Chen Gang was shocked. Two superhumans. However, these two people look very young and should not have much combat experience. Maybe I can tame this woman. Hey, women, if you sleep with them enough, they'll be yours. Chapter 64, Metallization Abilities. Chen Gang smiled confidently and said to Meng Jining, Beauty, this kind of pretty boy is like a silver-plated spearhead that looks good but doesn't work. You should follow me from now on. I'll make sure you eat well and drink spicy food. Besides, I'm very strong in that area, and I guarantee that you'll be very happy. Meng Jining giggled and looked at Fong Ming. Honey, can I kill him? Fong Ming shrugged. It's up to you. Meng Jining walked towards Chen Gang. You think you can sleep with me? She was wearing leather clothes, revealing her perfect, hot body. Her long legs, thin waist, and small, round, perky butt made Chen Gang's eyes go straight. What a piece of ass. Am I not qualified to sleep with you? He said proudly. Only my husband can sleep with me. Meng Jining snorted and then charged at Chen Gang. She's fast. Chen Gang was shocked and instinctively reached out to block. Bang, a fist had already hit his arm. Fortunately, he had time to metallize his arm, otherwise the punch would have completely broken his arm. Even so, he was still shaken back several steps by the terrifying power of the punch. His face changed suddenly. What a terrifying power. Blood was already seeping from his arm. But he had clearly metallized his arm. Because his metallization was only partial, the skin at the border between metallized and non-metallized skin now split open, causing him to bleed profusely. How could it be so strong? The point is, this is just from a woman. What about the man? Is he even stronger than a woman? He probably couldn't even beat one, so what about the two of them? They'll die. Thinking about it, Chen Gang immediately lost his nerve. Retreat. As long as there is a green mountain, there will be firewood to burn. Moreover, if he lives, he can make a comeback. Either he gets stronger, or he can join forces with other superhumans, and there is always a chance to take over the hotel. Haha, misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. He chuckled and said, I was just joking with you. This is Mr. Fong, right? Okay, I admit that this hotel is your territory. Goodbye. No, you can't leave. Lin Xior was desperate. I've already jumped over, and you're suddenly leaving? What about me? I'm in a fix. But would Meng Jining let him leave? He's already here, why is he in such a hurry to leave? She smiled and chased after him, punching him. Chen Gang was so angry that he swung his right hand out, but it turned into a sword. No matter how powerful you are, I can cut off your hand with one sword strike. How can you fight me? Meng Jining laughed, retracted her hand like lightning, and then kicked him. Boom! Chen Gang was immediately kicked in the lower abdomen, and the entire person flew out, spitting blood repeatedly. Meng Jining shook his head as he chased after him. You're too weak, and you only rely on your superpowers. You're only a street thug in a fight. I just used a feint to trick you. Chen Gang fell to the ground, his knees on the ground, vomiting blood continuously. He was shocked. It turned out that Meng Jining had anticipated that he would use his superpowers to fight back, but in the end it was just a feint, and the real killer move was the kick. He was completely led by the nose by the other party. Seeing Meng Jining approaching, he thought that if he was kicked again, his internal organs would probably be shattered. He didn't care about his face anymore. He was already kneeling, so he quickly bent his upper body down. I surrender. Don't kill me. I'm willing to become your little brother. Meng Jining looked at Fong Ming. Dear, do you want to take in a superpowered dog to guard the house? Fong Ming laughed. This is not a dog, but a white-eyed wolf that can't be tamed. It will only covet you and bite back at any time. Oh. Meng Jining nodded, took a step forward, and charged at Chen Gang. You're forcing me to do this. Chen Gang roared, got up from the ground, and was about to fight to the death with Meng Jining. But what can he fight with? Meng Jining has used at least 10 doses of evolution liquid, so how much more evolved is she than Chen Gang? Moreover, she had come from the mysterious security department. Even if she wasn't in the field, the training she had received was completely incomparable to Chen Gang's. The result was a landslide. Chen Gang was killed by a kick. Cut the grass and remove the roots, leaving no aftereffects. Fong Ming said lightly. Understood. Meng Jining walked towards the 8 little brothers again. The little brothers were all scared silly, and only reacted when they saw Meng Jining walking over. But in front of Meng Jining, who is strong in both strength and intelligence, can they possibly run away? They will only be slaughtered one by one. Fong Ming, on the other hand, found Chen Gang's body and picked him up. As expected, a hot stream hit him. He threw Chen Gang out of the window, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Xior. Lin Xior was so scared that she knelt down. Who would have thought that Chen Gang, who was also a supernatural being, was so easily defeated? Not to mention killing Fong Ming, even Meng Jining couldn't beat him. Master, I was confused for a moment. Please forgive me. As she said this, she took off her clothes, obviously still hoping to use her body to win. If she won, not only would the crisis be resolved, she could even become one of the hostesses of the hotel. Fong Ming laughed, picked her up, and threw her out the window. Ah, the scream pierced the night sky. Fong Ming's face was cold. He could not tolerate betrayal the most. I fed you and gave you drink, and you betrayed me? Should I spare you for the new year? Then, he left immediately. He went straight downstairs and entered a small forest in the hotel, waiting for a new power to emerge. During this stage, he would be in great pain and his fighting ability would be greatly reduced. Here it comes. He groaned, feeling that something was happening inside him, and it was causing him great pain. Fortunately, it only lasted half an hour. Fong Ming stood up, and with a thought, his entire upper body turned golden. He was much stronger than the Black Boss. However, it still hasn't reached the point where the whole body is covered in metal. In that case, I still have a flaw. And My internal organs are still not completely metallized, which means that even if I am metallized, when I take a very heavy blow, my internal organs may still explode due to the shock. Ha, but I can't be too demanding. After all, I'm not even a level 1 psychic. Fong Ming suddenly had a strange thought. Am I invincible now? He immediately tried it out, and then shook his head. It's fine to be invincible and unstoppable, but I can't feel anything at all. Alas, everything has its pros and cons. Well, at least he had gained a new ability, and none of the abilities he had gained so far had reached level 1. You know, once you reach level 1, new changes will occur. Fong Ming walked back to the hotel, took a shower, and then, If I can't use the golden spear, I can at least use the golden kidneys and iron kidneys. Chapter 65, Dark and Desperate. A night of hard work. Fong Ming sighed, the golden waist and iron kidneys are okay. I can hold on. He hugged the sweet-smelling, voluptuous big honey, who he had been particularly fond of the past 2 days. There was no way around it. She was the object of his youthful fantasies, and now the real person had come out of his dreams, so of course he had endless energy. Today, he had to go out and collect some materials. Before the disaster, he didn't bother with reinforced concrete, there was really no need. Because these things don't spoil like food, just leave them there. Who's going to compete with him? The key is that he never thought about taking over a hotel. Before, but now his plans have changed, and the amount of reinforced concrete he needs has skyrocketed, and his reserves are completely inadequate. He set out. Fong Ming walked out of the hotel and strolled down the street. The most common thing on the street are naturally the zombies, but occasionally you can also see survivors walking carefully, avoiding the zombies and going to the store to look for supplies. Before the zombies appeared, although the mountain city was already in chaos, it was not completely out of control. Therefore, the commissaries and supermarkets were still open under strict government orders, but they were no longer selling things, but distributing supplies. Now it has completely entered a state of chaos. Who would go to work to distribute supplies? You have to take it yourself. Fong Ming discovered that some people had figured out the characteristics of the zombies and actually smeared themselves with zombie blood clots and hung pieces of zombie meat on themselves, which greatly masked their own scent. Human ingenuity is truly boundless. When pushed, all kinds of crazy ideas come up. Fong Ming smiled and continued on. Before long, he arrived at the building materials market. Collect. There were only a few zombies here, and he easily dealt with them all. In fact, Fong Ming was reluctant to kill them. Why? Because these zombies have evolved over the past 20 days and have become level 1 zombies. Of course, they will evolve gradually. If they all become level 1 zombies at once, even Fong Ming, with his superpowers, would have to flee for his life. He would never dare to fight them in this remote and poor area, where he would spend the rest of his life. There is no chance of winning. The more zombies you kill now, the more it will affect the number of level 1 zombies, which means a decrease in the number of corpse pearls. Fortunately, there are not many zombies here, and there are 30 million people in the mountain city. The current number of zombies is at least 27 million, which is enough to produce a large number of level 1 zombies. Fong Ming collected supplies layer by layer. There are not only reinforced concrete, but also many other materials. Fong Ming took them all away, regardless of the consequences. After all, the space in the other dimension is large enough to hold all of them. This building materials market has 6 floors, and Fong Ming quickly received the top floor. However, the stairway to the top floor was blocked. Ha! He thought to himself, could there be any survivors? He pushed hard, and the various materials blocking the door fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. At this point, people on the 6th floor heard the noise and came running over. 7 men. 2 of them were even naked. No! They weren't just awakened from sleep and didn't have time to get dressed, they were interrupted in the middle of something. Fong Ming walked in boldly. You motherfucker, we worked so hard to block the passage, and you destroyed it all. One of the men pointed at Fong Ming and cursed, holding a steel pipe in his hand. It's so convenient to find a weapon here. Fong Ming ignored him and just kept walking. Damn! The man cursed and rushed towards Fong Ming, swinging the steel pipe in his hand and smashing it. Fong Ming just ignored it, his pace didn't change, and he didn't dodge at all. Is this guy an idiot? Bang! The steel pipe hit, but it made a crisp sound, and the steel pipe bounced back. The 7 people were shocked to discover that Fong Ming's head had actually turned golden, as if it had turned into a lump of gold. How could a steel pipe smash gold? The attacker was stunned and scared, backing away repeatedly, but still holding onto the steel pole with both hands. He's not human, he's a liquid metal robot. One person suddenly shouted, I saw it in a movie. In the future, there will be a type of robot made of liquid metal that can switch bodies freely. Are you an idiot? How can you take the plot of a movie seriously? No one paid any attention to him, but the man was still shouting, appearing extremely excited. I understand, in the future, intelligent robots betrayed humanity and sent this liquid metal robot back to the present to spread the zombie virus and eliminate most of humanity. What a genius of logic, it actually makes sense. Fong Ming walked forward, while the 7 men retreated. Regardless of whether Fong Ming was a robot, the strange behavior he displayed earlier was enough to make anyone scared. When he came to the door of a room, Fong Ming looked inside from the half-open door. Inside was a simple bed, on which lay a woman, naked, with her limbs spread out and her face completely numb, just staring blankly at the ceiling, as if she were a walking corpse. Fong Ming shook his head. In the end times, ordinary people are completely props, enslaved by the supernormal, and the worst off are ordinary women, who are also raped by ordinary men, some of whom are even worse than dogs. This is a microcosm. This woman has obviously become a tool for men to vent their anger. He walked further, and there was another room, another bed, and another woman. But further on, there was only a bed and no woman. I see. There are only 2 women here, but there are 7 men, so they can't be separated. What to do? Everyone takes turns. That's why Fong Ming only saw 2 naked men. It's not strange at all. Fong Ming took a deep breath. It was like this in his previous life, and it is still like this in this life. Does he still expect to live a second life, and suddenly become noble? The end of the world, isn't it just so depressing and dark that it makes people despair? Everyone should unite and help each other to get through this together? No way. Fong Ming had no intention of being a savior, but he wanted to kill these scumbags. At least in the settlements established by the strong, there are still basic rules. You want to play with women? Fine, if one is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten, you bring out the food and they give up their bodies. It's a fair trade. If they are capable and don't want to sell themselves, then at least you can't force them in the settlement. Outside, it's every man for himself. But here, women have become a complete tool for release. Fong Ming even suspected that when the food ran out, the 7 men would eat the 2 women. Is that an exaggeration? Not at all. Cannibalism was common in the past. You don't have to come any closer. The 7 men had retreated to the end of the corridor, their bodies pressed against the wall, with nowhere to retreat. Fong Ming smiled, and a strange light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, the 7 men looked at each other and suddenly hugged each other. Chapter 66 Reinforcing the Wall. Fong Ming made the 7 men experience what it was like to be covered in sweat. Finally, the 7 men recovered and found out what they had done and what they had been done to. They all screamed in shock, and several of them vomited against the wall. They drank a lot. Fong Ming snorted and shot 7 ice spears at the 7 men, killing them. He didn't bother with the 2 women. He had no extra kindness. In this apocalypse, people must learn to save themselves, otherwise, who is obliged to help you? Fong Ming went to the cement factory again. After collecting a wave of supplies, he passed by a construction site and accidentally found a group of workers trapped by the zombies. He couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. He took out his gun and killed the zombies. Amidst the workers' gratitude, Fong Ming asked, "Do you want to take on a job? Help me reinforce the walls. I'll provide you with 3 meals a day and work for you for about a week. How about it?" Suddenly, all the workers signed up. In these days, anyone who can provide you with food and drink is definitely a hero. Fong Ming took these workers back with him. It was only a dozen kilometers away. Well, it was still quite far away. The main reason was that these workers couldn't walk fast. They had to clear the zombies along the way, and they only walked 2 kilometers in an hour. This is because of Fong Ming's presence, otherwise, not to mention 2 kilometers, it would only be 200 steps, and these people would be overwhelmed by the zombies. What should be done? Fang Ming didn't want to take out the U8, and besides, the U8 couldn't sit many people. There was no other way, so they had to keep going. So, it was only after 6 hours that they finally returned to the Wanjiang Holiday Hotel, and it was completely dark by then. Without Fang Ming, Lu Yuqi and the others didn't turn on the lights, and the entire hotel was pitch black, like a ghostly realm. This was naturally to avoid being targeted. After all, Meng Jining was the only one with supernormal abilities. What if they encountered a powerful enemy? It is necessary to guard against it. Once they entered the hotel, Fang Ming let the workers choose rooms on the 3rd floor or below. He provided some noodles and dumplings, but even so, the workers were still moved to tears. They were determined to work hard tomorrow to repay their employer. He had saved their lives and even fed them. What kind of kindness was that? Fang Ming also hoped that there would be another superhuman who would come at night to give him new superhuman abilities, but after 12 o'clock there was no movement, so he went to bed. However, he would wake up at the slightest sound. The sun rose in the east after the night passed. After the workers had breakfast, they began to reinforce the walls as Fang Ming had requested. However, now that there were so many workers and there was no shortage of materials, Fang Ming raised his requirements by a large margin. The walls were thicker and higher, and even steel plates were stuffed inside. Such a defense can't be damaged by ordinary zombies, let alone level 1 zombies, and they can only jump over it. The workers were all working hard, so even though Fang Ming had increased the difficulty, the project could be completed in 5 days at most. Fang Ming is idle. He slept until nearly 10 o'clock in the morning, and there was no way he could lie down any longer. He washed up, skipped breakfast, and went straight to lunch, reducing his meals from 3 to 2. I solved the problem in the morning, but what about the afternoon? There's still nothing to do. Fang Ming was looking forward to the first-level zombies appearing so that he could go hunting for corpse pearls and not be so bored. What if he is too idle? Fang Ming walked out of the house and saw Lu Yuqi and the other 3 women playing mahjong. He sat down and watched. The 4 women were all beautiful, and they also had very good figures, and each had their own characteristics, so as he watched, Fang Ming's attention was no longer on the mahjong, but on admiring the allure of the 4 women. Lu Yuqi and Meng Jining are both too familiar, so Fang Ming can tell who is who by touch with his eyes closed, and he will never be wrong. Gu Riba has not yet gotten started, so he naturally appreciates Jomi more. Dami should have just finished yoga, so she was wearing a yoga outfit that showed off her full figure, especially her fat buttocks, which almost filled the entire chair after she sat down, like a ripe peach. Her waist is also particularly slim, and the strong contrast creates a super visual impact. He walked over and picked up Big Honey. I'll borrow her for a while, I'll give her back later. Lu Yuqi and Meng Jining looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Good things can't all go to Big Honey. Gu Riba blushed. You really don't treat me as an outsider. However, she was also a little dissatisfied. What did she lose to Jomi? She is as beautiful as Jomi, and she has a great figure. Although Jomi is charming and full of mature charm, she is young and still a virgin. Why doesn't Fang Ming look at her? Women are so contradictory. Fang Ming wants to eat her, but she doesn't want to sell herself out for food. But Fang Ming doesn't even look at her, and she feels aggrieved. Ha ha. In the afternoon, Fang Ming still found something to do. He helped the workers install the steel plates. Because the steel plates were so heavy, and there was no crane or anything, they had to be lifted by hand, so the efficiency was naturally not high. But when Fang Ming joined in, it was completely different. He could easily handle it by himself. The workers were all stunned. The boss is so strong. No wonder the boss can live such a good life. He has the strength. Night fell. Fang Ming first sent food to the workers. The food was not very tasty, but it was filling and plentiful. Fang Ming was not a stingy person. He fed the workers well because they were working for him. Then, the 5 of them started to eat. After they finished eating, they had fruit. Gu Renba didn't get any fruit, so she had to pout and go wash the dishes. Fang Ming laughed. Of course, he was deliberately ignoring Gu Riba. He wanted to see how long she could hold out. Will there be any guests today? Come on, I'll be the banker and start the game. Fang Ming laughed. Lu Yuqi and the other 3 women were all very interested and placed bets. What kind of bet? Of course, it's who Fang Ming sleeps with at night. There are many women, and no matter how close they are on the surface, they are still jealous of each other in secret. Outside the hotel, a young couple were surprised to find that the lights were on in the hotel's upper floors. There are people alive. We're saved. The two of them cheered, but then immediately appeared hesitant. Because the security situation in the mountain city had taken a turn for the worse a month earlier. Robbers and thieves were everywhere, and the police were simply overwhelmed. In some cases, the victims were killed outright, and there was no time to call the police. So what if the survivors who took over the hotel were bandits? The two of them hesitated. However, several zombies appeared from behind and chased after them, howling. The young couple had no time to hesitate and quickly ran towards the hotel. But when they reached the hotel entrance, they froze. Where is the door? It was completely blocked by a wall. Do you want to come in? A beautiful voice suddenly came from the wall. Chapter 67, The Young Couple. The young couple looked up at the same time. They saw a person standing on the wall, but because her back was to the moon, they couldn't see her clearly. But her figure must be extremely good, because she was slender and slim, with a thin waist and plump, round buttocks. Even though there were zombies rushing over, the man was still slightly distracted. The woman was much calmer and quickly shouted out. Meng Jining smiled and said, "Okay, I'll take you in." The young couple was both surprised and happy, thinking that Meng Jining would just lower a ladder or something. "You're cheating." Lu Yuqi's voice rang out. She and Dami had both bet that no one would enter the hotel today, but Meng Jining had bet the opposite. However, the hotel walls, including the gate, had been reinforced, and it was simply impossible for ordinary people to climb over them. Or at least, not without the use of tools. So, although a young couple came to the hotel, they couldn't be considered to have entered if they couldn't get in. But what about Meng Jining? If she's going to help, what else could it be but cheating? Meng Jining didn't care. "We didn't say that we couldn't help people get in. I didn't bring an unrelated person in, but the person was already going to get in, they just couldn't." She jumped down from the gate, picked up one of the young couple with one hand, and then jumped up in the air. The young couple then rose up into the air and easily crossed the gate and entered the hotel. This made the young couple dizzy. It was amazing. However, there were 3 people behind the wall. 1 man and 2 women. With the help of the faint moonlight, the two suddenly recognized that one of the women was Jomi. "You are Big Honey." The woman suddenly screamed, appearing extremely excited. "I love your performance in Endless Dust." Jomi just smiled lightly and didn't say anything. She knew that Fong Ming didn't like outsiders, so she naturally didn't show any enthusiasm for the two of them. Besides, they didn't know each other, so why should she be enthusiastic? "Just because you are my fan? What kind of joke is this? What time is it now? Do I still expect to make money from you?" Dami is a very smart woman, and she has already adjusted her mentality to make Fong Ming the center of everything. Fong Ming thought for a moment and said, "You can hide from the zombies here, but when the zombies are gone, please leave as well." The young couple looked at each other and begged Fong Ming, "Please take us in. We have nowhere else to go." Seeing the two pitiful, Lu Yuqi showed a hint of reluctance, but even she did not speak up to beg Fong Ming for mercy. Everyone around Fong Ming knew that he hated the most were the Holy Mother and the Good-for-Nothing, so none of them would beg for mercy. Of course, Fong Ming was unmoved. Having lived through a difficult life for more than half a year in his previous life, could he possibly have any sympathy? Not harming others is already the greatest kindness. However, he suddenly thought, "Do you know how to cook?" What kind of strange question is that? But the young couple were only surprised for a moment, and immediately nodded in unison, "Yes. Yes." Fong Ming said, "I have some workers here. You will be responsible for cooking for them. When the project is finished, you will leave with them." The young couple thanked him profusely. In their opinion, a project would last at least a few months, so they could at least be safe for that long. "You can choose any room on the 3rd floor or below," Fong Ming added. The young couple hurriedly thanked him again. Thank you. My name is Zhou Dao, and this is my wife, Yin Xiaoning." Fong Ming just waved his hand. The problem was that the hotel workers had to eat and drink, not that he couldn't provide enough food, but that no one was cooking. Use the takeout and banquet food that was previously collected? Fong Ming was reluctant to do so. Now that he has more women around him, this ready-made, piping hot food is only good for 15 years at most, and it's not enough for outsiders. So the food for the workers is all made by Jomi and the others. However, the hygiene of the hotel and the 3 meals a day were problems. I'd better find someone to do it. But the young couple was immediately ruled out. Because he would only hire women, since his family was all female, he didn't want to hire a man who might be tempted to look. So, a husband and wife team is naturally excluded. Kill Zhou Dao and keep his wife? Fong Ming's bottom line is not to take the initiative to do evil, even if he has no morals, but he still has a bottom line. He calls it humanity. Because Meng Jining won, she could monopolize Fong Ming when they slept, snuggling in his arms like a kitten, and she was actually very lovable. The night passed. Day 39 of the disaster. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou got up very early. Fong Ming gave them 100 caddies of rice, which they cooked directly. Because the workers had a lot of physical exertion, they were hungry after eating porridge in the morning, and the side dishes were ready-made, all of which could be bought in the supermarket. There were at least 10 kinds, some spicy and some not spicy, to satisfy different tastes. The workers came to eat and found that the Zhou couple were a bit strange. The two of them hurriedly explained, and the workers immediately enthusiastically chatted with the young couple. The boss is amazing. He killed all the zombies in one go, otherwise we would have been trapped alive. Also, the landlord is very generous. Look, we get a full meal every day. And yesterday we had dumplings, today it's rice. They're afraid we'll get bored of it. It's good enough to have a full stomach these days, let alone to be able to eat. Unfortunately, the construction period is only 5 days at most. I really want to work here for the rest of my life. Old Chen, you're not being honest. You want to work for the boss for the rest of your life? Look at you. Right. At this time, the boss can still give us a job and let us eat to our heart's content every day. This is already a great favor. How can I still be dissatisfied? After a while, the workers went back to work. Zhou Dao and his wife began to clear the tables and prepare the lunch and dinner meals. Ning, did you hear what the workers said? Zhou Dao said while washing the dishes. What? Yin Xiaoning was in charge of picking and washing vegetables. The workers said that they would finish the project in 5 days at the most. Zhou Dao put down the bowl and looked a bit solemn. The man said that the workers would leave, and so would we, because our value is to cook for the workers. Yin Xiaoning was a bit dissatisfied and said, "You are a foreign student who returned from Cambridge, and I am a graduate student from Jinling University. In terms of value, we are not as good as some workers?" Zhou Dao sighed and said, "My silly wife, what time is it now? Is the knowledge we have learned still useful? My specialty is artificial intelligence. Tell me, now that everything with electricity is obsolete, where can my knowledge be useful? Not only electronic equipment is obsolete, but also me. What about you? You're a finance major. Who needs financial analysis or investment advisors now?" Yin Xiaoning was speechless. She finally showed concern. What should we do? Zhou Dao looked at his wife and said, "You." Chapter 68, Difficult Decision? Me? Yin Xiaoning pointed at herself and looked very puzzled. Ning, you were the school beauty queen at Jinling University. Zhou Dao said. Yin Xiaoning was stunned at first, then extremely embarrassed, and scolded, "Do you want me to seduce him?" Zhou Dao disagreed. "What can we offer that person to make him change his mind? I observed yesterday that the 3 Zhoumis are all that person's women." What? Yin Xiaoning looked incredulous. That's Big Mimi. A top actress, she's been famous for many years. So, how could Big Mimi be someone's mistress? My silly wife, that's why I said, what time is it now? Zhou Dao shook his head. Now everyone's wealth is zero. Even if you were the richest person in the world before, now, is there a difference between you and a beggar? As you can see these days, there are some very special people, like the superheroes in the movies. That person must also be one of these people. So, in the future, it will be the era of these people ruling the world. Ning, if we want to survive, we can only rely on these people. Yin Xiaoning was a little shivering, still unable to believe. So, you want me to sleep with that person? In peacetime, wives sleep with their bosses and leaders to get promoted. Now it's even more ruthless. Zhou Dao looked very accustomed. I'm asking you, do you want to be kicked out of here? Ian Xiaoning involuntarily shook her head, and then immediately said, if we don't leave, can he force us to leave? What do you think? Zhou Dao sighed. My wife's thinking is still stuck in the pre-disaster period. I just said that now those people have great power, either superpowers or great strength. Can we fight against them? And don't even think about discussing morality or social justice with them. This is a chaotic time, the end times. Ian Xiaoning's eyes suddenly turned red, and tears rolled out. But you can't make me sleep with someone else. Zhou Dao came over and hugged Ian Xiaoning in his arms. Ning, I don't want to either, but there's no other way. We're doing this to survive. In the past, even Han Xian could endure the humiliation of being under the legs of another, and Yu Wanguojin even slept on straw and tasted gall to strengthen his resolve. As long as we can survive, there will be hope. I suspect that all of humanity can evolve and possess superpowers, they just need a chance. These people have awakened earlier, but they are just lucky. Zhou Dao saw that his wife was finally somewhat loosened, and quickly added, think about it, what level of star is Zhou? But she is with that man, what does that mean? You endure it, sacrifice once for us. After being persuaded by him, Ian Xiaoning finally nodded. Yes, even Zhou became the mistress of that man. Compared to her, it seems like nothing. Thinking about it like this, she felt less aggrieved and less unwilling. Ning, you must seize the opportunity while you can. We don't have much time. Zhou Dao specially reminded her. Ian Xiaoning was indignant and said, you seem to be fine with it. How could that be? Zhou Dao hugged his wife. Of course I feel bad, and I don't want to do it, but this is for us to survive. Ian Xiaoning leaned against his chest and didn't say a word, but tears rolled down her face. Fang Ming washed his face, brushed his teeth, and then had breakfast. Of course, they had a sumptuous meal, and after they finished eating, there was also refreshments and fruit. Gu Yirenba, however, was not so lucky. She was like a maid in the old society, and could only sit at another table to eat, looking pitiful. Lu Yuqi laughed and said, honey, why haven't you taken her yet? Fang Ming was surprised, she doesn't want to, so can I force her? Am I that kind of person? He only makes deals, and you do it willingly. Zhou smiled and said, Fang Ming must be trying to tease Reba, or even make Reba beg him. Stupid man. Meng Jining gave Fang Ming a flirtatious glance. Fang Ming naturally didn't mind his woman's teasing at all. The worst that could happen was that he would toss and turn in bed, and see if they would beg for mercy. However, when it comes to Guyai Reba, he looked at this beauty from the western regions and was slightly moved. He wasn't in a hurry to eat, but he could tease her a little. There's no way, I'm too idle right now. There are still 21 days until the first level of zombies appear. After dinner, Guyai Reba went to wash the dishes. After all, he is a big star, but now he has to do this kind of chores. The gap is too big. As he was washing the dishes, Guyai Reba felt like crying. No, it's a bit bitter, but I'm living with dignity. She comforted herself. I won't be a man's lackey. But just then, a hand reached out and handed her an orange. Guyai Yerba couldn't help but salivate. God knows how many days she hadn't eaten fruit. But she also saw the person who handed her the orange. Fang Ming. She immediately looked like a frightened rabbit, nervous and cautious. I won't sleep with you. I know, this is for you, it's free. Fang Ming smiled. Guyai Reba was a little surprised. She didn't expect Fang Ming to be so generous. And, he said it was free, so don't even think about eating it yourself. She quickly took the orange, peeled it, and ate it. Fang Ming smiled. If he really wanted to get Guyai Reba, it would be too easy. He could use force. Or by using illusion. But he didn't care. No, it's mainly that he's too idle to mind spending some time teasing this woman, taking things slowly step by step. After the advanced zombies appear, he won't have time to play these tricks. If you see a woman you like, just throw food and corpse pearls at her. If you want to follow me, fine, if not, that's fine too. There's no time to waste. Fang Ming turned and left, and surprisingly, he didn't make any demands. Guyai Renba finished the orange and couldn't help but get even hungrier. The orange was too small, and eating just one was not enough to satisfy her appetite. No, I won't give in like this. You can't. She immediately suppressed her desire to eat. I am a woman who loves and respects herself. Fong Ming left the hotel and strolled through the mountain city. The reason why the city is called a mountain city is that it is naturally full of mountains. Sometimes Fong Ming walks into a building from the first floor, but when he comes out from the other end, he finds that he is actually on the 10th floor. The terrain changes so much. His goal today was to recruit some waiters. Who will he serve? Of course, it's him and his woman. With such a huge hotel, don't you need some waiters? What if you want to sing a song when you're happy? So, the KTV needs waiters. What if you want a massage when you're tired? The spa also needs to hire some waiters. Fong Ming had moved out of more than a dozen hypermarkets, and there was definitely enough material to feed more than 100 people for a lifetime. If there are more, it won't work, and you have to get more supplies. Of course, the hotel has an ecological garden that can produce food continuously, which can also provide some supplements. If the worst comes to the worst, Fong Ming can just tear down some of the green attractions to grow vegetables. We Chinese have the gene for growing vegetables in our blood. Chapter 69, Waiters. Oh, and the chef. Right now, we only need one, but in the future, we might need 2, 3, or even more, depending on the size of Fong Ming's harem. The takeout banquet will be enough to eat for more than 10 years. But where can you find a chef? Nowadays, it's not like in the old days, where you just need to place an ad or post a job opening on an app. In that case, go to a hotel. Fong Ming slapped his hands together and said to himself, I'm so stupid. Many chefs and waiters live in hotels, so why not just go to the hotel? Of course, most people have now become zombies, so he may have to run to many hotels to find the chefs and waiters he needs. But first, he doesn't need a lot of them, and second, isn't he bored? He still had 21 days of boring, pain-in-the-ass idleness ahead of him. How to find? Fong Ming took out his phone and opened the map of the mountain city. Of course, the phone was thrown into a different dimension before the disaster, otherwise it would have been scrapped, and the map of the mountain city was also an offline map downloaded in advance. He searched for all the hotels on the map. He made a plan and then started looking. Bang! Fong Ming jumped up, moving at an astonishing speed. With the evolution fluid he uses every day, his physical fitness is now comparable to that of a superhero. He arrived at the first hotel. The zombies were wandering around lifelessly. Fong Ming was standing on a tree, so although the zombies could smell his scent, they could only hover under the tree, constantly bumping into the tree trunk, but they could not touch him at all. Fortunately, the zombies had no emotions, otherwise they would definitely be screaming in desperation. I wonder if there are still any living people in the hotel. Fong Ming thought. After all, not every hotel is like the Wanzhong Resort Hotel, which has its own ecological garden. So, when the food is gone, who will stay in the hotel? Yes, there must be some, but how many? Also, how many people in the hotel would survive the outbreak of the corpse poison? When the two are combined, Fong Ming feels that it will be difficult to find some waiters and chefs. Let's get started. He started searching from the first floor up, but all he encountered were zombies, not any living people. After searching the entire hotel, Fong Ming left in disappointment. The second hotel was also a bust. The third one, still no results. Fong Ming arrived at the 18th hotel. 18 is a good number. Hopefully, it will change my luck. Just think of it as getting to know the terrain in advance. In his previous life, he had spent nearly 5 months in the mountain city, but at that time, he only had the ability to move objects, and his range of movement was too limited. Now, at his current speed, it is not an exaggeration to say that he can run around the mountain city in a day. This is still the case now, but when he really reaches level 1, all of his attributes will skyrocket. How Kalai Hotel? Fong Ming looked up and couldn't help but smile. The 18th one, plus a sign like this, hopefully it will change my luck. He walked in. There were zombies wandering outside the hotel, but when Fong Ming arrived at the door, he was surprised to find it blocked. Looking through the glass, he saw a large number of tables and chairs and other miscellaneous items piled up at the door, blocking the entrance firmly. Fong Ming could certainly break in with his current power, but there was no need to. He jumped to the second floor and then climbed in through an open window. He opened the door and walked down the corridor. What does it mean that the door is blocked? There are still people in the hotel. Of course, it is also possible that the door is blocked, but there are zombies inside that have escaped, and they can't run away. Fong Ming walked slowly, his ears open, listening for every sound. Second floor, third floor, seventh floor. The hotel has 8 floors, so Fong Ming went up one more floor and arrived at the top floor. Hey, he heard a sound. Fong Ming stopped in front of a door and stood there, listening to the voices coming from inside. Apparently, the person blocking the door didn't know that someone had entered. Fong Ming stood by the wall and then reached out and knocked on the door. Although the probability of the person inside having a heat weapon is infinitely close to 0, Fong Ming still doesn't want to take any chances. After all, he hasn't reached level 1 yet. At level 1, he could completely dodge bullets and even deflect them. Suddenly, the voices inside stopped. After a while, a trembling female voice said, "Who is it?" "The water meter reader." Fong Ming told a joke. But it was clear that the people inside did not appreciate the joke, and no laughter came from inside. "Who are you?" The person inside seemed to have gained some courage and said loudly and firmly. Fong Ming smiled, "I am the boss, looking for a few waiters and 1 or 2 chefs." There was no sound from inside again. But Fong Ming guessed that the person inside must have been dumbfounded, thinking that he had met a fool. He wasted no time, and with a light thump, the door lock was broken. This strange sound also frightened the person inside, and a figure rushed out, holding a fruit knife in his hand, but Fong Ming grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. A woman, small in stature, at most 160 centimeters, but with long, black, shiny hair and very fair skin, very beautiful except for her figure, which was a bit of a problem, because she wasn't tall, and her breasts were a bit flat. She looked at Fong Ming in horror, and the fruit knife in her hand fell to the carpet with a thud. Fong Ming then walked out from behind the wall and faced the room. The ones leading the charge were all carrying fruit knives, so it was conceivable that even if there were people inside, there would be no guns. Besides, he was carrying a person in his arms, so if a bullet came flying, he would have a ready-made bulletproof vest. There were indeed people inside, otherwise the voice would have been talking to itself, and not just 1, but 4 in total, including Fong Ming. "Oh, they're all very pretty." Seeing Fong Ming carrying their companions in, the 3 women were scared and huddled together, which showed that they were not very strong. But the woman Fong Ming was carrying was very fierce, shouting, "Don't hurt them." Fong Ming laughed and deliberately showed a lecherous expression, "Only children make choices. I want them all. I'll fight you." The woman being carried around was punching and kicking, but because her legs were short and her arms were short, she couldn't touch Fong Ming at all. Fong Ming threw the woman, who fell on the thick carpet, but she didn't get hurt. He said, "I'm not joking with you, are you hotel staff?" The woman, who was very fierce, got up and looked at Fong Ming for a while, and said, "Are you sure you want to find a waiter?" "Yes." Fong Ming nodded. "Don't you think it's funny?" the woman asked. Fong Ming looked to the side and then reached out, lifting a heavy glass-topped coffee table with one hand. He said lightly, "Do I need to lie to you?" As soon as he showed off his skill, the 4 women all changed color. What a terrifying power. Chapter 70, the young wife came to make a deal. "Work for me, and you'll get room and board, but no salary." Fong Ming said. Does anyone still want a salary these days? Being able to eat is the greatest happiness. If you keep your word, then we'll do it. The 4 representatives of the fierce women said. Fong Ming, however, pressed his hand and said, "Let me say this first. If you are lazy and don't work hard, I will throw you out. At that time, you will have to feed the zombies." The 4 girls shuddered at the same time. The fierce woman said, "Don't worry, as long as you don't treat us like slaves and exploit us, we can handle a normal workload." Fong Ming nodded, "Then let's try it out first. What are your names?" "Boss, my name is Zhang Xiaowei." The first one to speak was the fierce girl, and then she pointed to the other 3 one by one. "She is Wu Tongtong, she is Deng Shi, and she is Xingyan." Fong Ming asked again, "How did you survive?" The 4 women all showed signs of fear. After a while, Zhang Xiaowei said, "We all came to work at the hotel. I am the guest room manager. After the disaster, we couldn't go back to our hometowns, so we had to continue living in the hotel. Fortunately, the hotel warehouse had a lot of food and a backup generator. Plus, we could also go to the government to get relief packages, so we have been able to survive. It's just that. A few days ago, a lot of people suddenly turned into zombies, so we had to block the door. We thought that would be enough, but we didn't expect that a few men actually wanted to violate us. They fought because they couldn't share the food evenly. In the end, only one survived, but he was injured and subdued by us. We tied him up, but he died from excessive blood loss. No wonder the four of them were so scared when they heard someone coming. Fang Ming nodded. I can take 2 people at a time. Wu Tongtong and Deng Shi, you are the first wave. Zhang Xiaowei, you stay and wait for Xinyan and me. Zhang Xiaowei was obviously more composed, so it was better for her to stay. Otherwise, if she had been replaced by another 2 people, she might have gone crazy with anxiety when she didn't see Fang Ming coming over. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaowei immediately nodded. Fang Ming took Wu and Deng in each arm and jumped out of the window on the 8th floor. Amidst the 2 women's screams, Fang Ming had already jumped up and down, running towards the river. In less than 20 minutes, Fang Ming had already brought the 2 women back to his hotel. Well, his own. Yin Xiaoning had been waiting at the door, and when she saw Fang Ming return, she hurriedly came up to greet him, but when she saw Fang Ming holding one of the women in each hand, she couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. Although neither of the 2 women was as beautiful as her, they could still be called beauties, and there were 2 of them? How horny is this guy? Before she could even think about it, Fang Ming had already taken the 2 women upstairs. Fang Ming handed the 2 women over to Lu Yuqi, telling her that there were 2 more waitresses he had to pick up, and that she should tell the 2 women what they should and shouldn't do. Lu Yuqi was naturally delighted. What is her dream? To be a rich man's wife. So, now Fang Ming has brought 2 maids, and there are 2 more to come, so she will have 4 maids at once. Isn't that equivalent to the fulfillment of her dream of being a rich family's wife? Moreover, their home is a 30-story high-rise building, and they live there. What about the yard? A huge garden where you can drive around. If this isn't a rich family, what is? Fang Ming went to pick up Zhang Xiaowei and Zhang Xiaowei. Yin Xiaoning was still waiting at the door, but when she saw that Fang Ming had brought 2 more women back, she was dumbfounded. How far has this person gone in his lust? Is he really going to build a harem? She was so shocked that she naturally forgot to speak again. With so much going on, it was already noon, so Fang Ming didn't go out again, but had lunch at the hotel. Fang Ming, Lu Yuqi and the others sat at one table, which was the host's table, while Gu Yairiba and Zhang Xiaowei and the other 3 girls sat at another table, which was the servant's table. When Zhang Xiaowei and the others found out that the person who was working as a servant with them was actually Gu Yairiba, they were naturally shocked and opened their mouths wide. But as soon as the food was served, they immediately stopped being shocked and started eating. They were starving, so where did they get the energy to gossip? However, when they saw that Fang Ming's table was full of top-notch beauties, the 4 girls were relieved. Obviously, Fang Ming could not possibly fancy them, so there was no need to worry about being both worked and fucked. After eating, Zhang Xiaowei and the other 3 girls rushed to work. They washed the dishes first, then wiped the table, and wouldn't let Gu Yairiba get involved at all. Gu Yairiba wanted to help, but the 4 women all laughed and pushed him out. This is what Fang Ming ordered. Gu Yairiba was stunned. Now that she couldn't even get any work, how could she still have the nerve to eat? The more principled a person is, the more passive they are. If she had no morals, she could just eat without a care. But if she really had no morals, would she still guard her body? Fang Ming saw this and just smiled. He left Gu Yairiba to dry for a few more days, and then he laughed. He was planning what to do in the afternoon, because the waiters had been found. Although 4 was not a lot, there were not many people at the moment, and 4 was enough. However, the problem of the chef had not yet been solved. This is not too urgent, because he still has a large number of takeaways and banquets, and he will not have a problem eating for more than 10 years. Can't find a chef in 10 years? I can train a whole new batch of chefs. Okay, let's look for another one while we have time. Fang Ming went downstairs, but before he could even leave the lobby, he saw Yin Xiaoning coming up to him. Mr. Yin Xiaoning called out in a panic. After all, she was not doing anything honorable. Fang Ming glanced at her casually and asked, "Is there something wrong? Can I talk to you alone for a moment?" Yin Xiaoning summoned up her courage and said. Fang Ming was only stunned for a moment before he suddenly realized. He couldn't help but feel a little curious, and nodded, "Yes. The main thing is that I'm very free right now. You can't just let the gunfire go on day and night. You can't make a golden waist and iron kidneys like that." He was curious to see how far this woman would go to suppress her sense of shame. The two casually found an empty guest room. Ian Stouning closed the door and said, "Sir, can you let my husband and I stay here forever? We will work hard." Fong Ming shook his head. "I've already brought 4 waiters back today, and once the workers finish and leave, I won't need you two to cook, so. Pop." Ian Stouning fell to her knees and begged, "Sir, please, my husband and I are ordinary people. There are zombies everywhere, and we have no way to support ourselves." Fong Ming remained unmoved. "There are many poor people in the end times, and you are not the only ones. In the future, go to various settlements and see who is not trying to support themselves in various ways." Seeing Fong Ming's indifference, Ian Stouning gritted her teeth and had to use her last resort. She had originally wanted to appeal to his emotions and get him to show some compassion. After all, who would want to be shot? Especially since she had just gotten married and was deeply in love with her husband. But she didn't think about it. If Zhou Daojun really loved her, why would he let her use her body as a bargaining chip? Ha ha. Chapter 71, Making Demands. Ian Stouning did not stand up, but instead crawled to Fong Ming on her knees. Fong Ming was sitting, so her current position was very delicate. "Sir, my name is Fong Ming." Fong Ming interrupted her. "Mr. Fong." Ian Stouning looked up so that Fong Ming could see her beautiful face. "I'll sleep with you once. Will you let my husband and I stay?" After she finished, she blushed. Everything is for herself and her husband. It was just once, and she was forced to do it. She wasn't unchaste. "You're very confident?" Fong Ming asked with a smile. Ian Stouning couldn't help but puff out her chest so that Fong Ming could see her figure clearly. "I was the school beauty when I was studying in Jinling, and I was also the most beautiful woman in the entire building when I joined the company. My measurements are 34C-22-36, and there is absolutely no water in them, and I have never had plastic surgery." Fong Ming smiled. "Prove it to me." Ian Stouning gritted her teeth. Although she had already made up her mind, Fong Ming had not promised her anything. But did she have the bargaining power to negotiate with Fong Ming? No. So she had to stand up and gently sway in front of Fong Ming, showing off her figure. She was actually on the thin side, but she had a big, round butt that was exaggeratedly curved under the tight pants. Fong Ming was a little surprised and said, "You've been working on your butt?" Ian Stouning nodded proudly. "My husband studied abroad, so his aesthetic sense is more Western, and he likes women with plump buttocks. So when I was in college and dating my husband, I practiced my buttocks every day." "Wow, you really put in a lot of effort." Fong Ming said, "How did you and your husband meet?" "I used my body to seduce you and make a deal with you." "Why do you want me to talk about my husband? Don't you know that this makes me very ashamed?" But Ian Stouning couldn't help but say it. She had to say, "My husband is 3 years older than me. When I was a sophomore, my husband was already a graduate student at the university. We met at an exchange meeting and we had similar interests, so we started dating. After my husband graduated from graduate school, he went to Cambridge to study for his doctorate, and I was accepted as a graduate student at our university. We got married as soon as my husband returned from abroad. It was nothing special." Fong Ming, however, seemed to be thinking of something else. "When your husband was abroad, did he ever betray you?" "Of course not," Ian Stouning said angrily. "I have kept myself pure for my husband, and of course my husband has never touched another woman." That's not necessarily the case. Otherwise, how could this kid suddenly fall in love with big butts? You're going to school, not making an erotic movie. So, if his tastes suddenly change, it must be because he's experienced something. "Oh, this silly woman." Fong Ming laughed and said, "Does your husband know what you are doing now?" Ian Stouning hesitated for a moment and nodded. "So, don't think that after you sleep with me once, you can use this to blackmail me into continuing to sleep with you. Hey, your brain is a little strange. I really want to ask you again and again, can you resist?" Fong Ming was taken aback, and he already despised Zhou Dao. What kind of man would agree to let his wife sell herself? If it were Fong Ming, he would rather go out and risk his life to collect supplies than put this green hat on his head. Therefore, Zhou Dao is a coward who fears death. This is nothing unusual. In the end times, not everyone has the courage to fight. So there are actually quite a few people like Zhou Dao, but does that affect Fong Ming's contempt? He beckoned to Ian Stouning, pointing to his own thigh. "Sit." Her big butt was indeed very voluptuous. Fong Ming made a comparison. Ian Stowning's buttocks were the result of training, so although they were plump and round, they were a little hard, unlike the big honeycomb. She was born with a plump buttocks, and the buttocks were soft and full of elasticity, so the touch was much better. It's like the difference between natural and artificial. Ian Stowning blushed and closed her eyes in shame. But Fong Ming didn't take the opportunity to push her down, but just messed up her hair. Sleeping together once means staying together for a week. What? Ian Stowning immediately opened her eyes, stood up abruptly, and glared at Fong Ming. And Fong Ming continued, "It can only be you. This hotel does not accept male guests. After all, it is my women who live here. How can they be seen by other men? Hey, if your husband insists on staying, he will have to castrate himself. He will be a eunuch, so it doesn't matter. Do you think you're the emperor?" Ian Stowning cried out in disbelief. Fong Ming stood up. "I've made my offer, you can accept or reject it as you like. I'm a very easygoing person. I just touched you twice and let you stay for another day." He smiled and walked out. Ian Stowning stamped her feet in anger. After a while, she went to find Zhou Dao. He promised, didn't he? Zhou Dao saw his wife's messy hair and immediately guessed that Fong Ming had slept with his wife. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, he was more looking forward to it. Ian Stowning couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Her husband didn't comfort her first, but only asked if Fong Ming had agreed. This made her feel very uncomfortable. But after all, they had been in a relationship for several years and had been married for a year, and their feelings had always been very deep and sincere, so she didn't show it, but just shook her head. What? Zhou Dao flew into a rage, his face contorted with rage. He slept with you, but he won't let us stay? Damn it, Xiaoning, why didn't he say yes? Was it because you didn't make him feel good? He didn't seem to notice Ian Stowning's suddenly ugly expression and continued, "I'm not saying this to criticize you, but you really weren't very active during sex. I've told you many times that you need to use your mouth, and you can't just lie there. Men don't like that. Pop." He immediately received a slap in the face and looked at Ian Stowning blankly. "Are you crazy?" Ian Stowning seemed to have just met him, and angrily said, "Zhou Dao, listen to what nonsense you were talking." Zhou Dao was furious at first, but he immediately calmed down. He now had to rely on his wife to survive, so how could he offend Ian Stowning? "Honey, I said something wrong. Don't be angry. Why didn't that guy say yes?" Chapter 72, Touching Hands. Ian Stowning looked at Zhou Dao speechlessly. "Are you only concerned about whether you can stay? What humiliation have I suffered, and you don't care at all?" She almost exploded, but then thought that this was the end of the world, and Zhou Dao was arguably the only family member she had left, so she held back and said, "He didn't sleep with me." "How could that be?" Zhou Dao blurted out, his face full of disbelief. He even had a trace of doubt. Is it possible that Ian Stowning is greedy for wealth and fortune and is deliberately saying this to get rid of herself in order to follow Fong Ming? Ian Stowning smiled, somewhat disdainfully, "Maybe not every man is as shameless as you think." Zhou Dao did not believe it, saying, "Impossible. Ningning, I have absolute confidence in your charm. When you went to my company before, you didn't know what kind of looks my colleagues were giving you, you bet. If it was the end of the world at that time, they would have rushed up to rape you. Are you praising me?" Ian Stowning was not the least bit proud or arrogant, but only angry. "Zhou Dao, are you crazy today?" She shouted. I'm crazy. Zhou Dao also shouted, "Do you know how much pressure I'm under? Can you still call it the world outside?" "No, it's hell. Ningning, it's full of zombies outside, not to mention being knocked down and eaten by them. Even if they just bite us, we will also become zombies. Ningning, I don't want to die, and I don't want to die like this." His face was hideous and frightening. Ian Stowning seemed to be meeting him for the first time, and after a moment of silence, she said, "Fong Ming has made a condition. I can stay here for a week if I sleep with him once, but you are not included. This hotel is used to house his harem. Unless..." She paused. Zhou Dao hurriedly asked, "Unless what?" Ian Stowning said, "Unless you castrate yourself and become a eunuch." Zhou Dao was suddenly silent. Ian Stowning shuddered. "Are you really considering it?" "No." Zhou Dao quickly denied. No, if you hadn't considered it, you would have scolded me immediately, just like I scolded Fong Ming. Ian Stouning pointed out that she was a top student at Jinling University, so how could she be easily fooled by Zhou Dao? No means no. Don't think about it. Zhou Dao scolded impatiently. It's time to go to work. Those workers don't know how to read, but they eat a lot. I can't hide much. He hides some food every meal, but the workers do heavy physical labor every day, and he really can't hide much. Ian Stouning frowned. If Fong Ming agrees to let us live here, you must not hide food, otherwise Fong Ming will not forgive us if he finds out. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zhou Dao disagreed. That guy just got lucky and now has superpowers. If it came down to brains, 10 of him put together wouldn't be a match for me. Ian Stouning saw that he could not persuade him, so he can only sigh. Fong Ming looked for another afternoon, but this time he went to a total of 22 hotels. Although there were indeed survivors in 2 hotels, one hotel was occupied by outsiders, and the other was native, but unfortunately the chefs had either become zombies or been eaten by zombies. Forget it, I'll look for it tomorrow. Fong Ming was not in a hurry, because the food in the different space could feed his family for more than 10 years. Besides, once the settlements are established, he can just go directly to the settlements to find chefs. Today, he saw a group of people searching for survivors with drums and gongs, under the banner of the Shenyu group, but Fong Ming had no memory of this in his past life, so it was possible that this force did not exist when he came to the mountain city in his past life, or it was too small in reputation. He returned to the hotel, and it was already late, so everyone had dinner together. After dinner, Gu Yirenba became idle again. She didn't have to wash the dishes or mop the floor, which left her feeling quite lost. Fong Ming took out his mobile phone and played a standalone game, but as he was playing, he saw Gu Yirenba coming over, with a look of hesitation on her face. Is there something wrong? He put down his phone and asked. Gu Yirenba played with the hem of her dress and said, I have nothing to do now, so I can't eat your food for free. Fong Ming smiled, so, you plan to leave and save me food? Ah. Gu Yirenba didn't expect Fong Ming to say that. Thinking of the terrifying zombies outside, she quickly shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. Then why did you say that to me? Fong Ming asked. Gu Yirenba bit her lip and looked very charming. I feel bad, I can let you touch my hand. After that, her face turned as red as a ripe persimmon. God knows how much courage she must have mustered to say that. Fong Ming was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. That's so funny. Is there really such a clear stream in the entertainment industry? No wonder Dammy was so sure that she was a virgin. Indeed, if she weren't a virgin, she wouldn't have said something so childish and ridiculous. Fong Ming shook his head deliberately. I don't want a touch, I want a kiss. Gu Yirenba was stunned again. After thinking for a long time, it seemed that she had finally made up her mind and said, okay. Fong Ming did not wait for her to regret it, he already stood up, grabbed her waist, and kissed her heavily. Gu Yirenba was first shy, but suddenly her eyes widened and she was shocked. After a long time, Fong Ming let go of her hand and picked up his phone to continue playing. Gu Yirenba seemed to have lost all her strength, stumbled a few times, and then collapsed on the carpet. A minute later, she said, how could you put your tongue in? You didn't say no. Fong Ming didn't even look up, and the game was flying. Gu Yirenba was suddenly speechless. But, she stammered, feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't say what it was, which made her very anxious. If you think that's not enough, I don't mind giving you another kiss. Fong Ming said, looking up. That's enough. Enough. Gu Yirenba was so scared that she fled in a panic. Ha ha ha. Fong Ming laughed. This woman is so interesting. Stupid husband, is it fun to molest an innocent woman? Meng Jining came over and sat in his arms. Fong Ming laughed, I'm the one who's molesting a good woman. She's still a young girl. Meng Jining's driving skills are also not to be underestimated. She immediately smiled and said, I'm not a good girl, but a robber of women. Pretty boy, I like you. Come into the room with me and I'll take good care of you. Fong Ming completely lost interest in playing games and picked Meng Jining up in his arms. Hey, who's playing who in the end? Chapter 73, Dongxing Group. That night, no one came to the hotel. Fong Ming didn't go to bed until after 12 o'clock. There was no way around it. First, there were too many women, and second, now that he had a pair of iron kidneys, he could withstand the creation. He fell asleep quickly, but slept very lightly, and would be awakened by the slightest sound. The end of the world, how dare you be careless? However, Zhou Dao and Yin Xiaoning couldn't sleep at all. During the day, the two had a fight, and at night, Zhou Dao wanted to, but Yin Xiaoning was not in the mood, so the two had another fight. Thinking about the uncertain future and the fact that her husband didn't care about her at all, Yin Xiaoning couldn't help but cry in secret. What will happen tomorrow? Where is the future? She lay awake all night. And Zhou Dao? His mind was completely occupied with a single question. Cut or not cut? The night passed. In the morning, Fang Ming did not choose to go out and find a chef. He said that there was no hurry, of course, and he helped the workers carry the steel plates again. There was no way. These people together were not as strong as him alone. Without the help of a crane, they could not lift them at all, so he had to do it. After working all morning, Fang Ming had a big appetite and ate several bowls of rice. And a lot of meat. In the afternoon, he decided to go out for a walk. He wasn't necessarily looking for a cook, but there was no point in staying at home all the time. Besides, he wanted to take a chance. Maybe he could meet an old enemy from a previous life. He headed for the Jingshi building. That was where the Xinmin base was located in his previous life. He had spent almost 2 months there, leaving behind memories of great pain. He ran all the way, very fast, but not at full speed. In the end times, which superpower user will let you see his full strength? If you see it, it means that it is fighting desperately with you. Fang Ming had not yet reached his destination when he saw a group of people coming towards him. There were 12 people in total, dressed in different clothes, both men and women, but they all gave the impression of being carefree. They were walking down a street full of zombies, but they were also casual and carefree, as if they didn't care about the zombies at all. Fang Ming saw the man in the lead with a baseball bat slung over his shoulder, both arms hanging loosely from the bat, and the way he walked, it was really unrecognizable. He looks like the Monkey King. Unfortunately, this person is a young man with yellow hair and earrings, and he looks like a non-mainstream person. He thought about it, but instead of avoiding them, he walked towards them. Fang Ming's level of evolution was definitely far above these people, so he was the first to see them, but they didn't look at him until after a while. After they saw Fang Ming, their expressions changed, some were teasing, some were sneering, but none of them were nervous. A psychic? A person running out like that, so carefree, would not dare to do so if he were not a superhuman. But if he runs into us, he's out of luck. Either they surrender to us, or they die. The two sides quickly met. Stop. The yellow-haired man, who looked like the Monkey King, stopped them and surrounded Fang Ming. Fang Ming remained calm and said, "What's the matter?" "Of course there is." Huang Mao chuckled, "What's your name?" "Why should I tell you?" Fang Ming asked in return. Huang Mao snorted and said, "I'll tell you. We're from the Dongsheng group. Our boss is Zhang Dongsheng, a powerful psychic. In addition to our boss, we have 13 other psychics, collectively known as the 13 Taibao. We stopped you to show you the way. Join us, and we'll take you to the top. We'll give you enough food and let you choose any pretty girl you want. But if you don't join us, hey, then we'll send you on your way." Dongsheng Group? Fang Ming's expression turned cold. Dongsheng Group is also his enemy. This group is very arrogant, causing trouble and provoking everywhere. When Fang Ming first came to the mountain city in his previous life, he was robbed by the people of the Dongsheng Group. Fortunately, he ran fast and only lost some supplies. He didn't dare to collect them into a different space and expose the secret. The people from the Dongsheng Group thought that Fang Ming was just an ordinary person and gave up after chasing him for a while. However, before Fang Ming could retaliate, this force was destroyed. Because they offendedly shunned Sita Yuan, it seems that they robbed someone and got into Sita Yuan's head, which made Sita Yuan furious and led him to fight a fire with the Dongsheng Group. As a result, Zhang Dongsheng was killed by Sita Yuan, and the Dongsheng Group has since become history. Now that he has been reborn, the Dongsheng Group has provoked him, so will history be changed? It will. In the past, Zhang Dongsheng was a cornerstone in establishing the reputation of Sita Yuan, but this time, will Zhang Dongsheng become a stepping stone on his road to fame? If you want others not to provoke you, you either have a powerful influence or you have an incredibly strong ability. And how is strength demonstrated? It is achieved through killing. Especially when it comes to killing high-level supernaturals. However, at the moment, both the Dongxing group and Zhang Dongxing are just small fries. If they were to be destroyed, it would only increase Fang Ming's reputation for being ruthless, not for being powerful. It doesn't matter. How can you not destroy your enemies? No matter how small the grudge. Fang Ming smiled at Huang Mao. Of course, he was already a corpse. How dare you laugh? Huang Mao was annoyed because Fang Ming's expression was not one of fear, but of disdain. He was extremely unhappy. When the disaster began, he was definitely a model of a man who had turned his life around. Before, he was just a scoundrel, barely surviving by stealing chickens and dogs. Not to mention a wife, but even a girlfriend was beyond his reach. But after the disaster, he had superpowers. Suddenly, he became a big shot. He was subdued by Zhang Dongxing and became a capable assistant to the other party. Although he did not take the position of the boss, he could eat and drink well, and he also had beautiful women to play with, even one a day, and not the same one for a month. So, he doesn't hate the end of the world at all, but is grateful. If it weren't for the end of the world, could he have lived such a good life? In the Dongxing group, he is the 7th of the 13 Tai Bao, and is respectfully called Brother Ji by his younger brothers. He is patted on the back every day, and has long since become so inflated that he has forgotten who he was before. Now Fang Ming actually dares to look at him with such disdain? You want to die. Without saying a word, he attacked him directly. He was going to kill Fang Ming, and in the process of attacking Fang Ming, spikes suddenly appeared on his body, turning him into a hedgehog. No, it should be a porcupine, because these spikes are 40 centimeters long, have a metallic luster, and are extremely sharp. Fang Ming was not happy. You're a metal-type psionic? Damn, isn't this a waste of my predatory abilities? I already have a metal-based ability. Although the specific abilities are different, the basic attributes are the same, which means that he cannot plunder Huang Mao's abilities. He can only evolve new abilities after his ability level has been upgraded. What use is he to you? Fang Ming raised his fist and smashed it towards Huang Mao. You dare to hit me with your flesh and blood? Ha, your fists and arms will be pierced by my spikes, and you will bleed to death. Huang Mao sneered and accelerated his impact. Boom! Fang Ming's fist had already smashed into the spikes, and just before it hit, his fist suddenly turned golden. He had also activated his superpower. Chapter 74, New Power, Wind. A loud metallic clang came from the sound, and Huang Mao's spikes were shattered. However, Fang Ming's fist was so powerful that it continued to pound Huang Mao. Huang Mao only showed a look of horror on his face, and then his entire face was blasted apart. He burst into a bloody rain. Yellow hair, you're dead. This shocked the others. They realized that Fang Ming was a superhuman, otherwise he would not have been able to travel alone and would not have acted so brazenly. But Huang Mao was also a superhuman, so how could he be so easily defeated? Of course, Fang Ming has been using the evolution liquid every day, and it has been 37 days now. Plus the first 3 days of evolution, he has been strengthening for a full 40 days. What about the others? If they don't use the evolution liquid, they only have 3 days. Therefore, Fang Ming's superpower is more than 13 times stronger than Huang Mao's. How can this be compared? It's too different. Fang Ming looked at the group of people from the Dongxing group and revealed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. This smile made these people feel cold. Don't be afraid, he's only one person, we still have 2 more superpowered people. Go, get him. Someone cheered, and the remaining people rushed out at Fang Ming. However, the other person who spoke took the opportunity to turn around and run. But they were the 2 remaining superpowered people in the group. Obviously, they had used the others as cannon fodder to delay Fang Ming's progress and buy time for their escape. But they miscalculated. Fang Ming only had to make a move, and the people who rushed over began to fight each other. They were obviously controlled by Fang Ming's illusions, and he chased after the 2 supernaturals. The 2 were scared out of their wits. Fang Ming was too fast for them to escape. Fight him. The 2 had no choice but to turn around and fight. Wind. Fire. The 2 shouted at the same time, each using their own special abilities to attack Fang Ming. Wind blades and fireballs. Boom. The two attacks hit at the same time, and they actually caused Fong Ming to be seriously injured, but they were also injured by the attack, which made the two of them very happy. They still had hope of turning the tables. Put in more effort and kill him. Both of them shouted. Boom, 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 they continued to attack Fong Ming furiously. Fong Ming stretched and yawned. He didn't move a muscle, but used illusions to make the two superpowered people fight each other. This ability is really terrifying. Fong Ming sighed again. If he didn't have the ability to control space and defeat the giant octopus, this sea monster would have killed countless superpowered people. Perhaps its only weakness is that it cannot stay on land for too long, and needs to go to the sea regularly to maintain its physical condition, limiting its ability to go inland. Otherwise, this sea monster would have been very famous in its previous life. After a while, both of the two superpowered men were badly injured, but they both had murderous looks in their eyes, because in their opinion, Fong Ming was even more seriously injured than they were. With a little more effort, they could kill him. Fong Ming did not have time to waste with them. He raised his hand and fired 2 ice arrows. Pop! Pop! Both of them were pierced through the heart by the ice arrows and died instantly. Fong Ming walked over and pressed them both. Sure enough, there was no warm current coming from the fire user, but there was from the wind user. Fong Ming frowned, and then finished off the people who were killing each other, then jumped away and hid himself in a random residential building. Boom! The pain came. Every time he gains a new ability, he has to suffer a little, but there are only a few major types of abilities, and there aren't many to absorb. After half an hour, Fong Ming returned to normal. Wind. He spat out a word. However, instead of throwing wind blades, 2 hurricanes appeared under his feet. As he ran, the wind pushed him, making him run faster, jump higher, and glide farther. Hiss, when it came to his hands, the wind ability became a completely auxiliary ability. This is normal. Even though they are both wind attribute users, the abilities they acquire in the initial stage may be very different. Some may have wind blades, some may have a level 10 hurricane, and some may only have auxiliary acceleration. So, even though they have only evolved for 3 days, different people have different combat capabilities. This is determined by the specific type of ability obtained. For Yu Fongming, the wind blade only gave him an additional means of evolution, which was not a qualitative improvement over fireballs and ice arrows. However, this auxiliary ability allowed him to increase his speed dramatically, and he could also change direction after jumping. Even jumping from a higher place can be supported by the wind. Even more practical. His attack power is already high enough, and he has a wide range of abilities, so the auxiliary abilities are even more useful to him. For example, a little more healing ability. Fong Ming smiled, there is a chance. Go to the Dongxing group. This life will end because of me. He looked at the map to find the location of the Dongxing group. The mountain city is so big that it is the size of a province, even though it is called a city. He found it. Fong Ming smiled and immediately began to run between the tall buildings. Riding the wind, he could easily leap from one building to another, much like a knight in a martial arts novel, and if anyone could see him, they would surely exclaim in amazement. In no time, he arrived at the Dongxing building. Yes, this Zhang Dongxing is very narcissistic. His name is Dongsheng, so he founded a company called Dongsheng Group and renamed the office building he rented Dongxing Building. But although the Dongxing building has the word building in its name, it is actually only 5 stories high. This shows how much Zhang Dongxing cares about appearances. At this time, the entrance to the Dongxing building had already been surrounded by a defensive ring, with several heavy trucks surrounding the gate. There were also people on guard at the entrance, holding baseball bats and machetes. There were 7 of them, but they were obviously not on guard duty, they were all sitting down somewhere, smoking cigarettes. Fong Ming walked right past them. Someone is coming. One person said. Shit, it's a guy. One of them had just finished smoking and threw the cigarette butt on the ground, crushing it hard, as if to vent his displeasure. Ha ha. Someone laughed. Even if it's a beautiful woman, do we get to have her? She'll definitely be played with by the big shots inside first, and only then will she be given to us. If she's especially beautiful, she'll be kept for ourselves. We'll never get her. Damn it, you're making me angry. I'm going to kill this guy. Ha, we're bored anyway, let's have some fun with him. 7 people stood up one after another, weighing their weapons in their hands. Fong Ming approached, but was blocked by the heavy truck. It's in the way. He pushed, and a heavy truck was moved away by him. Damn it! 6 of the 7 people were still smoking, and now they were all shocked and their mouths were wide open. The cigarette fell, and someone was unlucky enough to drop it right on their big belly. They didn't have a shirt on, so they immediately let out a cry of pain and started slapping their bellies. Chapter 75, Sacrifice. What kind of monster is this? A heavy truck weighs about 20 tons. It was loaded with cargo, so Fong Ming just pushed it, and it slid a few meters. What kind of terrifying power is this? The 7 people were trembling and none of them could speak. Fong Ming smiled. I thought I heard you say you were going to play me to death slowly? No, you must have heard it wrong. The 7 people shook their heads at the same time. You're kidding, this is a superhuman, just look at the terrifying power, killing them is like playing. Fong Ming smiled and snapped his fingers. Pop he pop he pop, all 7 of them had an ice arrow inserted into their eye sockets and died instantly. This group of people, it's not a waste to kill them. Fong Ming strolled into the building. Suddenly, there were cries of alarm, but the screams were extremely short, only lasting a moment before they disappeared. Zhang Dongsheng was playing with a woman in his office. When the end of the world comes, some people are happy and some are sad. However, those who are worried are ordinary people, who make up the majority, while those who are happy are supernormal people. They suddenly have great power, and there is no law to restrain or punish them, so they naturally do whatever they want. Although Zhang Dongsheng was the boss of a company before the disaster, he was heavily in debt. In fact, he would have gone bankrupt in 6 months at most, but unexpectedly, God actually helped him. First, all electronic equipment was scrapped, and everyone's assets were suddenly reduced to zero. You say you have 100 million in the bank, but can you really get it out? Stocks and funds all went to zero. So, Zhang Dongsheng suddenly got rid of his debt problems, and he even evolved superpowers. With this powerful superpower, and being the boss of a company, he recruited many people, including those with superpowers. But he was still the strongest. At first, he was still restrained. After all, the country was only unable to act in a timely and effective manner because of the disruption of communications, but after the outbreak of the zombies, Zhang Dongsheng knew that his time had come. From then on, the world would be in chaos, and only those with superpowers could rule. So, he began to loot food and collect beautiful women for his own pleasure and that of his men. He got a college student the day before yesterday. She was very pretty. At first she cried and cried, but after he had her for a night, she now accepts her fate and no longer tries to die. Young is good, she is so tender. He was daydreaming when he heard a loud noise outside. How can he enjoy himself with women? Zhang Dongsheng opened the door and walked out. Boss. There are 8 people sitting outside, all of them are supernaturals, each of them is holding a woman in their arms and playing cards. After hearing the sound of the door opening, they all looked up at Zhang Dongsheng. What's going on down there? It's so noisy. Zhang Dongsheng said, go and take a look. Damn it, are you all deaf? You didn't hear the noise down there? The 8 people looked at each other and smiled indifferently. What are you still doing? Go and take a look. Zhang Dongsheng couldn't help but yell. Although he is the strongest, there is not much of a difference. It would take 2 people to surpass him, so these subordinates don't really listen to him, and he doesn't dare to ask too much of them. Otherwise, his subordinates might have run away without saying anything about rebelling against their master. Can't a single psychic survive these days? Finally, 2 of his subordinates reluctantly let go of the women they were holding and went downstairs to check it out. Boom! Boom! Bang! Bang! Then there was no more movement. Everyone's faces changed. What happened? 2 superheroes have gone, and there's no more noise? This is not right. Let's go check it out. One person stood up. Are you stupid? Zhang Dongsheng grabbed a beer bottle and threw it over. Fortunately, the man dodged quickly, otherwise his head would have exploded. If the enemy came, would you let them eat you in batches? Wait here for me. When the door opens, we'll all attack together. His IQ is online. The others nodded in agreement. Yes, 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 the old saying is that many hands make light work. After a while, bang, sure enough, the door was kicked open. A young man walked in. Ha! There's only one person. Zhang Dongxing couldn't believe it. He had so many subordinates, and 2 supernaturals, and yet they were all taken care of by just one person, and so quickly at that? He first pressed his hand, signaling his subordinates not to act, and then asked in a deep voice, "Who are you and why are you here?" There was obviously a fight down there. Fang Ming smiled and said, "Oh, I was walking down the street when a yellow-haired guy stopped me and insisted that I join your Dongxing group. I refused and he tried to kill me. The result is needless to say." Fang Ming continued, "I am very careful, for fear that you will come to retaliate against me if you find out, so I decided to take the initiative and kill you all." Zhang Dongsheng opened his mouth wide, looking extremely incredulous. "You killed the yellow-haired guy, so you killed him to keep him quiet?" "I don't know who did it, so why did you come to me? What kind of brain circuit are you on? And how could there be such a person? You're too vengeful. Kill him." Zhang Dongsheng waved his hand, not giving him a chance. "This kind of person is too meticulous. If you make an enemy, you must kill him, otherwise the other party will try every means to take revenge on you in the future." Seeing that Fang Ming was only one person, the 6 superpowered people all felt a surge of confidence. Even if Zhang Dongxing is as strong as he is, they can handle him with just 2 of them working together. Now that they have 6 of them working together, Fang Ming will only have to swallow his sorrows even if his strength doubles. "Go!" The 6 of them rushed forward at the same time. Fang Ming smiled and flicked his fingers 6 times. Pop he pop he pop, the 6 superpowered people couldn't even block it for a moment, and all of them had an ice arrow inserted into their eye sockets, killing them instantly. A dozen times the evolutionary difference, and they can't even be killed in a second? Zhang Dongxing shivered. How is that possible? One person kills 6 superpowered people in a split second. What kind of monster is this? Yellow hair, you're dead, but you've brought back a terrible monster. Fang Ming, like a person picking up groceries at the market, picked up each of the 6 and looked at them before throwing them aside. He reaped 2 warm currents. It's great. Then, he looked at Zhang Dongsheng. He knew that Zhang Dongxing's superpower was gravity. This ability is very strong, but he doesn't know if it will deteriorate after being plundered. He hoped not, because he liked this ability very much. "You, don't come over." Zhang Dongsheng was about to cry, begging for mercy, "I'll give you everything I have here. Women, food, take whatever you want, just don't kill me." "But I like you." Fang Ming laughed. Zhang Dongsheng misunderstood, his face was uncertain, but he obediently took off his pants. I really didn't expect Fang Ming to like this. But in order to survive, he had no choice but to endure humiliation and sacrifice. Chapter 76, 3 more superpowers. I'm going to die. Fang Ming almost died of nausea. He shot dozens of ice arrows, and Zhang Dongxing could not possibly block them, so he was instantly shot into a hornet's nest. You actually disgust me. How shameless. Fang Ming thought about it again. Oh, it seems that what he just said was ambiguous, and Zhang Dongxing misunderstood it. He was attracted to Zhang Dongxing's superpowers, but Zhang Dongxing thought that Fang Ming wanted his body. Fang Ming reached out, and suddenly, another wave of warmth rushed over. The gravity power is in his hands. What kind of attribute does gravity belong to? Earth? Or space? Oh, not space, he already has the ability to manipulate space, so he can't get any more warm currents from Zhang Dongsheng. So it must be Earth. Fang Ming left immediately. Now that he has absorbed 3 different powers at once, will he suffer in the future? Get ready quickly. Now it's too easy to find a place where no one is around. Fang Ming quickly entered a state of concentration. Boom, the pain struck. It wasn't as exaggerated as X3, but it was still very uncomfortable. Fang Ming pounded the floor, and with a bang, he smashed through it, falling from the top floor to the second floor, and then unable to bear the pain, he continued to smash through, all the way from the top floor to the first floor, showing how strong the impact of the pain was. Fortunately, the time was not extended, it was still half an hour. Although this saves time, it really hurt. Is this the case that a long pain is better than a short pain? Well, I'd rather choose to suffer more, at least I can bear it. However, he probably won't have the chance to experience any more pain. Because although there are many different types of superpowers, there are only a few major categories. For example, shooting fireballs, spitting out lava, and turning into flames are all different abilities, but they all belong to the fire attribute. Fong Ming can only use his power once. But what abilities he will have depends on luck. After evolving, he will have more abilities, but what they are is also up to luck. By the way, when will I reach level 1? He has already absorbed 37 days worth of evolution fluid. In his previous life, he didn't reach level 1, and the luckiest of the gifted people only got 24 doses of evolution fluid, and they didn't use it to complete the evolution to level 1. Therefore, Fong Ming doesn't know how many doses of evolution fluid it takes to reach level 1. The key is that he now has more and more of the same type of superpower. Is this a shared superpower? It shouldn't be, otherwise why can he absorb 3 servings of evolution fluid every day? The strange thing is that his superpowers are not 3 types or 3 major categories, but 3 types, which he finds very puzzling. Never mind, as long as I can become stronger, I can throw everything else aside. What kind of power have I gained? Fong Ming thought for a moment, and a pencil suddenly floated up from the desk not far away. Gravity manipulation. Fong Ming used anti-gravity on the pencil to make it float. He extended his hand and flipped it over, and the pencil immediately fell, but at an incredibly fast speed. Bang! The pencil hit the ground and shattered. Fong Ming felt. Whether it is gravity or anti-gravity, it can play a wonderful role in battle. No wonder Zhang Dongsheng was able to compete with Situ Yuan in his previous life. This ability is indeed powerful. However, Zhang Dongsheng was too weak. If it were me, I would never have lost to Situ Yuan. This ability can be used not only to directly injure the enemy, but it is even more effective when used as an aid. Imagine, if the opponent strikes, but he applies the influence of gravity, the attack will be off-center, or if a punch comes, the center of gravity will be lost, and he will stumble and fall to the ground. Where will the punch land? I could even play to death with Situ Yuan. But what was the result of the previous life? Zhang Dongsheng was killed by Situ Yuan and became one of the stepping stones for the other party to become the god of power. Waste. Fong Ming shook his head. He had no ability to be a waste product, only a person who was a waste product. What about the other 2 abilities? Wood, healing. Fong Ming was overjoyed. He had the ability to attack and heal, but he lacked the ability to heal. Now, this shortcoming had been remedied. I have 4 of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, and fire. Then, he exhaled a breath from his nostrils. Although it was colorless, if someone smelled it, they would find it slightly sweet. Poison. Fong Ming laughed heartily. This was another move that killed people invisibly. And it was a mass killing. The place where the former poison king Zhangluan lived was attacked by a large wave of corpses. Although Zhangluan eventually died in battle, he poisoned tens of thousands of zombies in that battle, including many level 1 and 2 zombies, showing the terrifying power of the poison attribute. But this ability has one drawback: it doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Except for Fong Ming himself, who is immune, all other targets will be killed by poison without discrimination. Therefore, this is a skill suitable for lone wolves. If Zhangluan had not built a settlement, but had been alone, he could have used his ability to its maximum potential from the very beginning, without having to worry about the people in the settlement. For Fong Ming, where can this ability be used? In the sea. One day he will go to the depths of the sea, and when that time comes, the corpse monsters and sea monsters in the sea will attack from all directions. Poisoning is the best way to deal with them. Don't worry about accidental killing. Anyone within my range will die. Today's trip to the Dongxing group can be said to be perfect. I have all the abilities I need. What ability do I still lack? Earth. Thunder. Light. Darkness. Earth-based abilities are common, but the abilities of the other 3 major systems are extremely rare. As far as Fong Ming knows, in the past life of Shanchang, only one person possessed the lightning and thunder abilities of the 3 major systems, and that person was Yang Taichi, who was known as the Thunder and Lightning King. However, he was a level 3 boss, not comparable to a small pawn like Fong Ming, who has not even reached level 1. But the abilities of light and darkness are extremely rare nationwide. How did people communicate in the past life? 4 months after the disaster, technology experts from all over the country gradually produced communication devices, which restored communication and sharing of information throughout the country and even the world. But it is only the 40th day after the disaster, and the communicator is still far from being invented. Returning home. Fong Ming returned to the hotel, satisfied. It didn't matter that the chef couldn't be found, there were plenty of ready-made dishes in the space. After dinner, the three women started betting again. Will anyone come to the hotel today? As long as they get to the door, they can find a way to get in. Since no one came yesterday, the three of them all bet that someone would come today. In the end, they all won. Chapter 77. Xia Jun. A tall man was carrying a little girl on his back and walking through the night. A few kilometers away from the Wanjiang Resort Hotel, his pace suddenly stopped. He looked up at the sky. There was a faint light in the distance. A lamp? Uncle, Bauer is hungry. The little girl woke up and said in a daze. The man frowned slightly, but immediately opened his eyes and smiled, saying, "Okay, Uncle will take Bauer to eat something." The little girl nodded. Bao only needs to eat a little bit. Uncle knows. The man led the little girl in the direction of the hotel. Before long, they arrived at the hotel entrance. They built such a strong defense? The man was a bit shocked. Ordinary people certainly couldn't climb over such a thick wall, but the man was obviously no ordinary person. He jumped over the wall and headed toward the main building of the hotel. He arrived. But before he could go in, he saw a group of people playing cards outside in the moonlight. He could vaguely see that these people were wearing work uniforms, and one of them even had a hard hat on. This scene was still very shocking, and the man couldn't help but freeze for a moment. "Hey, how did you get in here?" A worker facing the man couldn't help but put down his cards and asked the man. The man was cautious. People are treacherous these days, and you can't tell if someone is a master or not just by looking at them. After all, if they can occupy such a hotel and build a circle of defensive works, can this group of people be ordinary? He smiled and said, "My name is Xia Jun. This is my niece, Lin Miao Miao. We want to stay here for one night. It would be great if you could also give us some food." "I see." The four workers all nodded, "And you'll have to find the owner." "The landlord?" Xia Jun was taken aback. "Yes, our host is very nice. He saved us and let us live here, taking care of our meals. I'll go and tell the boss, but you'll have to wait. After all, the elevator is out of order, so I have to climb up." The four workers all said very warmly. Xia Jun smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble." "It's no problem." The workers are very simple. One of them went to inform the boss, while Xia Jun sat down with Lin Miao in the lobby and looked up at the stairs from time to time. He was so curious about who the owner of the house was. Finally, footsteps could be heard. Then he saw a young man walking over. He was really young, like someone who had just graduated from college, but his eyes were sharp and determined, as if he could see right through people. Fong Ming looked at Xia Jun. This must be a superhuman, otherwise it would be impossible to climb over the wall with a little girl. "Hello?" Xia Jun immediately stood up. "My name is Xia Jun, and this is my niece, Xia Miao Miao. The little girl is hungry and sleepy, so I took the liberty of barging in. I hope you can let us stay for the night. If you can also give us some food, that would be very much appreciated." "Xia Jun?" Fong Ming was shocked. "Is that Xia Jun?" Among the strength-type superhumans, Situ Yuan is the most famous, known as the god of strength. But there are more than just Situ Yuan who are famous for this type of superhuman ability. There are several others who are also very talented, but they are not as famous as Situ Yuan, and their fame is not as great as Situ Yuan's. It's like in any sporting event, most people only remember the champion, but not the runner-up or the second runner-up. Under Situ Yuan, there are 7 or 8 other outstanding force-sensitive individuals, and Xia Jun is one of them. But is this Xia Jun the same as that Xia Jun? After all, Fong Ming had only heard of Xia Jun's name in his previous life. Fong Ming said calmly, "My name is Fong Ming. Are you a power-sensitive superhuman?" "How did you know?" Xia Jun was shocked. "It's true. Although there may be another person named Xia Jun, they are all supernormal individuals, and their supernormal abilities are the same, it must be the same person." Fong Ming smiled and said, "Just a guess." "You can guess it just by guessing, this is too amazing." Xia Jun looked at Fong Ming, his eyes looking at him as if he had seen a monster. Okay, you can stay here for the night, just find a room on the third floor or below. For dinner, go to 3022 and ask for a young couple. Say that I sent you, and they will make something for you and the little girl. Fong Ming said. Unexpectedly, the little girl said in a baby voice, I'm not a little girl, my name is Meow Meow, the lovely Meow Meow. Fong Ming laughed and said, Okay, Meow Meow, you're a beautiful girl. As long as it doesn't involve matters of principle, he's still a pretty nice guy. Xia Jun thanked him again and took the little girl upstairs. Fong Ming was deep in thought. Xia Jun is a fierce man. You have to know that one of the reasons why Situ Yuan was able to become a representative of the Force-sensitive evolution type was that he came from the coastal area and got the evolution fluid early, giving him a head start. On the other hand, Xia Jun came from the inland area and never had the chance to get the evolution fluid. Therefore, when it comes to talent, Xia Jun is really not necessarily inferior to Situ Yuan. Those who stood at the top in the previous life were actually of similar talent, and there was not much of a difference in strength. He remembered that Xie Jun was also a lone wolf in his previous life, and the reason he became famous was because he was targeted by the Qiangqi gang, who wanted to recruit him. After being repeatedly harassed, Xie Jun finally lost his temper and single-handedly destroyed this force. Fong Ming had no intention of building up his own power base. On the one hand, he had no desire for power, and on the other, he was lazy and didn't want to take care of a large group of people's eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom. But what if he just formed an alliance with someone? For example, this Xie Jun. With the favor of a free night's stay and a meal, he could easily win over Xie Jun, and then he could bring him along for whatever he wanted to do in the future. Returning the favor? He gives Xie Jun food from time to time, isn't that enough to make Xie Jun owe him a favor after another? Therefore, he can only use Xie Jun, so how can Xie Jun find him for help? Besides, it seems that Xie Jun had no enemies in his previous life, except for the poor Qiji gang, which he destroyed single-handedly. The main thing is that Xie Jun has a very good reputation. Fong Ming waited downstairs. After a while, he saw Zhou Dao and his wife come down. They went to the kitchen and started working. Then Xie Jun came over with the little girl and thanked Fong Ming again. You're welcome. Fong Ming smiled, looked at the little girl, and said, You two make a strange couple. Xie Jun sighed involuntarily, showing a look of pity, and said to Lin Miao Miao, Miao Miao, go play over there for a while. He pointed to a corner of the hotel lobby, where there was a small children's playground. Lin Miao Miao obediently walked over. Xie Jun said, Her father and I were both soldiers. During a mission, her father sacrificed himself to save me. So, I visit them every year. This time, I was on leave to visit them, and on the way, I happened to encounter the disaster. I rushed to the mountain city, and fortunately, they were fine. But a few days ago, I went out to look for food, and they were kidnapped. He suddenly revealed a strong murderous intent. Chapter 78, By People's Hearts. Xie Jun's eyes glared with murderous intent, and he took a long breath to calm down before saying, Miao Miao's mother was captured and raped, tortured to death. There were too many of them, and there were 3 people with superpowers. I could only save Miao Miao and kill a few of their lackeys. I couldn't kill all of those animals. He hated. It's. Fong Ming looked at him. Are you injured? Xie Jun didn't care. It's nothing. Let me take a look. Fong Ming said. Since he had decided to win over this ally, he naturally didn't mind giving him a few more favors. Although there is not much information about Xie Jun in his previous life, from the limited information, Xie Jun can be summed up in 2 words, loyalty. Now. Xie Jun risked his life to rescue his comrade's wife and daughter from the enemy camp and save his comrade's orphan child. You have to know that this was a chaotic time, and how difficult it must have been to live with a 5 or 6-year-old girl. Fong Ming has reason to believe that in his previous life, Xie Jun would have achieved even more than Situ Yuan had he not had Lin Miao Miao as a burden. Okay, I'll take this person. Xie Jun looked at Fong Ming strangely, wondering if his profession was a doctor. He pulled up his shirt and saw a deep wound on his lower abdomen. Although there were signs of scarring, blood was still oozing out. Fong Ming guessed that he was injured just by seeing the bloodstains. He smiled and reached out. Xie Jun instinctively flinched, showing signs of wariness. Don't worry, I happen to be able to help you with your injury. Fong Ming said, continuing to reach out. This time, Xie Jun did not retreat, but looked at Fong Ming calmly. However, if Fong Ming suddenly attacked, he would also counterattack. He is a power-sensitive mutant, known for his quick strikes and powerful blows. At such a short distance, he was confident that he could die with the other person if Fong Ming attacked first. One must always be on guard. Fong Ming's palm was emitting a green light, and Xia Jun immediately felt an itch at the wound. He couldn't help but look down, and then he was moved. The wound was wriggling, and new flesh was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, recovering quickly. "You have the ability to heal wounds," he blurted out. Fong Ming smiled, "Not bad." Xia Jun let out a sigh of relief. His injury would be healed in a short time. In fact, strength-sensitive superhumans have amazing recovery powers. Even if Fong Ming didn't help, he could have recovered completely within 10 days. However, with Fong Ming's help, he could even recover within a day. However, he immediately said, "You are too reckless. Such ability should not be known to others, otherwise you will be arrested and only allowed to treat the wounded." He is a soldier, so he doesn't have any complicated thoughts, and he says whatever comes to mind. "From now on, you can't trust others so easily," he added. Fong Ming smiled. "First, you risked your life to save your comrade's wife and daughter, even though you were seriously injured. If I can't even trust someone like that, even if the world is in chaos, I still believe that there is light in the world." Xia Jun was moved by these words, and looked at Fong Ming with a sense of understanding. As everyone knows, a man will die for a true friend, especially one like Xia Jun who values loyalty more than anything else. Second. Fong Ming smiled again, reached out and pressed down, and the can on the table seemed to be squashed by an invisible hand. "Hey, you have a second superpower?" Xia Jun said in shock, but since everyone was cut off from information, he didn't know that everyone could only evolve one type of superpower. For example, if you awaken the wood element, even if your evolution level increases to 1 or 2, you will only awaken a few more wood-related abilities, and you will never be able to have abilities such as fireballs or ice arrows. Otherwise, Xia Jun would not just be surprised, but would jump up in surprise. "I can also control gravity," Fong Ming said. "Amazing." Xia Jun had to hold back for a long time before he could spit out those two words. Fong Ming was very calm. Why did he expose two kinds of superpowers? He exposed his healing ability to show Xia Jun his gratitude, but if he wasn't strong enough, would Xia Jun treat him as an equal? The strong only make friends with the strong. Moreover, Fong Ming also wants to be the dominant party in this relationship, so he must be stronger than Xia Jun. In the midst of Xia Jun's shock, his injuries had completely recovered. Fong Ming sensed that he had used up almost 1% of his psychic power. It may not seem like much, but he used 37 days worth of evolution fluid, which is 13 times more than other users of the power. So if he uses 1% of his power to cast a healing spell, what about other users of the power? 13% or even 14%? If you look at it again, the cost of this healing technique is not small. However, Fong Ming found that his power had not diminished at all, and his mental power was also at full capacity, indicating that the three abilities were completely independent. Body, mind, and superpower. Therefore, he can absorb 3 servings of evolution fluid every day, corresponding to these 3 directions. At this time, Zhou Dao and his wife also came out with a bowl of noodles, so Fong Ming told Xia Jun and Lin Miaomia to eat first. The little girl was obviously starving, but she only ate half a bowl and gave it all to Xia Jun. She was so sensible that it was heartbreaking. It was only after Fong Ming said that there was plenty of noodles that the little girl ate another half bowl. Lu Yuqi and the other girls knew that a little girl had come, so they all went downstairs to play with Lin Miaomiao. After being called a few times, they were all melted. After obtaining Fong Ming's consent, Lu Yuqi and the others gave the little girl a lot of snacks. This naturally made the little girl very happy. Xia Jun was moved to tears. Although the little girl was obedient and sensible, and never caused him any worry, she had never smiled. Now she finally smiled. Fong Ming also smiled. It seems that Lin Miaomiao is Xia Jun's weak point. TSK, a gold medalist is already in the bag. Let the little girl rest early. Fong Ming said, "I'll go with you tomorrow and wipe out the gang of villains." Xia Jun was stunned at first, then showed signs of excitement, but in the end he shook his head. "No, it's too dangerous. This has nothing to do with you, I can't get you involved." Fong Ming said with a serious expression, "If I didn't know about these villains, it would be fine, but now that I know, how can I let them continue to do evil?" Xia Jun hesitated for a long time before sincerely saying, "You are a really good person." If those killed by Fong Ming heard this, they would all cry out in protest. This guy is a good person? Are you blind? Even Lu Yuqi and the other girls were slightly taken aback. They didn't expect Fong Ming to help out. Fortunately, Xia Jun is not a woman, otherwise they would definitely suspect that Fong Ming is trying to win the heart of a beautiful woman. No. If Xia Jun was really a beautiful woman, Fong Ming would never have licked her like a dog, but would have used food or something to seduce her and make her surrender. Flirting with a beauty? That doesn't exist. Chapter 79, Entering the Enemy Camp. After dinner and a little playtime, Lin Miaomio was tired, so Xia Jun took the little girl to rest. Fong Ming and the others also returned to the top floor. Strange, when did you become so kind, husband? Lu Yuqi asked curiously. Fong Ming laughed, when have I ever done anything bad? Although you don't do evil, you never take the initiative to do good. Meng Jining pointed out, but she would not be easily fooled by Fong Ming. It's strange. Xia Jun is just a smelly man. Her husband is not a man who knows men, so why do you look at him differently? Fong Ming hit her on the butt, causing her to exclaim. What nonsense! Meng Jining laughed and hugged Fong Ming's neck, cooing. The atmosphere was right, and the next step was to start a rich nightlife. The night passed. Fong Ming got up, had breakfast, and their meals were of course separate from those of the workers below, while the Zhou couple, Xia Jun, and the little girl of course ate with the workers. Even if Fong Ming wanted to recruit Xia Jun, how could he give him the best treatment right away? It's impossible. How could he possibly value something that was so easily obtained? At the beginning, he would at most let Xia Jun and his wife eat to their heart's content. But don't underestimate the word full. Being able to eat to your heart's content is a very luxurious thing these days. The hotel is big enough to accommodate Xia Jun, and as long as he stays on the lower floors, he won't affect me. His weak point is Lin Miaomio, and since he cares so much about her, he naturally wants to give her a warm, safe home. My place is big, safe, and has plenty of food. Plus, Lu Yuqi and the others can play with the little girl. Hee, what reason does Xia Jun have not to want to stay? Fong Ming stretched and yawned. Although his strength could crush all supernaturals, he really had no one to use. The only supernaturals were Meng Jining, and some things were not suitable for his women to do. Xia Jun's strength and potential are not a problem, and as long as his loyalty is resolved, he will definitely be a very useful subordinate. We're not calling him a subordinate, we're an alliance. He went downstairs, and at this time, Xia Jun's niece and nephew had finished eating. Fong Ming said, "Don't worry, leave the children here." Xia Jun laughed. Fong Ming had even accompanied him to the enemy's lair. How could he not trust him to leave the child here? "Don't worry," he said without hesitation. "Then we'll go." Fong Ming was very decisive. Xia Jun nodded and said to Lin Miaomio, I'm going out to do some things. You stay here and play. Be good, okay? Miao nodded vigorously. Fong Ming said in a timely manner, I'll ask the sisters who came yesterday to come down and play with you. Thank you, uncle. The little girl immediately said thank you. Fong Ming's face turned black. You call Yuqi and the other girls your sisters, but you call me uncle? He is only 23 years old, very young. Okay. Brother. Lin Miaomio has good judgment and immediately changed her tone. Fong Ming laughed and took out an apple and handed it to her. It's been washed, just rinse it with water. Xia Jun was moved. Food is scarce these days, and fruit is even rarer. Therefore, this apple is very valuable. Lin Miaomio was very sensible. She was clearly very hungry, but she looked at Xia Jun. If Xia Jun didn't nod, she would never take it. Fong Ming smiled and said to Xia Jun, the hotel has an ecological garden with some fruit trees and vegetables, so it's no problem to eat them sometimes. Xia Jun nodded to Lin Miaomio, but still accepted Fong Ming's favor. Although the hotel is large, how much space can be spared for an ecological garden? Therefore, no matter the vegetables or fruits, they are bound to be pitifully small. Lin Miaomio happily took the apple and said sweetly, Thank you, brother. Fong Ming smiled. On the one hand, the little girl was indeed cute and adorable, but on the other hand, he wanted to send a signal to Xia Jun. I have an ecological garden here, which can initially solve the problem of eating, and it is also sustainable, so you won't be eating into the mountains. Let's go. The two of them set out, with Xia Jun leading the way, heading for the enemy camp. As they walked, Xia Jun habitually quickened his pace. After walking for a while, he remembered that Fong Ming was not a power-type superhuman and should not be able to keep up with him. But when he turned around, he saw Fong Ming following him at a leisurely pace. "How come you're so fast?" he said in surprise. "You know, he is the one with the physical ability." Fong Ming smiled. "Even if it is a magical ability, it will improve your physical fitness when you obtain it. I have improved twice, so my physical fitness is not much worse than yours." He wasn't lying about this. Even if you're not a power sensitive, you'll still get a certain physical enhancement after you get your powers, which is a lot better than the average person, but it's not comparable to a true power sensitive. After all, they don't have magical powers, they rely on their bodies to make a living. If you were to match their physical fitness, what would they have to do? Xia Jun didn't know, so he nodded, only deeply shocked. Fong Ming is so strong. His physical fitness and dual abilities were not inferior to his, and he was a little depressed in addition to being shocked. Because he is also a very self-confident person, now being comprehensively outperformed by Fong Ming, how could his mood not be a little bit fluctuating? With both of them sprinting at full speed, they soon arrived at the enemy's lair. Jiumu Garden. Fong Ming read the name of the neighborhood ahead. However, there were no powerful or strong people from this faction in his past life memories. Obviously, in his previous life, Xia Jun went to take revenge after he recovered from his injuries, and bit by bit, he eliminated this power, never giving them a chance to grow. So he wasn't really helping out, but rather adding icing to the cake. "Do you have any tactics?" Xia Jun asked. Fong Ming smiled. "When you have completely crushed your opponent, you don't need any tactics, just push them all the way." Boom! He kicked it, and the gate to the community was kicked away. Since he had already given a reasonable explanation, he unleashed his power without any fear. Seeing Fong Ming so reckless, Xia Jun also became more and more excited, twisting his neck and pinching his knuckles, making a crackling sound. The door was kicked into the air and fell heavily after flying far away, making a loud noise that immediately alerted the people in the community. Many people poked their heads out of the windows and saw Fong Ming and Xia Jun walk in from the gate side by side. They all started to curse. The door was destroyed, so naturally there would be zombies breaking in, so after they had dealt with Fong Ming and Xia Jun, they still had to fix the door, which naturally made them unhappy. "Hey, it's that power user who killed a few of our brothers yesterday. Fuck, quickly notify the boss and kill this guy." After a flurry of activity, a large group of people came out of a residential building. The three of them were the leaders of the group, and they were also three evolved beings with superpowers. Dongxing, Wang Yun, and Jin Huahua. Chapter 80, The Cursed Master. When enemies meet, they are extra envious. Xia Jun's expression immediately became ferocious, his fists clenched tightly, and he made a loud cracking sound. He stared at Wang Yun of the three men. The wife of his comrade was tortured to death by Wang Yun, and her death was unsightly. Hey, after running away yesterday, he actually came back today? Jin Huahua smiled, and in his hand he was playing with a dagger. It was he who had cut Xia Jun with a knife yesterday, and almost took him away directly. Where did he find another helper? Ah, that's not right. This is dragging innocent people into the water. Well, he took one person away yesterday and sent another one today, so it's even. And since we're trading a small one for a big one, we can eat for a few more days. But I still prefer the small ones, they're tender. The minions behind him were all talking at once, but what they said was chilling. You actually eat people? Xia Jun said in disbelief, his body shaking. Zombies can eat people, but we can't? Dongxing laughed, saying that human flesh wasn't as bad as people thought. As long as you got over the psychological pressure and added a little spice, it tasted pretty good. Xia Jun was about to go crazy, and roared, "What about Lu Suyun? Did you animals eat her?" The people on the other side all looked disapproving. Who is Lu Suyun? I don't remember. They take women, and if they're not pretty, they just kill and eat them. If they are pretty, they play with them first, and then eat them after they're dead. In short, they never waste a piece of meat. You all deserve to die. Xia Jun was outraged, his two iron fists clenched tightly, and his teeth clattering. Fang Ming's face was also cold. In fact, even 3 months after the end of the world, although there were signs of cannibalism, it was not widespread. It only occurred in those particularly chaotic settlements. Most settlements still wanted to establish a normal social structure, so they would grow vegetables, raise pigs and sheep, etc. Because the privileges of the supernormal are realized through talent, if you kill and eat all the ordinary people, who will you rule? So people who eat people are definitely crazy. Xia Jun couldn't stand it anymore and rushed over. He. Jin Huahua sneered and turned into a gust of wind, rushing towards Xia Jun. He was also a power-type mutant, and now that everyone had only received 3 days of enhancement, there was almost no difference in their strength and speed. Xia Jun was a military man, so he was definitely more proficient in fighting and killing, but don't forget that Jin Huahua also had 2 other superpower companions. Dongxing muttered to himself, and his pupils turned pitch black. Weak. He pointed at Xia Jun. Suddenly, Xia Jun's speed plummeted by 30%. Fang Ming was surprised. This was a curse ability. I never thought that Dongxing was a caster. A caster, as the name suggests, is someone who has the ability to curse others. This includes, but is not limited to, weakening, going crazy, and being possessed. This is a dark power, the exact opposite of the light power. This kind of attribute is rare, and it is even rare to encounter it. So, sometimes you really have to do good deeds. Look, fortune is knocking at your door. When Jin Huahua was about to stab Xia Jun with a knife, Fang Ming smiled and pressed a button on Jin Huahua. Boom! Jin Huahua not only lost his speed, he couldn't even walk. His whole body sank down, and he looked exhausted, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He was fighting against Fang Ming's gravity power. The problem is that although Fang Ming only acquired this ability yesterday, gravity powers are classified as spells and share a pool of abilities, so don't underestimate the gravity power for coming late, but it is on the same level as the fire power. What does this mean? His gravity has also been enhanced for 41 days. Other people have only had it for 3 days. How can this be compared? Therefore, Jin Huahua can barely stand, let alone move. This is because Fang Ming has reserved some strength, otherwise if he had applied gravity to Jin Huahua's half of the body, then with his center of gravity lost at such a high speed, the only consequence would be a fall to the ground. Maybe the knife would have been stabbed into his body. Wang Yun, seeing this, naturally would not sit idly by and watch Jin Huahua be killed by Xia Jun. He quickly flicked his finger, and a fireball shot out, heading towards Xia Jun. Surround Wei to save Zhao. However, Xia Jun was determined. He did not dodge or evade this attack, but instead rushed toward Jin Huahua. He swung his fist and punched him. Jin Huahua tried to block the attack, but his arms were so heavy that he could only lift them halfway. If he tried to dodge, his body was so heavy that he couldn't even move his feet. How could he possibly dodge? Boom! Xia Jun punched Jin Huahua in the head, and the terrible force exploded, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Fang Ming removed the gravity in time, and Jin Huahua flew into the air, then fell heavily, and a lump appeared on his left temple. If an ordinary person were hit like that, they would probably be crippled or even killed, but the power-sensitive superhuman was resilient. He just staggered a few times, as if he were drunk, and cursed in his mouth. Damn! It hurts. Xia Jun was stunned. He didn't expect that such a punch couldn't even kill Jin Huahua in an instant, but the fireball was already coming, and he didn't have a chance to dodge it. He could only take it. Boom! The fireball smashed into his body, spewing out countless sparks. Xia Jun's arm was covered in scorch marks, and the skin was almost burned through. So, in terms of exchanging injuries, Jin Huahua had his temple concaved, while Xia Jun's arm was almost burned through, and his entire left arm was considered useless. It would be impossible to recover in a short period of time, and he would not be able to fight at all. His thick eyebrows immediately nodded. Although both sides had a wounded superhuman, Jin Huahua should still be able to fight again, but he had lost his left arm, and the situation was naturally extremely unfavorable for their side. Fang Ming, don't be stubborn, let's retreat first, he said in a thoughtful tone. Although he desperately wanted revenge, he could not possibly charge in and die when he was clearly outmatched. Moreover, he could not let Fang Ming get hurt. Fang Ming laughed, they are just a few clowns. He walked towards Jin Huahua and the others. What a big mouth. Jin Huahua shook his head a few times. Xia Jun's punch had definitely caused him to suffer a concussion, but the physical fitness of the power sensitive was too strong. He only stumbled and saw double, but it wasn't enough to kill him or make him faint. Die, you son of a bitch! He was very fierce and pounced on Fong Ming again. However, he was running in a straight line, but he was lopsided and awkward. Dongxing's pupils darkened again, and he released the curse once more. Weakness. This is the only power he has. At this stage, every superhuman has only one ability. Fong Ming didn't care. The curse struck, but it only had a very weak effect on him. He looked at Jin Huahua, who was rushing at him, and clenched his fists.